and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Everything ready?
Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty.
Okay. Started out with a little bit of technical difficulty, but that's okay. Again, good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. I'm your host, Will the Rebel Rattigan. And I'd like to thank you, my listening and viewing audience, in advance for spending your time with me and my illustrious panel today. Now, we had to do a little bit of shifting because we had a crisis with a family member who had some apparently some mental issues. And so I'd like to thank these two ladies for taking the time on short notice to come here and try to explain to us a little bit about grief and loss in the mental health area. Now, mental health or mental issues are real, pervasive, and largely untreated. We know that. And this issue is topical, relevant, and yet grossly misunderstood. Today, we will start with these two ladies. Mitzi Sky, she's an award-winning poet who has tremendous experience in the area of mental health, and she will be joined by Dr. Sherelle Bellamy, professor of psychiatry, and she's also the director of the Yale Program for Recovery and Community Health. Ladies, welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. Let's start out because Mitzi and I, we have a mutual friend who mentioned her, and she said, "Hey, listen, maybe you should have her on to talk about mental health." And it was so timely because we have a podcaster, dear friend of ours, a family member who's going through tremendous pressure right now. And people have been, and in fact, you see it in the chat room. People are asking me, pray for him, try and get help for him. And they've even asked me to reach out to him. I've reached out to him. In fact, this week we had him on. It was an impromptu call on one of the programs that I was a panelist on, and I asked him if he wanted to say a few words to the listening and the viewing audience, and he said yes. And he broke down. He started crying, and then he said he was on the verge of committing suicide. And he had some issues before, but he had a lady that he was very, very close to. And unfortunately, it was a murder, suicide. Her husband shot her and then killed himself in their vehicle, public street. So that took him, everyone's saying that took him over the edge. And he admitted to that. And I don't think he's been the same. And people are constantly asking for prayers for him. They're constantly asking for help for him. And so I think it's timely that both of you are here. And maybe you can, not maybe, I'm sure you'll give us some insights as to how to deal with grief and loss. Because and the reason I want to kind of like corral that issue is because I know mental health is a broad issue. We could spend days, years talking about it. In fact, Professor, I'm sure you studied years for this. So what I'd like to do without further ado is just to ask both of you to briefly introduce yourselves to the viewing audience, and then we'll just move on into the subject matter, please. Mitzi, you want to start, please?
So hi, I hear a little feedback. So I said, before I said thanks for me, but I meant to say thanks for having us. I'm so happy that Dr. Cheryl Bellamy is here with us today. So my name is Mitzi Sky, and I'm a poet and author, and I share my work at mitzisky.com. I like to say that I'm consciously unlearning what I unconsciously learned that hindered me from living wholeheartedly. And so that's what I want to share about myself for myself. And I definitely want to share that for me, I consider myself a person with lived experience of using mental health services and have overcome a lot in my life circumstances. And I am definitely a what is the word to say? I about myself. I know very much about myself and what I've been through, and that's what I would like to share with you in the audience today.
All right, thanks, Mitzi. Professor, the floor is
Hi,
yours.
thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being in this space today with all of you. I just wanted to say, by profession, I am a professor, as you said, in Yale's Department of Psychiatry, and I carry various different hats. Um, but the one that I like to hold on to the most, and the one that holds me accountable and keeps me authentic to myself and my family and to our people, is that I identify as a person that has lived through my own experiences of having dealt with mental illness, as well as having been in treatment for addiction. And I think it's really important that, Mitzi and I are here in this platform today, while we're both professionals and we have worked in the mental health arena, to also really talk about our own personal experiences. Because obviously, for our people, we can talk about these things. We can educate and give them as much information as possible. But the better education comes from people who have lived there and gone through those experiences, because we're able to share with people what worked for us. So thank you for having us, and we're looking forward to this discussion today.
All right, good. Thanks, Professor. Um, Now, Mitzi, you and I, we talked briefly about grief and loss. How do you cope with it? Because some people cope with it better than others. And and maybe you can use your own experience to kind of like guide us through this. Tell us about your experience.
Yes, you know, when you say that, something has come up for me. Just thinking about the situation that's happening and how I manage grief and loss. And first I have to look back when I was 16 years old, and I lost my sister that was 20 years old. and I look back to 2018 when I lost my sister, um, you know, as an adult. Now, when I was 16 and I lost my sister at 20 years old, it was devastating. I remember being in my closet on the closet floor crying and pulling down all her clothes and holding on to them. And all I could remember is seeing outside of myself my aunt saying, "Get her out of there. She's going to go into shock," you know. And then I remember going to school and seeing kids walking down the hallway and people saying to me, "I'm so sorry that your sister's gone." And I just remember not wanting anyone to speak to me or say anything to me. And when I look back and the feeling that comes up, the emotion that what comes up for me is just feeling a dreadful amount of shame that my sister was gone. And to I look back and see how shame was attached to death for me. and and now moving forward, being much older, and then my sister died, and she died a tragic death. She never overcame the all of the abuse that we suffered as children, and she used alcohol, and finally that took her out. Ended her life early at 44 years old. And um and and the, and the thing about that, because I've experienced so much pain and suffering in my life, and thinking about death often, and trying to figure out what the meaning of death is. And one of the things I came to understand is like what everything has come to teach me something, and what did this situation come to teach me. And I look into it and look within myself and see what's happening, and learn from it, and just remembering that while we're living, and while my sister was living, building connection and relationships, and how important that was to me, because she's gone, and there's nothing that I can do or I can say to her. But I just made sure that I have everything that I could say to her. I said to her while we were together and alive, and she was alive. So the devastation wasn't there, and one of the things, and the shame wasn't there, because one of the things I practice is shame resilience. What do I have control over in this life experience? And so I saw myself giving myself permission at any time that you need to cry, you cry. And so sometimes a birthday comes up, I don't even think about it, or the death date comes up and I don't think about it. And then there's another time it'll come up, and all of my thoughts in my mind of Liz and her will come up, and I will cry, and I will let out the pain of it. But it's and then when it comes to death, just thinking about who talked to me about death when I was a child. No one talked to me or shared with me how to handle anything. So at 16, I had no idea of how to handle that. And so for me, with my family, we talk about death. It's like it's the only way out of here from this human experience. So we talk about it, and because when it just happens and you have no idea what's happened, it is a very devastating experience. That's my thought on my personal experience.
Well, Professor, let's pretend for a moment that Mitzi she comes to you as a patient, and you heard her story. How do you proceed?
So I'm going to just say that I am not a clinical psychologist. I am a social psychologist, but I am a social worker who has been trained to do social work as well. And I just wanted to say that I would hope that in the training of social workers and psychologists, that we are educating first for people to just really be able to hold space and listen to what Mitzi is telling us, and also what she's not telling us here, right? Because
Hold on a second, Professor. Mitzi, is your mic open? Because we're getting a little bit of scratchy sound. Can you just mute, please?
she's
Okay.
muted now. Does that help?
Mm.
Okay. I was just going to say that So we've only heard like the tip of what Mitzi has shared with us related to like some of her experiences related to grief and loss. And Mitzi could walk into a therapist's office and just say this and kind of just leave it that way, and then walk out and really maybe not have received any support at all, right? So a good therapist would really try to understand Mitzi more as a person and really present herself in a welcoming way in order for Mitzi to open up about what it means for her, as a Jamaican woman to be able to talk about these experiences in the first place in the context of therapy, and to talk about her culture and to talk about her family and what this means to her. So I think that there's a lot more. Like I said, this is only like a 2-second version of, understanding Mitzi in order to be able to really deal with the prolonged grief that many people have. If we only stay at that surface level, we're not going to be able to get to that understanding. And that's the problem, right? Because most people, even in our families, we say, she'll get over it, she's having a rough time. But if that time continues for, longer than 6 months, longer than a year, even longer, where it's so deep and devastating to you, where you're not able to get out of bed still, and it's really impacting the rest of your life, then it really is time to reach out to family, friends, pastors, therapists, to just have someone to talk about. I wanted to mention that this year, our Surgeon General for the United States has really is featuring like sort of a stance on loneliness, and how loneliness is almost a pandemic. And believing that loneliness is impacting people physically as well as emotionally. It's leading to, more, causes of increases in dementia and increases in even heart disease. We can see that we hear stories of, if a couple that been together a long time, and the husband passes away, and within a year, often, that spouse might pass away as well, and that's often because of their loss of connection. And so in this, a good therapist, a good community person would also say, we have to do better at making sure that as a person is going through grief and loss, that they are able to maintain some of those social connections. Because what will happen is that person will want to pull away, and when they pull away from family and friends, to a point where all of a sudden they don't exist anymore, right? So we have to make sure that we continue to reach out and pull them back in, so that they don't get so far away that they feel so disconnected from themselves and from society.
Let me continue with you, because you mentioned that you're not a clinical psychiatrist, that you mostly in deal with it on a social level. As a community, what are the biggest problems you're seeing with us, people of color, and how do you address those issues or that issue?
There's several challenges that we're faced with right now, and one of the ones that that is dear to my heart is the issue related to our current opioid sort of epidemic. And it's one that is really impacting, our communities, particularly the Black community. And, when we think about that, the increases due to fentanyl as well as xylazine in the drug supply, our folks are dying from overdoses, and it's and these often are accidental deaths. People, we often say that people don't wake up and say, I'm going to die today. It was more that they're going to use, but anything that people are using today is likely to be tainted. And so it's really important that we provide as much education related to harm reduction, related to decreasing drug use, really understanding what people are even exposing themselves to, but also dealing with the aftermath of the overdose, right? So we know that many of our families, their moms and dads and family members all over who are, going through a lot of grief because of the increase in the deaths to overdose. I run a program called the Imani Breakthrough Project, which is a faith-based opioid recovery program that takes place in Black churches and Latino churches. In Connecticut, we also just opened one in Rhode Island, and we have two churches now in New Orleans. And so it's just really important that as a community, as faith-based community, that we are able to really reach out and offer a lending hand to people in our community as they're faced with opioid. And we know that that's just one of the issues, right? We're also dealing with losses related to people who are dealing with loss in employment, loss in housing, loss again in actual dealing with issues around mental health issues. Some of our folks are even suffering from dealing with childhood traumas, childhood sexual abuse, childhood abandonment. So there's a lot of issues that we as a community need to talk about more. Many of us have been told, to keep that in the house, don't go out and tell your business out in the street. So with that in mind, we often don't do that. We often don't seek care. I know for me as a person that even when I was struggling with my own mental health issues, I was very concerned and very stigmatized about seeking my own mental health care. I'm glad I did, because if not, I would have certainly may not even been here to be talking about this today.
Well, Mitzi, as you're aware, mental health has a stigma in Jamaica, and as Professor Bellamy says, sometimes we're told keep it inside the house, don't go out, don't spread your business. But in Jamaica, it's a stigma, and there's no treatment or little treatment. I remember when I was growing up, if somebody was perceived, because there's no diagnosis. I mean, at least not in this neighborhood behind me. And so what happened was, if somebody started acting weird, people just dismiss that person and said, "Oh yeah, he's a madman, he's an idiot," and then that would be it. No treatment. Now, what would you suggest? First of all, did you face that stigma? And the second question is, how did you overcome?
So that's a big question. And I know that story that you're talking about, because I remember I used to share that often when I started sharing my story. That only thing I know is they said, "Hey, you see that person over there? That's a madman. Cross the street and and stay away from that person." And growing up, and I tell you, for me, because growing up, I came from Jamaica when I was 8 years old, so I grew up without having television, and so that's even one of the things I say that saved me, because when I turned 23 and I went to ask for help, I ended up learning all of the mental health stuff, and so that's why I say now I'm unlearning it as I move forward with my life, and for the stigma, I had I have my own ideas of my life or what my life circumstances was, is what I say. I had my children going to private school, and then I'm living in poverty and getting welfare and all this stuff and going to mental health services, and then on the other end my kids are going to private school because of scholarships and stuff like that, so they're getting all of this experience. So I'm just like saying I'm going to get this help because I need my white picket fence and my Mercedes Benz. So that's what I had in my idea of a better life. And so basically I had to unlearn all of that stuff. It's not about having things. It's about connection and people and and living the best life that you can. But it's not about things. So it's just unlearning for me. So for the stigma, when I started going, there was a mental health center across the street from my high school, and when I started going to the high school, they said, okay, that's the mental health center, that's where people are, and the whatever labels that they want to call people. But when I turned 23 years old and my life was really just really bad circumstances, and I went to ask for help. Um, and I started going over there for to get therapy and services. And I started going to the groups and talking with the people. Um, my thought that came into my head was like, oh, they're just like me. They're just like me. Something I keep getting a phone call. I'm like, okay, so something, something happened to them, when I sit and I heard people's stories. And and also that's a very big thought for me, for how my life to change my life circumstances, because um the messages that I was getting from the kids that I'm going to school with over there, that that's where the mad people or the crazy people or the mental ill people, and that's the language that's using the stigma language that they're using. So going over there to get help at 23, a few years after high school, the thing about it, getting to know people, getting to listen to people's story, I didn't say, oh, you know, I didn't use those stigma thoughts. I thought of, they're like me. And when I say they're like me, I never thought of myself as anything as being smart or intelligent or something happened to me. Listen to the stories of what happened to people. So that's something that build inside of myself, and that's what the biggest thing. The last time I was having a difficult time, um, as Sherelle mentioned, getting fired, losing a job. There's so many different things, grief and loss. And when I got fired, I felt I was doing okay, but what I noticed that causes a lot of thoughts that keep coming up in my mind, because what I practice is seeing my thoughts and quieting my thoughts from my mind so I could sleep and rest at night, lay my head down. But I was not able to do that. Getting fired, the thoughts just kept coming because of what people were thinking or what somebody had done, and all things outside of myself. And and so I actually picked up a book and I started reading, and I read 5 books in 1 week just to keep the thoughts out of my head, because the thoughts racing and coming and going, it doesn't allow a person to rest. That's why one of the things I promote is sleep, is getting lots of sleep. So I would be reading one book, and then the thoughts come up about what this woman did to me at this job and why this was unfair. And as soon as that thought come up, I put that book down and start a new book, and just kept my mind quiet from that. And it took about a week, but after a week, I stopped worrying about what people were thinking about why I got fired. And it's like, it's none of my business. It was my time to move forward and look what this situation has come to teach me, and that it was actually time to move on, because it was a really bad situation that I was in that was causing my blood pressure to go way high. Stress and all of those things is serious for someone's health.
Well, Doc, I want to present the same question to you, but from a different angle. I spoke to Mitzi about it on the personal level. I want to present the same question to you on the community level. And I want to give you a scenario, because we have a dear friend who's actually undergoing this right now. He's being diagnosed as being bipolar, and it's no secret. It's out there. He said it himself. And so he's on medication. We don't know if he's taking his medication or not. And then he suffered this grief, this loss followed by grief. And now he's at a very, very dangerous place. What can the community do? What can the churches do? Somebody mentioned in the chat the barbershops, the clinics, the places where we socialize. What advice would you give them based on your experience, your skill, your knowledge in dealing with this issue on a community-wide level?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with some of the posts that people are making, basically saying that we need to come together as a community to make sure, whether that's barbershops, churches, just neighborhoods. Again, it goes. I think
One second, please, Mitzi. Your mic. It's sorry about that, but it's okay. All right, go ahead, please.
I think that if it's I was just going to say that we have to reach out wide within our communities. Again, there's such a disconnection in our communities. Many of us know that once a family sort of moves away, and there's no ownership to that sort of land or place, you just have people coming and going. Again, you're losing a connection with a community, with a sense of, a neighborhood, a sense of a family village or unit that we used to have many years ago that we just don't have in the same way. There also has to be more opportunities for people to just really get basic education and understanding about what it is that we need. Many of us don't even have the language for talking about it, and we get so stuck on, I think, what Mitzi was referring to, almost like the medical model of naming these things, rather than really just understanding what is that doing to the individual, right? So, because we often know that for Black and brown individuals, we are more likely to get misdiagnosed as well when we do show up to these centers. So there's a lot of misunderstanding in even how we are presenting with mental health challenges. Some of that is based on, again, if we're not talking about what's going on for us, or if we are sometimes exaggerating what that means, then it's really confusing as to for a doctor to understand, like, even how to sort of medicalize it in the first place. And sometimes we are even diagnosed based on how we show up. So I have a good friend of mine, colleague, who has a diagnosis of schizoaffective. And I tell her today, because I've never, ever, ever seen her have like not one moment of psychosis in 20 years that I've known her. And I said, I'm going to tell you, it's because you showed up and you probably cursed all the nurses out in that, in that hospital that day. So again, depending on how one shows up, if they show, Black people tend to show up more, vocal and more, angry in those facilities. And who would blame them? Because those facilities often are not designed for us in the first place. So again, I think that we also need to encourage our family members to enter the field so that we can have more people who are Black, who are our therapists, who are psychiatrists, our nurses in these facilities. Because as of now, there really needs to be more sort of culturally responsive care in order to better address our issues.
I'm listening to you and I'm thinking about resources, because especially in Jamaica, there's a shortage of resources. And then the role that you would define for the church in a community, I find that that role is not the role assumed by the church. For example, there are some who will tell you that if someone is having a mental breakdown or whatever, they'll say, "Oh, it's because the devil has entered this person, and so you need to come to church, and so we'll preach, and Jesus will get that out of you." Now, that's very pervasive, especially in a culture where the resources that you just talked about, they're not available. And so people go, and the situation, it gets worse. I mean, apart from saying they shouldn't do that,
I think broke it up.
I think it froze a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah. Give him a second.
yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry, we had some technical difficulty. We're having very bad weather here. I'm sure you guys are up north, right?
Yeah.
The entire eastern seaboard today. But like I was saying, with the church thing,
Mhm,
how do you don't have psychiatrists to go to,
mhm,
you don't have people like you, for example, on the social, clinical and social, to deal with them, so they look to the church,
mhm,
and the church doesn't provide a remedy
Mhm.
in the sense of a cure or a therapy to get
Mhm.
them back to where they should be. So
Mhm.
if people had to do this just in a community,
Yeah.
and especially given the education level as well, how would you advise them to go about helping each other when there is no help coming from the outside?
Yes. And this is where actually my research, a big part of my research is related to the ways in which people who have been there can provide support to other people because of their lived experience. And we call that peer support, or we call that community health workers. So, for over 25 years, I've engaged in training community members to be peer supporters or to be community health workers themselves, so that they are then equipped to provide, mental health supports related to HIV. We've done this in areas of substance use, maternal health issues. We know that our community members have the capacity, and particularly with some additional training, to serve in these particular ways. Now, in terms of the churches, I wouldn't rule out all churches, right? So there are some really great churches, and it's really important that we focus on the churches that we can go to for those supports, and make sure that they then are equipped to be able to provide those supports. Our Reminding program makes sure that we bring in the person with their own lived experience, as well as train a church member themselves. But it's important that the pastor is on board. Yes, there are churches, even in the United States, that we've gone to, that because of their particular religious dogma or their particular understanding about, substance use or mental illness, that will say, sorry, unfortunately, this is not going to work, because we want people, when they come through those church doors, to feel welcome. We don't want them to add, this to add further to the stigmatization that they're currently feeling. It's really quick. I've been in a situation where, church members have tried to perform, exorcisms and those kind of things, because, like you're saying, because of feeling that someone was sort of demonized. So really, the pastors, there's a lot of education that can happen in that way, but let's start with the ones that are ready to come on board and work with them, and then also make sure that we train just regular people, regular family members, regular, teachers, people in the community that can go out and be sort of mental health ambassadors.
Yeah, before I get back to Mitzi, I'm looking in the chat, and I just have to tell you this, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there's a popular phrase in Jamaica. It's belief will kill you, and belief will cure you. And there are social mechanisms to deal with mental health. For example, the witch doctor in Jamaica, we call it obia. And for the people who cannot afford to see a psychiatrist, this is the next best thing, besides the church. If the church doesn't work, this is the next best thing. And it's a cottage industry where people believe that, through spirits and through the occult, these people are able to drive out demons and and yeah, again, more technical difficulties. Um, so I just wanted to share that with you and ask, in your experience, how do you talk to folks about not going to these charlatans, and seek out proper medical assistance?
So I often say there's multiple pathways, right? And I'm from North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, from the Gullah Geechee folk.
There you
And
go. We're related.
And so our folks are good at coming up with all sorts of, remedies and using the spirits for lots of things as well, right? So, and sometimes people have found those helpful. I would say, really seek out multiple ways. So, there are medical doctors, there are, community providers. Never believe that one way is enough, because it's not enough. There has to be multiple pathways to address these issues.
Okay. Mitzi, uh,
Yes.
it's a question that came up in the chat. They're asking, is there a difference between healthy, or is there such a thing as healthy versus unhealthy grieving?
Well, judgment. That sounds like a judgment for me, because as Cheryl was saying, like different pathways for people, and so that's just seems like a big judgment. To judge somebody how they're grieving is something that I wouldn't do, because I've had to learn for myself, and so I just really trust that people could learn from them for themselves, and I am a recovery support specialist, a peer support person, as Cheryl described, a person that because of my lived experience of using mental health services and what I went through, my struggles that I went through, I'm able to support other people. And you mentioned believe will kill, believe will cure, and thing. Being born in Jamaica, and there's things that I'm learning, like that some of those things come from religion, from Africa, and so and I like the idea of people being able to to choose what works for them. The the thing, the belief, though, what I saw with the belief, the mind, how the thoughts of your mind, how powerful that can be. But I believe your awareness is more powerful, because I believe this is a soul's journey, and I'm having this human experience, and so everything is here to teach me. I remember someone told me once that they're overweight because of somebody abused them, right? And and I look into it, and I saw, experience myself being overweight, and I'm like, it's what I've eaten, and so and when I really believe and start looking at how I want my health to be, and not just about being wealth, but about my health, I start changing some of the things I eat, and how I eat them, and but just to blame and say somebody did this to me, it just takes away all of my power to change my own experience. I think that's the point I'm trying to make, when I think that somebody else has control over what I'm doing, and how I do it, and then I see those thoughts of how a lot of that was tied up in shame and pain, and helplessness from, and it all just go back to my childhood, for me, of when things was happened to me that I was powerless over, and I was helpless over as a child, so when things come up, and I say, okay, I'm repeating this same behavior, but maybe in a different way, and I'm able to recognize that, then I'm able to stop the behavior. I'm able to change my circumstances. But just saying, somebody is doing something to me, you know, it just takes away all of my power, and I have my own power in my awareness and in my thoughts.
It's been said that if you're going crazy, then you must be sane. And so I worry about, like, for example, you talked about a decision, a conscious decision that you made to live your life this way, or to deal with this problem. What about the person who's way past that? Now they can't distinguish between right and wrong. They can't distinguish between good and bad. Their focus, they're focused elsewhere. And so they can't make a conscious choice as you did. How do you handle somebody like that? I mean, without proper help, like medication and so on and so forth. Because I'm mostly referring to people who live in places like behind me where they're not getting services. I mean, how do you rescue someone like that when they're in a position where they cannot make a conscious and a wise decision?
You know, I grew up living in some place like that that's behind you, you
Hmm.
know, and that's and my memory of that is what saved me, because the stillness that I had living outdoors. I didn't the our little board house and the dirt kitchen floor and an outhouse in the back that we have. I played outdoors all day long, and the only time I went inside is to wash my feet at the nighttime and get into the little bed full of chink. As a matter of fact, full of chink. Me and my big sister after sleeping in that little bed full of chink. But even that little bed full of chink, when our cousins came from Kingston to visit us, we had to get out of that bed and sleep on the floor and give that bed to our cousins. And I sometimes we had nothing to eat and sometimes we did. And remember my grandmother saying, lay down on your belly, you won't feel the hunger so much, you know. Um, but we wake up, she makes some boil, some hot water, and we eat that and we go to school, right?
Hmm.
So the pain and the so I'm not gonna, so yeah, people are going through stuff, but not only because of what it looks like, but because like when I came to America and had a house with indoor toilets and stuff like that, the things that happened to me in that house was more violent than living outdoors and laying on the ground. And so it's when, so even after 20 years of asking for help and I wasn't getting the white picket fence or the Mercedes Benz I want, I had to say, what's happening here? What do I need to do? What do I need to change? And what I the not to push religion on anybody, but that Jesus on the cross, that forgiveness, practicing forgiveness. When I started practicing forgiveness for the people that hurt me, I started getting all of those good memories back of laying in the sunshine and being outdoors and growing up on the island in Jamaica. And that's what gave me back my peace within myself. So I, so people have resources. It's just different. Coming to America and watching television, and I saw, they had pictures of kids starving in Africa and saying, send money, need money, help money. And that's just a judgment to say that's all that Africa was, and Africa's, there's some big, beautiful places in Africa. So I'll be careful of just judging just because of what the place looked like. It's like, what's going on with the people, the community. There's a man named Robert Whitaker who wrote a book called Mad in America, and he did the researches and show that the people diagnosed with the schizophrenia, that in the Western countries like America, UK, and places like that, they get those diagnoses and their health go down the drain. But in places where that looks like the picture behind you, when they actually started getting better because of the community and what people have to offer within the community and the connection with each other.
Okay. Professor, I know that your time is at a premium for you guys. And I tell you what, this is so interesting that I'm going to have you guys come back at your convenience, of course. But in closing, can you give us some words of encouragement, some words of upliftment? Because when you think about mental illness, it's all dire, it's all dark, it's all despair. There is no hope. Walk us through this into the sunshine.
Well, I'm just going to say that, in the research that we have done, it has shown that people do recover from mental illness. And so even for that person that you said that's so disconnected from society or from themselves, they're not able to, I think the mic, Mitzi, is not able to think and, hold on to their sort of conscious thought. I would say there still are those moments where you can connect with that person. And again, having a person who has been there that can go out and talk to that person and be there with that person and meet that person where they're at is really, really key. We have seen that in our research. We have seen that peer support has been effective in engaging people into actually mental health treatment. I'm not saying mental health treatment is for everyone, but peer support has been effective in doing so. It has also just been effective in helping people to hold on to some other things. Sometimes we focus on the mental health or the substance use and focus on decreasing those symptoms. And what it is often is that people need to focus on those other dimensions of their lives, like, dealing with the social dimension, or dealing with their, sort of their family issues, or dealing with, their education or employment. Getting back to some of those things that they dreamed of wanting to be when they were a kid, helping people to realize that there's more to life than, some of the things that they thought they just had to end life with.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned peer support and its effectiveness. Is it effective in person or remotely? Or is there a difference? Or you know where I'm going with the question?
Yeah. I think it's actually just as effective, virtually, right? So I know that particularly with COVID, we learned that peer support was just as effective for people to have spaces like this. I see there's a lot of peer support that's happening right here in this chat room, where people are offering, suggestions and offering, some emotional support to each other. And to me, that is the essence of peer support, being able to do that either through chat or text, or through, phone calls, or, through Zooms. Obviously, meeting people person to person is, and face to face is helpful. Sometimes, just giving someone a hug is what people need. But you can hug people virtually too.
The reason I ask is because this friend of ours, this family member of ours, I spoke to him and he said he would be willing to talk to anyone. So at your convenience and amidst his convenience, please let me know. And I'd like to do a three-way call or something, set up a Zoom so that, you guys can actually talk. And because he needs, and I don't think he's getting enough support, and he needs professionals. And as you said, people who have actually gone down this road who can provide meaningful directions to him. So I'm looking forward to that. Mitzi, your closing words, please.
Yes, I'm just that thought you just said, I one of my thoughts when I was moving forward with my life is like I said, practicing shame resilience. Like who hasn't sinned, throw the first stone. Because I'm telling you, the title of my book is Top of the Zinc Roof: Poems Observed from Behind the Veil with a Glimpse of the Light. Now, Top of the Zinc Roof is because I was, I not growing up with television in Jamaica. When I was told I was going to America on an airplane, I thought the airplane was going to drop me off on top of my zinc roof. that was my thought. And so poems observed from behind the veil with a glimpse of the light. The light is just seeing myself, just feeling my joy within. Happiness and sadness comes and goes, but my joy is being always there. And behind that veil, for me, that shame, the shame for me is behind the veil. It kept me from being in the present moment. I wouldn't even been able to sit here and talk with you, because I would be wondering, what is people thinking about me? What people think about me is none of my business. And so when I share with people and I'm supporting someone, I'll say, one of the things that came to me was like, okay, let them throw stones at me and watch it bounce off of them, and just bounce off of me and bust them, pump for them head. The judgment, the shame, resilience. So that's what I had to practice, that we're having this human experience and we all go through something, and we could get through it. I always said to just hold on, especially when it seems the roughest and the direst. It's like, I feel there's bigger things that's getting ready to happen to you, and so don't take yourself out. Keep going, because there's just bigger things is happening. So just keep going.
Yeah, and as Dr. Bellamy said, that even the chat room is a peer support group because there are people here even volunteering to speak with him. So um, that's so true. Look, I want to thank both of you for joining us today on such short notice. Such short notice. And I look forward to having more discussions like this with you. And please consider this your home. I know it's Saturday and there are lots of things going on. You could be anywhere else, but you've decided to, make the sacrifice and be with us today, not only for me, but for the community as well. And I want to thank you on behalf of everyone. And I look forward to seeing both of you real soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
All right. Yes. That was something else. Let me just bring in my brother Isaac.
You're not sharing the live, so I'm not lock and key. Yeah, see there again. Tracy and Prada, big up yourself. Mm-hmm. Oh, look. Oh. Greetings, Mr. Rattigan. Greetings, everybody. Hello? Oh, he's frozen. So I can't see the comment. Mr. Ratti, yes.
Yes, sir. Hey, listen.
Yes.
Let me just say that was interesting from those two ladies, and they came on a very short notice. I mean, this was like the professor came on just today. This morning she made a commitment, and the other lady made a commitment yesterday.
Yes.
So, I'm so proud of them. So glad they were able to come on board and share their experiences and their thoughts with us. And I look forward to seeing them again real soon. So we'll pick up our regular programming.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here you go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you joining us late, you just missed an interesting segment about mental health. And it was just a primer because the two ladies who made the presentation, one of them is a director of psychiatry at Yale University, and the other is an award-winning poet, a Jamaican. And she has done extensive work with the mentally challenged. And they will be back. So I'll keep you posted. And Andre, if y'all listen to me, I'll make them, I'll set up a thing so that them can call you and we can talk and have a nice reasoning. All right. Now, we will continue the lecture series on our fundamental rights and freedoms under the Constitution. Kevin, where you there? Because I get ready to bring on my favorite person. This lecture series is very necessary because most of us have never read the Constitution. And many of us who have questions regarding the provisions contained therein. Further, the government removed civics from the school curriculum. So essentially, we have a population that is largely unfamiliar with a document that plays a central role in our lives. Now, after the presentation, we will seek to entertain all of your calls. So help us to achieve that goal by asking your questions as quickly as you can. We want to hear from everyone. So we're just going to ask as a housekeeping matter that when you get on board, when you get on the line, and you're going to ask your questions, just we're not saying you can't do a preamble, but just make it short, get to the question so we can answer and then move on to the next question. Now, the foundation, as you are aware, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation has been launched, and the website, OJLDF, meaning One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF.org. I don't know if Kevin can fling that up on the board. And John is here with us too. That website is up and running. It is still under construction. We're still populating it. But you can now make your donations using your bank card, your credit card, or Zelle.
Yes.
Big thanks to those of you who have Hold on one second, please. My internet service provider is calling me. Hold on one second.
This commercial break is
It
brought to you
can be good. Breaking news.
I tell you. OJLDF.org.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I was on the phone with them this morning, and I told them, yeah, leave that up for a sec, Kevin. And I was telling them that some of the issues we've been having weekly. So they promised to come online and check things out. And they said they were going to call it about between 4 and 4:15. So I'm hoping that they'll call back. But anyway, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.org, it's up and running. And big thanks to all of you who have made your donations already. Thank you. It's for a worthy cause. And I urge you to make your donations freely and often as you can, because our efforts to combat corruption is going to be relentless and will continue for the foreseeable future. And so we're going to need financial support to do all the things that are necessary to deal with this issue. As a reminder, the suggested donation is US $100 per person. However, we understand that it may be a challenge for some people, particularly those who are, they're the ones being suffering at the hands of the government. So whatever you can contribute will be greatly appreciated. As we say, every mickle make a muckle, and one cocoa full basket. The foundation is tax exempt, so your donation this year can be written off when you file your taxes next year. Just send us a request at the beginning of next year, and we'll get the necessary paperwork to you. So those of you who would like to contribute $10,000, you can write that off. If you want to contribute 20, that's fine. If you want to contribute $10, that's fine. One cocoa full basket, every mickle make a muckle. Again, thanks to all of you for tuning in. And please continue to like up the thing, share widely, and subscribe. No. Subscribe, no. Because, folks, I think we only have... Oh, Verizon's calling again. Hold on one second. Yes, hello. Okay. Okay, they're transferring my call. We had some technical... Maybe monitored or recorded for quality and security. We had some technical difficulty earlier with a connection issue, and it's funny, the next topic I have is technology. And I said last week's show had a few issues, and I'm working with the ISP to make things better. And that's all I have on that. But as you can see, I'm trying to get them on the line right now so that we can deal with the thing, as we say in Jamaica, proper. Okay. Now, at some point, once they come online, I'll just kick it over to you guys to continue. It says device not connected for ISAT. Yes, ma'am. You're speaking with Will Rattigan. I asked for the callback because I'm doing a podcast and I'm having connection issues, and it's been going on for weeks. And we just had a few of them within the last hour.
Okay. So, Will, were you looking for assistance now, or you want to call back again?
No, I'd like somebody to check the line to see what's going on. I know the weather is bad, but. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll be happy to. So, Will, I just need to get into your account. Do you have like a phone number associated with the account? Maybe cell phone, home phone, or if it's a business phone?
All right. Hold on one second, please.
Sure.
Herb, John, just continue. Let me just run upstairs and just deal with this thing. I'll be back.
Okay.
Greetings, everyone.
How are you doing today?
I'm well. I'm alive. How are you?
Oh, not bad at all. I got up this morning and my stomach was turned upside down after having
Body leave.
a good meal yesterday. But fish. My wife doesn't think it was cooked particularly well, so I'm trying to think of a good Jamaican cure all for stomach upset. Feel almost like I'm having acid reflux. I tried Malanta, it still persists.
Oh, no.
Tried Prilosec, still going on. So maybe our listeners, as versatile as they are, can give me a cure all. I said, how you doing?
All is well on my end.
Oh, okay.
Greetings, Isaac.
Are both you and John giving presentations today?
I think so.
Isaac is.
I said this.
Yeah.
Okay. So I said, did you want to start early or what?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna get to it real quick in light of the fact that from last week I've been getting a lot of messages and people asking for copies of the charter. So I need to give some direction in terms of in response to some of the questions. They gave me a lot of homework last week, so I want to hurry up.
Is that right?
Yeah, I want to finish this series.
Well,
Hopefully, I love it, but yeah, it's a lot. I'm overwhelmed, but I'm very happy that so many persons are actually interested in knowing what's in the charter, which is I'm happy about that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll see your homework scores up on the right side of the screen.
Well, we'll see. Because sometimes let me tell you, the chat can be so unkind sometimes. So,
All right.
But see, the referee is here to tell them, Kevin, block that person. They're getting out of hand.
I'm back. All right. This is great. The internet service provider is actually on the line and they're checking things out. So we'll see what happens. But as you check out the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website, take a look at the section containing information about who else? Come on, Isaac.
I can't guess. Will tell us. Please tell us.
I can't guess. Herb knows. Minister Kamina Johnson.
No.
And I'm telling you, she and her impressive team of lawyers, if they haven't, they should also take a look.
Wow.
Now, last week, we were unable to show the video of her going through the tribal ceremony in Ghana, where she was installed as was it the diaspora and tourism queen. Yeah, diaspora and tourism queen. Yeah, it dawned on me that she was wearing two hats. We didn't have a tourism minister until somebody said, no, his name is Ed Bartlett. We have a tourism minister, because I was asking, well, why is she installed as a tourism queen? But anyway, somebody said maybe he's a tourism king. I don't know, but they didn't have a ceremony for him. This ceremony was as a result of her Africa tour to influence the votes for the campaign that she lost. She eventually lost. So today we'll sit back and just watch a little bit of it. And then what I'd like to do is you can give me your thoughts. We're not going to spend too much time on the minister today because we've got lots of things to talk about. So let me see if I can follow Kevin's instructions. Let me see. I hope Kevin is here. Oh, there it is. So you said start here. One.
Is the Ratty frozen now?
Yep, he's frozen.
Oh, brother.
And we can only see the top of Isaac's head.
Yeah.
Isaac, what are you hiding?
I said you're gonna have to adjust your camera.
I'm not hiding, man. I just sit back for a second so it look like
Oh, okay. All right.
not hiding.
Well, I wonder if these
No,
people
he's gone.
are these people not senior, John? Because I don't see anybody saying welcome, Dr. Lennon or John.
No, they can see me. I've seen a few comments from that down there.
Uh-huh. Somebody want me to go see my medical provider. Well, that's a good bit of advice. I'm sipping on ginger ale. I was told by a medical provider to have clear liquids. So I hope that works.
I thought milk was supposed to be good for that kind of thing.
Well, I had the milk this morning, and man, I brought it all up. So, and the medical provider said, no, you can't do that when you're having stomach issues. I should have known that too. Milk is good if you've been poisoned. Milk or, but I don't think this was any poisoning. Irish moss from Kevin. All right, Kevin.
There's a drink there in Jamaica, busy. I don't know the berry, but people swear that works for a lot of things.
Busy.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a berry or a nut, and they dry it and grind it and then boil it. Well, we have cures for everything in Jamaica. You name it, there's a root for it. And I think a lot of them do actually work.
I know. I had actually had ginger tea mixed with moringa earlier to see if that could work. Blessings to everybody who's sending me blessings out there. Lawman and the rest of the gang. Appreciate it very much. Try boiling crushed garlic and ginger together when you finish. Boiling before you have it. Put 1 tablespoon of money in. Okay, all right, now, man. Yeah. See, we have a lot of doctors out here. I did chew, Catherine, on ginger. I've been chewing ginger all morning, and it's helped somewhat, but not totally.
Ginger is very good for the stomach.
Yeah. Well, you gotta remember one thing. The Egyptians were using ginger and garlic, pretty much as the cure-all in the old days. So pretty much, I think Jamaica is very good because Jamaica has like 80% of the world's medicinal plants. And that means we have a lot of flexibility. Of course, ganja is the leading thing right now to cure 13 different cancers and a host of different things. I didn't hear the full program, but did Ratty ask the mental health people about the use of ganja as a calming tool in mental health?
No, I don't recall that being mentioned.
Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, all right. Good. Thanks, Kevin. Verizon decided to do a check to shut down the system, do a check during the middle of the program. So I told them no. So they're gonna come back later on. Yes, Kevin, if we can show that the minister getting installed.
Cucumber and celery juice.
All right, here we go.
Ratty. Ratty, can you hear me?
It's,
He's frozen.
no, it's not frozen.
No. Here we go. Remember now, folks, that's your tax dollars at work.
We are inviting Champagne Doctor Bubisa Numa, the head of the Sekiabia Royal Family. Because why we are inviting Champagne is that we are naming Madam Karina after the founder of the Sekiabia Royal House. Dr. Bubisa is the only surviving child of our dear Nana or Nana Sekiabia. And he being the head of the Sekiabia Royal Family, we are inviting him before you to bless you so that the name that was signed you can pay him with the consultation of the elders want to give you the name has a blessing, and that blessing will follow you. From today onward, your name is Abena. When they say Abena, you are a children female born. Yes, Abena is a children female born. But when they say Ochuwa, it means the mother who produces royals and kings. Then a Siedu means a wise fellow who gathered treasure. So I'm leaving the mic to my own grandfather for him. Dr. Nana Bubisa, bless you. He is a medical doctor by profession.
It's an honor that my grandmother, Anna Josie, did for me as that day, being accepted is a great honor. We all appreciate it and adore it and wish you all this.
What the Camilla Johnson Smith, what you did, say, Abraham, who are a sea. Energy, this is a net for the afternoon. Or slap or switch, Yansan in the year, Yama, a Camilla Johnson and net, Wabaye, Abraham, who are a sea. Not the Abra, who are being the Biasu, Ghana soup, and the Yasina. What about this? Sanya man said no. As I said, we have been to once. You have to be given 2 bottles of snaps as tradition demands, so that when visitors come to you, you serve them with that tradition. So this from Champagne Doctor Bubisa. You have to get the ladies who will help you all this.
Okay.
Yes, Peggy,
So,
it was.
from now on, your name is Abena Nana Abena Ujua Esiri. You are a diasporian tourism mother for the people. And in P, we say in our language in P that you are the embodied insertion hema of the people. So by this, you are the rise to go and have a handshake with our people.
All right. Kevin, you can't move that, Kevin. Kevin, where you there? Shift up that for me there. All right. No. From now on, I want all of you, starting on this panel, to refer to Minister Wagwania. I want all of you to refer to the minister as
Mrs.
Apena. No. Her name, why this thing keep on come back? Her name is Apena. And the others, I didn't get the rest of the name.
Listen.
But keeping, yes, sir.
Listen, I'm just gonna say this and then I promise I'm gonna behave myself, but I can't let this one pass.
Go ahead.
Why did Mr. Rattigan send Camino to Africa and get some juju? She saw, that's why she saw this here. You can't go, if you think St. Thomas Obia bad, just go to Africa and play with it. Juju reach you, your foot good lay on Trump.
Well, it looked like it reached Herb.
No, but what happened? Good evening, everyone. Good evening, and welcome. And by the way, I need to like up the things, man. But I not like it up. So much on the planet, I'm gonna see the likes I go. But anyway, this Jamaica is how some of your tax dollars were spent. This is some of that 42 million that they spent in total. I think they gave her like 19 million. And there's also an issue there, but I won't even raise it today. There's an issue there about a gentleman a taxpayer who they flew from Europe to come, and he was there taking pictures. The guy in the suit taking pictures of her because she wanted him to fly from Europe to come and take pictures of her in Ghana and Nigeria. Even though I believe she had JIS people traveling with her, or even if she didn't have JIS people, she had people within the delegation who could have taken the photographs. But anyway, that's a different story for another day. So here's where we are. The minister is kindly requested to follow in the footsteps of the former Speaker of the House of Representatives and tender her resignation. And if she doesn't do so, we should all write the PM and ask him to demand her resignation in keeping with his word about his administration being the highest in integrity, etc. We're watching, and we shall see whether friendship and favor will triumph over overwhelming evidence and the plain truth. So that's it for our minister. Now, turning to another person, and this is disheartening. Our incompetent and useless police commissioner, Anthony Anderson, failed to reach out to his South African counterpart to establish a relationship that could possibly lead to a major reduction in crime. I, therefore, call on all Jamaica, including the influential PSOJ, to join me in requesting the Prime Minister to remove the incompetent and useless police commissioner. By now, the PSOJ and Mr. Lloyd Distant should realize that the consensus on crime, that crime plan, or that crime direction, it's not worth the paper it's written on. And it's high time for the police commissioner's dismissal. We don't need another crime plan. We really don't. We have Plan Secure Jamaica. That's one of the crime plans. It's a national security plan. And we have others that are on the shelf that they've brought consultants in. And they've even used consultants in Jamaica to draft many crime plans. I think I've seen like maybe 5 or 6 of them already. So we don't need to draft another crime plan. We just need to implement the crime plan. That's what we need to do. And we don't have leadership, and the plan is not being implemented. Now, the police commissioner has been given the necessary funding to fight crime, along with a hefty but unjustified salary increase. He doesn't deserve that salary increase. So the questions are, to what end? And how many chances must he be given for us to realize that his gross incompetence has led to failed policing practices and minimal reduction in crime? Mr. Police Commissioner, I promise that if you successfully engage the South African officials, I will introduce you to other law enforcement professionals from around the world in an attempt to fix the crime problem in Jamaica. But, sir, you have failed in that assignment, and therefore I cannot facilitate any other introduction for you. It is an outright disgrace that you continue to be stubborn, recalcitrant, and you refuse to wear your commissioner's hat as our people perish in the flames of crime. When asked about your plan to work alongside Jamaicans at home and abroad to curb crime, you didn't directly answer the question. You didn't answer because you have no vision. You have no understanding. You have no experience. Hence, no direct answer. Instead, you stated several times that you were, quote unquote, grateful and blessed. But how about the Jamaican population that you took an oath to serve, protect, and reassure? Do they feel grateful and blessed with you as the police commissioner? Do they feel grateful and blessed regarding the job you're doing? Sir, the people have spoken through the polls and the media. And frankly, their 91% disapproval of you strongly suggests that they don't feel grateful and blessed to have you as their police commissioner. But let me remind you, sir, God doesn't sleep. And in the fullness of time, the hurt, the pain, the sorrow, and the loss our people continue to experience as a result of your incompetence and complete failure will come to your door. You, sir, cannot escape God's retribution for the crimes visited upon our people because of your ignorance and your callousness. And that's all I have to say about the police commissioner today. On a positive note, please tune in tonight to Reggae Global Radio at midnight until 2 a.m. and relax with The Rebel. Tonight's feature will be music from Studio One, otherwise known as Studio First. We're not highlighting any artists, we're highlighting a studio. So if you're a lover of real reggae music, real reggae music, you know, the kind of music that is just melodic to your ears, you just want shake a leg, you just want dance with your lady. Even if you don't have a lady, you just want, or a man, you just want, just dance. If that's the kind of person you are and that's the kind of music you love, then you've got to tune in tonight. Shout out time. Condolences to the family of Gavin Ogle, my good friend from South Africa. May the Almighty grant strength and comfort to his family as they go through this period of loss. Gone, but not forgotten. And may the Almighty continue to bless all of you, especially Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, get well soon, baby. Desmond, likewise. Paul, likewise. Ma Jean, You know y'all watch me. Stay so. And of course, our brother, Herb Nelson's wife, Mrs. Nelson. Also to my brethren, Mr. Baxter, now Florida. Stay strong and keep the faith. Angie, continue to take care of him and yourself. Big up yourself, Key and Jules. Me know you watch. And Canute, big up yourself. I got the thing you sent me. Big up yourself, sir. Big shout out to my family by blood, relations, choice, and nationality. And that is every single one of you. Bless up my Jamaican family and supporters of Jamaica who continue to encourage and inspire me. Big up the Reggae Global family, Headmaster, Joanna, the rest of the crew, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rallington crew, Admiral and the General, stay so. The middle class, working class, poor class, and poverty class. I also have to big up the rich and influential members of the society who support our effort to hold politicians accountable and bring true justice and prosperity to Jamaica. Now, future presentations, we're going to have more interesting guests like the two we had earlier. Outstanding. And we're also going to review the throne speeches, the sectoral presentations, the debate presentations, the 2016 and 2020 election speeches, and the promises, etc. Today, we started out our presentations, and we have three of them. We started out the first one with Mitzi Sky and Dr. Sherelle Bellamy, a primer on mental health with a focus on grief and loss. They will be back, and so it will be more of the same. Interesting. You can't afford to miss the next go around. If you missed it today, just go back on YouTube and just watch the program, and you'll see the progress we made today. You'll see what you missed. I'm going to do a presentation today, and Attorney Isaac Buchanan, our brother, will continue with his presentation of our fundamental rights and freedoms under the Constitution. Look, folks, it's a lot to digest, but we have to keep you informed and educated about the issues as they arise. We need not the whole heap of we need not tabloid and no, drama or anything like that from here. We're here to just educate people, right? And have a dialogue with people, because we don't have all the answers. We have some, but a lot of the answers, they're with you, the viewing audience. And so we need to hear from you. When we turn on the line, we need to hear from you. We need to hear from you in the chat room. And as I said before, and the like up the thing. All right. And as I mentioned a few weeks ago, you don't have to watch the program live or delayed in one sitting. Just listen for an hour a day. And before you know it, you're finished. And it's time for the next program. So now, somebody put up him as a shoes cleaner. And I just want... Okay. And I just want to find out if Isaac would like me to go, because I'm all ready to go, and I just want, if him don't mind, let me just go. No, if it's up to Isaac, my brethren. If Isaac want to go now, then that's fine. I'll wait.
If you is your show, so is a matter for you. But see,
no, brother. It's our show. It's the viewing audience and it's the panels. It's our show.
All right, so we can play rock, paper, scissors, and the winner.
You know that going on.
Herb, we need consensus on this. That's all I was saying. But I what I will do is I will just be short then.
All right.
In terms of
I'll go long because I have a bunch of things.
You have a bunch. So what I'll do, I will just do the property rights, and then especially in light of the fact that people say, but we're not on a property, because that's the biggest thing about the Constitution. It protects certain rights that's never activated, because government is not putting property in the hands of the common man. And so he lose out on that, and is in that context that I want to talk about the property rights. So just let me do that real quick, if I be permitted. All right. Now, protection of property rights is found at section 15, and it reads, no property of any description, note that, shall be compulsory taken possession of, and no interest in or right over property of any description shall be compulsory acquired except by or under the provision of a law that does the following: prescribes the principle on which and the manner in which compensation therefore is to be determined and given, and secures to any person claiming an interest in or right over such property a right of access to a court for the purpose of establishing such interest or right, if any, determining the compensation, if any, to which he is entitled, and enforcing his right to any such compensation. Somebody would ask what that means. Well, you see, when they were building those beautiful highways in Jamaica, they had to buy up land or they had to compensate people. But note that the Constitution made it clear. Sometimes you have a lot of people who have been on land and families on the land, and they've been on land over 12 years. We have a habit of calling people squatters, but squatting is the method by which you access what the English people call adverse possession. It's always ironic how uptown people get to adverse possess property, but people who are not from uptown is squatting, and the word squatting make people seem bad. But just know this: the constitutional actually says, well, if you're on land, you're on it for 12 years, and government want to acquire the land. If you are on it, they must give you the opportunity to go to the court and state the claim on the land, assert the right, get the title, and then compensate you for it. So if that is not done, your constitutional rights are violated. So can you imagine? The beauty of the Constitution, it says, is that it has been, is being, and is likely. So if you are actually on the platform and you are hearing for the first time that the Constitution actually afforded you the opportunity to get title to that land, so that you can be compensated for the value of the land and sometimes the house that you put on it, then you will see that you can still possibly go to the court and assert that right, and the government would have to properly compensate you. So that is why it is important to have knowledge of what is in the Constitution to assert your right in terms of property rights. It also says that nothing in this section shall be construed as affecting the making or operation of any law so far as it provides for the taking of possession or acquisition of property. So in satisfaction of any tax, rate, or due by way of penalty for breach of the law, whether on a civil process or after conviction of a criminal offense, and upon the attempted removal of the property in question out of or into Jamaica in contravention of any law. Property in this situation is not only in reference to land, and that is what is important for you to also understand. So, for instance, a lot of times in the Jamaican space, most of the people will always tell you about, if I have my cell phone, can the police take it and open it? Can they take my car and they take your property? And you sometimes don't have no recourse because you don't understand the law. Well, the Constitution provides for the protection of your property, and it is in that vein that you access your rights under Section 19. You file your constitutional claim, and the Attorney General will be required to compensate you when that is established. So it speaks of the different methods by way of taking of a sample for the purpose of any law, where the property consists of an animal upon its being found trespassing or straying, as an incident of a lease, tenancy, license, mortgage, care. It sets it out exactly. It says in the execution of judgments or orders of the court, by reason of it being in a dangerous state or injurious to the health of human beings, animals, or plants, by reason of it in consequence of any law with respect to the limitation of actions, and so for so long as may be necessary for the purpose of any examination, investigation, trial, or inquiry, or in the case of land, the carrying out thereon. So of work of soil conservation or the conservation of other natural resources, and of agricultural development or improvement, which the owner or occupier of the land has been required and has without reasonable and lawful excuse refuse or fail to carry out. Now, it says nothing in this section shall be construed as affecting the making or operation of any law so far as it makes such provision as is reasonably required for the protection of the environment. Now pay attention to this, because when it comes to property rights and protection of the environment, the Constitution also protects you if the government is going to do things adverse. So you should be thinking of are there laws being made for the this is John's area in terms of the environmental, the bauxite aspect, the mining and stuff like that. If those laws are in contravention of the Constitution, it can be challenged, notwithstanding how the section is worded. So it provides for the orderly marketing or production or growth or extraction of any agricultural product, etc. Then it goes on to say nothing in this section shall be construed as affecting the making or operation of any law for the compulsory taking of possession in the public interest of any property, or the compulsory acquisition in the public interest of any interest in or right over property, where that property, interest, or right is held by a body corporate which is established for public purposes by any law and in which no monies have been invested other than monies provided by Parliament. So where an order is made under any law which provides for the compulsory acquisition of property, the court may have regard to any hardship that may reasonably be expected to be caused to any person by the operation of the order, or the use that is ordinarily made of the property, or the intended use of the property. And in this section, compensation means a consideration to be given to a person for any interest or right which he may have in or over property which has been compulsory taken possession of or compulsory acquired as prescribed and determined in accordance with the provisions of the law by or under which the property has been so compulsory taken possession of or acquired. Now, somebody in the comments might be saying, but what is this compulsory acquisition? Well, as I explained earlier, the government can take property if it's needed compulsory. For instance, if they're building a road and the road has to go through your property, they can by law take the property, but they have to compensate you, put you back in the best position as possible. So the Constitution actually sets out what you use it for. Because if they're taking a piece of land and you're farming on the land and you're making $200,000 every month from the land, they have to take those things in consideration to compensate you as best as possible. So they can't just take your land and that's the end of it. They have to give you the necessary compensation so that you can get other land and so that you can continue earning your living if the property is that type of property. So you can see that even where laws are being made, the Constitution protects heavily property rights. And it is important because when you have your property, it's yours and you have a right to it, and they can't just take it just like that. And you need to be cognizant of that, because we also have a habit, and I'm saying we as in the JCF has a habit of taking the annoying bikes from young people. The bike is a mode of transportation, and there's some lacunas in the law. I want to say lacunas in you can ride your bike with a learners and then the bike that's insured, and sometimes they take the bike and not in the proper method, but they have them there. And then as you can see in recent time, there has been a illegal ring in terms of the scrapping of automobiles and bikes when they're putting the pound, and the JCF is working internally to get to the bottom of that. But you can see how a business can be put into place, and young people are disenfranchised because people think property is only land, but property is also your personal as well as land. And when it comes to your personal property, the Constitution protects it. So if you have a watch, if you have jewelry, if you have tangible things that have value, and you have an interest in it and you can establish it, you must be compensated if it is destroyed, and you must be put in a position to the best possible. And the government is responsible by using taxpayers' money. So when you buy your patty, just know that your patty is the means by which the government is able to put a fellow citizen back into the position when their property is destroyed. And I won't take it any further. So unless there are questions for me in relation to the property, I'm going to continue with due process, which I'll need more latitude next week. So that's my contribution for this week in terms of property rights and what.
Quick question.
Yes.
Quick question.
Sure.
The portion where you said they can take your land and compensate.
Mm-hmm.
Can't hear him.
You can't hear me?
I hear you, Herb.
You can't hear me,
Herb,
Ratty?
can't hear you.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay.
I'm hearing him clearly, though.
Okay,
Yeah,
but if you can
him.
repeat it for me, I'm going to have to go get my mic downstairs. This is a different computer I'm using.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of Juliet Holness,
yes,
can she file eminent domain as a private landowner and take the lady's land that she wants to go across?
No. So just to be clear, that's private law matters. And even though the Constitution speaks about what I told you guys last week about Section 13.5 in terms of breaching somebody's rights, the horizontal application, especially when land-to-land property rights, the court has a little bit more, a little less latitude in terms of giving effect to the right. And so that part of it is a contractual arrangement. And I know that you're making reference to the lease flat situation and the lady and the easement and stuff like that. So she doesn't have, unless the court determines that by contract she was entitled to the easement or the access way, she wouldn't have any constitutional redress or be able to file eminent domain because she came into a situation, and whether the contract is clear, that's a matter for the court. And it can't take any higher. And notwithstanding that she's a government minister or she's a member of parliament, whichever, she's an MP at a minimum and she's with government, that stuff being done in her private capacity, and it has no bearing in terms of it's two private persons having it out in the court from uptown, and it's almost like Days of Our Life and Young and the Restless.
The second part of that, I've heard that if somebody encroaches on your property with a fence, so by 2 feet, and if you don't address it within a set period of time,
12 years,
12 years, then they can then file claim to that portion of the property.
They can, and the case of the case out of the Privy Council called recreational holdings, which is what I was trying to say, and especially, I speaking especially to poor people. Listen, you're downtown, you're round town, the people, the uptown people like to call it squatting. You have adverse possession after 12 years. Some people, and it can be cumulative. Some people granny did depend land from before Jamaica turned independent. Some people have been on the land. Even if you don't have title, it is your land and you have a right by virtue of adverse possession. And it's only 12 years. The law has not changed. No matter how people want to call it, no matter how they want to frame it, you have a right to go on land. The purpose of land is for it to be used. People are not to cuff land and behave like his Christmas ornaments and just collecting, and a piece of the rock belongs to you. And if you see a piece of it and you decide to go on it and nobody say nothing for 12 years, at the moment it becomes 12 years, it is yours. And the court must allow you to enforce it. And the same thing for a fence. If you and your neighbor is friend, and then say, we just like to build the wall out little bit because we want to put a gazebo at the back. And you say, yes, go on. And 12 years pass, you lose that piece. And furthermore, you acquiesce. So if you have land and you see somebody build a structure on it and you don't say nothing and 12 years pass, you acquiesce and you lose your right to it. And the Constitution give effect and property rights to establish that in the court by virtue of Section 15(1)(b). It says it must give you the opportunity to establish your interest, or if any, on that right. You must be able to do that.
Even if you don't obstruct the person who's there, but you pay the taxes.
No, it don't, and that's another thing. Nobody cares. Nobody cares who pay the taxes. Possession is 99% of the law.
Yeah.
So you have right. The sweetest land matters is the family thing. Mommy and daddy dead. The worthless brother dead down in Jamaica. The diaspora people in England, Canada, and USA. All of who is over there and paying the taxes. But the worthless brother just dead there rub out in Handmiggle. 12 years pass, will not do nothing. Nobody not say nothing. Parents not giving permission. So after 12 years, he can take himself down to the land title and said, I want to adverse possess because mommy dead, daddy dead, and it's me one there. And then sister come and say, but I'm paying the taxes as I work hard. Government will tell you nobody cares. And so that's why it's important to know the law and have an understanding.
So in a case like that, if you have a tenant in a house, right, and the tenant is there for more than 12 years.
But you notice he said tenant.
Yeah.
So if he's a tenant, he's there by permission. The adverse must be that I go on the land, open to all, adverse to the interest of the title owner. So those people who like to talk about them have title and them lock it up and have it on them bed beside the birth certificate and the passport, it has no value if you're not asserting your rights throughout 12 years. Which is why most times people on the land, you hear the uptown people tell the downtown people, just pay me $1 and go and do your thing. It don't matter. It establishes a tenancy. It establishes permission. And once that is established, the tolling is not running. You're not squatting. You're not doing anything adverse to the title owner. All right.
Well, thanks, my brother. Don't go anywhere because what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do a presentation, and then once we're done with my presentation, I'll open up the phone lines, and then we will just take phone calls.
Very well.
Now, here's my topic. My topic is: will the real Brogad please stand and be recognized? Now, the term Brogad is a Jamaican concocted word, and it suggests power. It suggests influence. It suggests control. It suggests who is the boss, etc. Well, who is Brogad? Or better yet, who is the real Brogad? The real big man? The real Mr. Man? The real big boss? The real Don of all Dons? Family, I want to show you something. Now, you tell me who you think the real Brogad is. Is it somebody who wear this? Or somebody who wear this? Take a good look. See me green clocks, yeah? And see me gentleman. Now, this gentleman shoes, it's called a brogue. So it would suggest that anybody who wear this, Brogad, this is closer to being, to Brogad than this. But here are both of them. And I'm going to prove to you today who is the real Brogad and the shoes that he's wearing. All right. Keep that in mind. And we're going to do it through the Constitution. All right. Now, the answer may come as a surprise to many of you because it's not based on the perceived power and influence of a politician. Instead, it's based on the Constitution that was given to us by the British in 1962. The same Constitution that we are now reviewing. it is important to note that when the British gave us the Constitution in 1962, it was a declaration of their intention to give up overt control over our affairs. But they did not plan to give up complete control. And this will be evident as we explore the Constitution. It is quite interesting that we claim and we celebrate independence while our sovereignty is still controlled by the British. And although the British relinquished daily management of Jamaica as a colony, they enshrined the position, power, and responsibilities of an overseer in the Constitution they gave us. And they also made sure that you, Jamaica, pay all of the overseer's expenses. Now, this overseer was not born in St. Catherine. This overseer is not found at Vale Royal. This overseer is not found at Jamaica House. This overseer does not live in Beverly Hills. Instead, this overseer occupies King's House, the King's House. And he occupies it expense-free, courtesy of the Jamaican taxpayer, not the British government, not the king. And Jamaicans, you should know that this year, 2023, you have given him, this overseer, more than 450 million Jamaican dollars for the operation of his office. You pay him approximately, I think, $30 million annually. And he pays no income tax. Let me show you something here. Let me show you something. Add to stage. All right. Take a look at this. First document, income tax, the Income Tax Act of Jamaica, right? Look at this. See this? Exempt, this one right here. Incomes exempt from income tax. You know who they're talking about? Take a look at this. There shall be exempt from tax emoluments payable to the Governor General and an acting Governor General under any provisions of the blah, blah, blah. See it right here. Incomes exempt from income tax. And they go on to tell you about, these are organizations that they don't pay income tax: betting and gaming, airports authority, JDB, mortgage bank, racing, housing trust. Some of them should have paid tax, but they don't pay tax, right? But you see what I'm saying? This person right here with his more than $30 million salary and is more than $450 million annually to take care of it, of his vehicles, him not pay a mortgage, him not pay a rent, him not pay a light, him not pay gas, him not pay electric, him not pay for cars, him not pay. I heard that him didn't pay for clothes. Oh, him not buy food either, right? Look at that, people. It's in law. There shall be exempt from tax. And I tell you what, go back and look. I think he's the only individual who doesn't, based on law, have to pay taxes in Jamaica. The Governor General. All right? Now, let me move this. Okay. Now, during this presentation, you will hear and read words on the screen like shall. And shall means strong intention. Keep these words and the definitions in mind. You will hear shall, strong intention. May means possibility. Consultation, that's when you seek advice. Advice, that's guidance. Recommendation means suggestion. And concurrence, agreement. Please keep these things in mind because we're going to come back to them, right? In reference to the occupant of the King's House, who is the Governor General. Now, when it comes to the roles and responsibilities of the Governor General, you won't see or hear the word must, meaning that you're obliged to do it. Remember what I said, you'll hear words like shall, may, consultation, advice, recommendation. But when the Constitution was written in when it was given to us in 1962, the word must was around. And that was purposely not put in the Constitution. You know why? This is just my opinion. You won't hear that word because that's the way the colonists wanted it to be. They wanted the governor general, their governor general, to be free. And I said there, and you're going to understand why. Wanted him to be free from a parliament that would seek to impede his loyalty to the monarchy. Not to the people of Jamaica, to the monarchy. Now, some will tell you that the GG's role is ceremonial and that he's just a rubber stamp approval for the government. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully, people. In your loudest voice, tell them, the people who tell you this, that they're dead wrong. Tradition and convention do not overrule the Constitution. It is the supreme law of the land. The Governor General has more power than most of you think. Maybe more than he thinks. He may act like he's following a script, but the Constitution gives him more power and influence than any politician, any civil servant, any business tycoon in Jamaica. Now, let's start with the conclusion. And that is, the Governor General is the real Brogad. This man is the real Brogad. This man might be a Brogad, but he's not the Brogad. And now we're going to take you through the Constitution and explain to you why. Let's begin our analysis. All right. Follow me, people. Now, let's go to chapter 534. All right. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Now, see this? Let me. Nope. Hold on. No. Okay, 34. All right, hold on. 31, 32. That's 32, 34. Here we are. Now, see what this says? It says, there shall be a parliament of Jamaica, which shall consist of, look at the first entity mentioned in our parliament. It's not the Senate with the 21 appointed members. It's not the House of Representatives with the 63 elected members. It is Her Majesty. Her Majesty is the first entity mentioned. There shall be a Parliament of Jamaica which shall consist of Her Majesty, a Senate, and a House of Representatives. So anybody who tells you that the government of Jamaica is, the Parliament of Jamaica consists of only two entities, the Senate and the House of Representatives, they don't know what they're talking about. This is chapter and verse I'm giving you. This is the supreme law of the land, the Constitution, and it says Her Majesty is first, Senate, House of Representatives. All right. So now we know that Her Majesty, Senate, House of Representatives. Right. Now let's go to 27. Open up, take notes now. All right. Now look at 27. So what it says. There shall be a Governor General of Jamaica who shall be appointed by whom? Her Majesty, and shall hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure. By the way, you can substitute Her Majesty for His Majesty. And who shall be what? Her Majesty's representative in Jamaica. So now we know that the Parliament consists of Her Majesty, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. And now we know who represents Her Majesty, because Her Majesty can't be in Jamaica, or His Majesty can't be in Jamaica, right? So we see here that the Governor General represents His Majesty. We can just, his or her Majesty. Well, we use His Majesty, King Charles, right? And how long does he serve? He serves at, he serves at His Majesty's pleasure. It's a lifetime appointment, or until you do something wrong, and the king decides to get rid of you, right? That's true. Trish, you're right. It's recommended by the government. Somebody asks, well, how does this name get called up? And that name is recommended by the government to the king, and the king has, he has the king's discretion to follow or not to follow. But the king is the one who makes the choice, and then that person will represent the king. All right. Now, let's go to. Hold on. 68. Okay. Wait. No, sorry. 68. 63.
Mr. Rattigan,
68. Here we are.
your voice is going really fast.
I can hardly hear you now. Can you hear me?
I hearing you, but your voice is going really fast.
Oh, hold on. Let me call Kevin now.
Yeah, you're going in and out. Is Verizon still on?
I stopped the lesson plan here, but let me see if I get Kevin. Can you hear me now? Or is it still fast?
Still doing it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but you're still breaking up. Your voice still cracking. Your headset.
Testing. Mic check. Oh, hold on. Somebody said put on this. Hello? Isaac, you can hear me?
I'm hearing you now, but it's still chipping.
Yeah, your voice is the same thing too.
Right, but myself, I hear her clear and I hear myself clear, except you're chipping.
Yeah. I can hear Isaac clearly.
All right.
Kevin, you want to come out and come back?
No,
in?
you're good now. Good now.
I'm good now.
Yes, so continue.
Okay, all right. Let me keep this thing on. Okay, so now we did two things so far, right? We established that the king is one arm or one entity within Parliament, along with the Senate and the House of Representatives. And then we also learned that the Governor General represents the king in Jamaica. Now, look at this one here. Kevin, can I move this? Can I move this thing here? I don't want to touch it. Okay. All right. All right. Look at this. 68, subsection 1. The executive authority of Jamaica is vested in who? Her Majesty. Right? Now, when they say executive, we need to understand this. My voice is echoing. Hold on. We need to understand this. Can you hear me, Isaac? Can you hear me, Herb? Okay. We need to understand this, that there are three branches of government. There's the executive, there's the judiciary, and there's the legislative. What is the purpose of the executive? It is to enforce laws. It's one of their main functions. The judiciary, they decide laws. They decide whether something is constitutional or not, whether something is fair or not, whether somebody is guilty or not. And the legislative, they make laws. So the parliament, they make laws. But what I'm going to show you today is that the governor general has a role to play in every single aspect of government: executive, judicial, legislative. Now we see here in chapter 6, section 668, subsection 1, that the executive authority of Jamaica is vested in Her Majesty. And who represents Her Majesty? The Governor General. So the Governor General is responsible for enforcing laws. And that's why you see the state of emergency being proclaimed by the Governor General. No state of emergency can be implemented without the Governor General assenting to it. But we'll get to that later on. No, so now we have the Governor General now. He's representing the king, and he's sitting in the king's house. So how does he get his powers? Where does he get his powers from? Right? Now, let me just take you back and walk you through this. Because I want, when I finish with this, you understand that when people start telling you nonsense out the street, you can give them chapter and verse of what is going on. All right? 44:28. Okay, here we are.
I'm not cutting you, Mr. Rattigan, but people, remember, if you Google the Constitution, it's available on Google. It's really nice when you have it in front of you and you can follow.
Wait,
You try and follow, and I have it both up on the computer and I have it, but sometimes learning you can get it that way.
Right.
Try to follow it so your eyes go over the words as this is interesting stuff. Please engage.
Okay. And I think we have it up on the website as well. But Google it and just follow along. Now, the Governor General, right, before he can exert any power, before any public official like ministers and MPs and the Prime Minister, before they can exert any power, they have to take an oath. They must take an oath. And here it says that the Governor General, right here, section 28, a person appointed to the office of Governor General shall, before entering upon the duties of that office, take and subscribe the oaths of allegiance and for the due execution of the office of Governor General in the form set out where? Where will we find this form? The first schedule to this Constitution, right? So in the Constitution sets out what he has to say before he takes power, right? Now, I'm going to show you something that's going to be frightening to you. All right? Stay with me. All right, here we are. Go to the first schedule. It's almost at the end of the Constitution. All right, here it is. Right here. See this? First schedule oaths, right? No. This oath of allegiance, this is the oath that only one person can take in Jamaica, and that one person is the real Brogad, the Governor General. And listen to what it says. Read it along with me. It says, I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Jamaica, that I will, notice it didn't say to Britain, and that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica, and that I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of Jamaica. No, people, there's a trick. There's a trick. And here's a trick. If you're expecting him to say that the Constitution of Jamaica, they wouldn't do that because they're granting independence. But the Constitution, when he says defend the Constitution, remember that Constitution was given. Remember, oh, cannot hear clear. Shopping. Oh, goodness gracious. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You're starting to glitch again. Somebody say I must share. Somebody say I must share my Starlink video.
Kevin. What Kevin there?
Andrea says. Kevin block Andrea. I'm joking.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, Apena. If Apena said it, then I'll listen. I'll take it. Kevin, we have problems. What Kevin there? I'm gonna call him.
Blessings, blessings. No, one person, everybody. Oh, okay. See, the blessings, are there for you, oh Lord. We reach the 50K, so we'll go infinity and beyond. No, so Randy,
Yeah.
we're talking about the Governor General as the real broker and his role. But while Mr. Rattigan fixes his audio, I don't know if my audio is coming in clear. A serious question that we must ask, is whether or not the fact that the Queen has died, if the King automatically takes over in her space by virtue of succession. That is just some of the problems with our Constitution. And if it's something that we can automatically do, just replace who Her Majesty is and just simply say it's now His Majesty. If that's something doable, it's not a question asked. We just do it by custom. But one wonders, since this Constitution came out of the Queen's diary, and the Queen Mother is no longer with us, and we're not talking about Rattigan's girlfriend who became the Queen of Tourism. We're talking about the Queen of England, who we respect, the mother of King Charles. Let's not confuse them. We're talking the real Queen, right? And the fact that she's no longer with us, if we, by substituting the word Her Majesty to His Majesty, because that's what's happening, is the real Brogad of any moment. But that's a technical question, because we possibly have a GG that's not operating properly. We have a DPP that's probably not operating. The Constitution is in turmoil, and we have to think about that. Mr. Rattigan, back to you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. All right. So now this is the oath of office, right? That he says he will defend the Constitution. But keep in mind, people, that the Constitution was written for the British monarchy, and he represents the British monarchy, the king or the queen. So when he says, I'll defend the Constitution of Jamaica, don't get too riled up and say, yeah, because the Constitution was not written for you, right? It was not written for us. No, he's the only person who will take that oath. I'm going to show you a second oath, and that oath is taken by everybody else, right? The Prime Minister and everybody. Now look right here. Look what it says right here. Oath for due execution of the office of Prime Minister or other minister or parliamentary secretary. Now it's look at the size of the oath for the Governor General. 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. The oath for the Prime Minister and the rest of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But here is what's critical. Here's what it says right here. Let's just use the Prime Minister's name. I, Andrew Michael Holness, being appointed Prime Minister, do swear that I will, to the best of my judgment, and at all times here's the key, at all times when so required, freely give my counsel and advice to whom? The Governor General. See it right there, sir? See it right there, sir? So now we start understand the hierarchy, right? The Governor General, him not give no counsel or advice to anybody in Jamaica. But the Prime Minister, right? Brogad, not the Brogad, him have to answer to the Governor General, because him say, when the Governor General say, I want some advice from you. It says, at all times when so required, he must freely, not just him, all of these people, Prime Minister, Minister, Parliamentary Secretary, they must freely give advice and counsel to the real Brogad, the Governor General. And here's why: for the good management of the public affairs of Jamaica. You see that? The Governor General has the right to say, I don't think this country is going in the right direction, and I need something concerning good management. So, Mr. Prime Minister, you need to come over here. You need to come over to the King's house and tell me what's going on. But people, I have another provision within the Constitution that's even stronger than this. That's even stronger than this. So now we know that the governor general is in the king's house, and now he's taking his oath, right? Now let's go back to number 31. And we're gonna see now. So the governor general, he's in king's house, so he must have a staff, right? He must have people working with and for him. And we're going to see who's responsible for taking care of those people. All right. 48. We'll go to 31. Stay with me. We're at 31. Here we go. All right. Now, it says here, the parliament may from time to time prescribe the offices that are to constitute the personal staff of the governor general, the salaries and allowances that are to be paid to the members of the staff, and the other sums that are to be paid in respect of the expenditure attaching to the office of governor general. So who going to pay? Now keep in mind, people, this is a man who's representing the monarchy in England. And you see, who are going to pay him staff? Parliament. And by parliament, what that means? By extension, the taxpayers. Go to number 2. Any salaries or other sums prescribed under subsection 1, which is this, the establishment of the office, shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund. That is taxpayers' money. That is taxpayers' money. All right. Now, go to, let me just quickly go to 3. It says, subject to the provisions of 4, which is this one, the power to make appointments. The governor general, he selects his own people to work for him. Nobody send nobody over there and work for him, right? It says right there that of the section, the power to make appointments to the office for the time being prescribed under section 1 that are to constitute the personal staff of the governor general, and to remove and to exercise disciplinary control over persons holding or acting in any such offices shall vest in the governor general, acting in what? His discretion. So him get to pick the people who go and work with him. No, there is a public service commission that will send him a list, and he will say, yeah, I want this one, I don't want this one, I don't want that one. And when they're hired, in his discretion, he can fire them. Right? It says right here that the governor general, acting in his discretion, may appoint to any of the offices prescribed such public officers as he may select from a list submitted by the Public Service Commission. And it goes on and on and on. So now we have to the powers of the governor general, right? He takes a different oath. He lives in the king's house. He has a staff that he selects, and the people of Jamaica
is gone now. Do you know where he is?
Frozen.
I said you muted.
No, I'm saying he's frozen, so I guess I have to wait until he comes back online. Yeah.
Do you know what he was reading from?
No, he was reading from.
Oh, he's back now.
At 31. Yeah, he's back.
Oh, so the sound again get bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you. You're back now.
Or with distortion. You hear me with distortion?
The distortion comes in when you're scrolling.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I hope about now. Can you hear me now?
You're spotting. You're glitching. Usually by the time you start scrolling, you should come back, your voice should return.
Kevin, yeah, work out. Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Still glitching.
Listen, I'm still glitching. Can you hear me now?
Sounds great.
Isaac, can you? Okay, all right. Now, one of the first powers mentioned in the Constitution for the Governor General is a power to proclaim a state of emergency, and that is in section 20, right? And if you look right here, it says here that a period of public disaster means any period during which there is enforced a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a period of public disaster exists. And then they tell you there's a difference between a period of public disaster and a period of public emergency. And they said emergency means war. If the Governor General says a state of public emergency, or incursion. But here's where it gets interesting. It says a proclamation made by the Governor General shall not be effective for the purposes of this section 1 unless it is declared that the Governor General is satisfied. You see who must be satisfied about this thing here, about the state of emergency? The Governor General. He's the one who issues the proclamation, and he's satisfied that a public emergency, let me cut off here. A public emergency has arisen as a result of a war between Jamaica and a foreign state, that this is incursion or public disaster. And it says here, a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purpose of and in accordance with this section must be supported by a 2/3 majority, blah, 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 blah. But keep this in mind, that a state of emergency can only be proclaimed by the Governor General, not the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has to seek the Governor General's proclamation. So what that says is that the Governor General can sit there and say, okay, tell me the reason why you're seeking a state of emergency. And the Governor General, in his wisdom, can say, I don't agree with it, and therefore I will not issue that proclamation. And guess what happened? No state of emergency can take place. None. Wellness warrior Sophia, what are we supposed to do with this information? Well, first of all, if you didn't know it, understand it. Then once you understand it, we'll take it step by step. We'll talk to you later and tell you what you're supposed to do with this information. But the first thing to do is to understand the information, right? Now let's go to Parliament. I'll open it now. Okay, here we are. Chapter 5, Parliament. Right? And remember, we went through this, that there shall be a parliament consist of Her Majesty, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, right? And here, 13 senators shall be appointed by whom? The Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister by instrument under the broad seal. Now, people seem to think that when it says acting in accordance with the advice of, that the Governor General hands are tied. He can't do anything. I will show you before I'm finished that the Governor General can ignore anything the Prime Minister tell him. And there's nothing the Prime Minister can do. Nothing. All right. So 13 senators appointed by the Governor General, right? With the Prime Minister's advice. And then he can appoint, or he will appoint with the advice of the opposition leader, right? Based on their advice. Now let's go to 40. All right. Let's go to 42C. It says, no person shall be qualified to be appointed as a senator. You can stop right there. Who, in the case of an appointment as a senator, by informing the Governor General that he's a party to or a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company, which to his knowledge is a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica. Here's what this means. If a senator is appointed and that senator has a business interest, he has to tell, not the Prime Minister, the Governor General, he has to tell him, here it's right here. It says if he's a party to if the senator is a party to or a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company, blah, 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 and it says, in the case of an appointment as a senator, not a House of Representatives, he must inform the Governor General. He has to tell him, GG, watch here, I have this company called X company, and we have contracts with the government. And then at that point, the Governor General will decide, right? But he has to inform the Governor General, right? Let's go to 45. 45, filling of vacancies. It says, 45 1AB, whenever the seat of any member of the Senate becomes vacant, the Governor General shall appoint to fill the vacancy in accordance with the Constitution. In making such an appointment, the Governor General will consult with the Prime Minister, advice of the Prime Minister. And remember when we tell them to say advice mean, don't forget what advice mean. And if it's the senator is a opposition member, then he will meet with that person. He will meet with the opposition leader and then deal with that. Let me just find that thing, because I don't want you to lose sight of the oh, here we are. I don't want you to lose sight of the definitions. All right. So it says, in any case, remember, blah, 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 with the advice of the Prime Minister. Now, advice means guidance. That's what advice means. You give somebody guidance, right? He doesn't have to, or she doesn't have to listen to you. They can take it or they can reject it. So the Governor General will fill the seat, this vacant seat in the Senate, right? 47. Let's go to 47. Clerks. Listen to this. The offices of clerk and deputy clerk of the House of Representatives are hereby constituted, and appointments to those offices shall be made by whom? The Governor General, acting on the recommendation of the Speaker. And remember what we said. Recommendation means suggestion. That's what it means. When you recommend somebody, you suggest it. He's not obliged to listen to you, right? 47, 5. The clerk shall be removed from office by whom? The Governor General. And it tells you under the conditions under which he can. Let's go to 11. The Governor General, acting on the recommendation of the minister, on the finance minister, after that minister has consulted with the clerk, may establish other offices, right? And then you have the Public Services Commission right here, and they advise the Governor General. Everybody have to cater to the Governor General. Now, let's talk about altering the Constitution, right? 49. Alteration, because that's what we're talking about now. The Constitutional Reform Committee, they're talking about altering, making amendments to the Constitution. Now, they said that Parliament, both houses may alter any provision of the Constitution, right? And it says, but a bill for an act of Parliament under this section shall not be submitted to the Governor General for his assent unless 3 months pass before the bill is introduced and discussed, and then another 3 months after that. So 6 months. So sometimes you have to ask yourself the question, like the one with the DPP, did it take 6 months for them to alter the Constitution? I guess that's one of the constitutional challenges, because we don't know about that. Let's run to 56. I'm telling you, we haven't gotten to the best part yet. We're just warming up right now. Let's go to 56. Restriction. This has to do with money bills. And again, it's when you read this, the Governor General's name is all over the place. Nothing can get done without him, right? Let's go to 57. 57 1B4. They shall be inserted in any bill that is presented to the Governor General. Let's go to 59 2. for the purposes of Section 57, a bill shall be deemed to be rejected by the Senate if it's not passed, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Let's go to 60. Oh, 59.2, sorry. 59.2 is this. It talks about statutory instrument, and again, any document which the Governor General, look at this, the governor of the former colony of Jamaica. This thing I really need. But here is the key, people. Actually, I should have leave this, No, I'm going to do it right now. Look at this. A bill shall not become law until the Governor General has assented thereto in Her Majesty's name and on Her Majesty's behalf and has signed it in token of such assent. No bill can become law in Jamaica. No bill can become law in Jamaica until the Governor General has assented to it, meaning that he's agreed to it and he signed it. No bill. This is our constitution, Does this read like our constitution? Or does it read like the constitution of somebody else? We don't have control over it. This is the man who represents a foreign power. He represents the king. No, he represents the King of England. And the constitution that we have says, guess what? The prime minister doesn't have a right to pass, to make a bill a law. The House of Parliament cannot do it. It must be the Governor General. There it is in black and white, Section 60 of the Constitution. Right? And look when the Governor General is going to pass the bill, here's what he has to do. It says right here, in every bill presented to the Governor General for assent, other than a bill, and they have a couple exceptions. Here's what he has to say. Be it enacted by the Queen's most excellent majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Representatives of Jamaica, and by the authority of the same as follows. And then that's how they do it. And they have different bills and the different languages, but every single one of them, here's one right here. It says, be it enacted by the Queen's most excellent majesty. Here it is right here again. Be it enacted by the Queen's most excellent majesty. Here it is right again. Be it enacted by the Queen's most excellent majesty. So different types of bills, same language. Queen's most excellent majesty. No. This is now where it's going to get sweet. No, you can't leave me. No, have to stay with me. No, this is where it's going to get sweet. Right? And somebody's saying the same thing happened in Canada. And that's true, but we don't care about Canada. Jamaica we are talking about. Right? Canada don't have a constitutional reform committee right now. I try to change it to Jamaica. 63. No, make a hide it before I tell you something. You not gonna believe this, people. You will not believe this. These things that I'm going to show you now. You won't believe it. You're going to say, I cannot believe my lying eyes. My eyes lying to me. This cannot be true. Now we know that Parliament is where? Garden House. Right? Now look at this. Each session of Parliament shall be held at such place within Jamaica and shall commence at such time as the Governor General may proclaim. It doesn't have to be Garden House. If the Governor General wants it to be at King's House, him say, look, all I want to come at King's House. Look at that. Black and white. Each session of Parliament shall be held at such place within Jamaica and shall commence at such time as the Governor General may by proclamation publish in the Gazette appoint. So all he has to do is publish it and say, listen, I want all of you to come to my place. Or I want you to come to the lawn of Jamaica House and put up a tent and we're going to have Parliament there. This is our constitution. Right? No. 64.1. Hold on 1 second. Oh, you see this right here? This right here. Summoning, prorogation, and dissolution. Summoning means this, where he tells you under section 1 that this is where Parliament is going to be held. And there is no, you don't have no two ways about it. That's supreme. When he says this is where it's going to be held, that's where it's going to be held. That's summoning. And tell you where it's going to be held. Prorogation is a suspension of hearings or the Parliament. So for whatever reason, it can interrupt it. He can discontinue the meetings. And dissolution is when say, you know what? I'm going to dismiss Parliament. The whole I want to dismiss. The whole I want to, I don't want to see you on my site. I'm going to dissolve it. And that's it. There's nothing them can do. Nothing. All right? Now, 64. 64.5. So 64, hold on one second. Okay, 65, 1 and 2, right. A general election of members of the House of Representatives shall be held at such time within 3 months after every dissolution. So now, folks, watch this. If the Governor General wants to, he can dissolve Parliament and say, listen, 3 months, we're going to have an election. It says it right here. A general election of members of the House of Representatives shall be held at such time within 3 months after every dissolution of Parliament, as the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice. I remember what advice mean, guidance, shall appoint by proclamation. So he don't have to listen. He doesn't have to listen. So the government, if the Governor General wants to play games, he can dissolve Parliament. And there's nothing the politicians in Jamaica can do. Now, 70. Let's go to 70. All of these, when you say that that's here, it's all the stuff where the Governor General can do. And more. We're not doing everything today. We're just doing some of the things. Okay, look at 70. Appointment of ministers. Look at this. Whenever the Governor General has occasion to appoint a prime minister, you see that? It's not about election of a prime minister, you know. Whenever the Governor General has occasion to appoint a prime minister, the Governor General, acting in his discretion. You don't know what that means, discretion. In his right, shall appoint the member of the House of Representatives who, in his judgment, who is his, the Governor General, is best able to command the confidence of a majority of the members of that House, and shall, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, appoint other members. Here's what that means. You vote and you elect a Prime Minister. Now it comes time for him to be appointed. And what I'm telling you, they're not doing it. I'm just pointing out to you that he has the right to do it. But it's never been done. But he has the right that you the voters, you elect a party, and that party they elect a person that they think is the prime minister, that they want to be the prime minister. The Governor General doesn't have to follow that. He can say, in my opinion, I don't think this guy command a majority of the votes in Parliament, so I'm going to pick somebody else. It's right there, 70. And I challenge the scholars to tell me to say that that's not what it says and that's not what it means. They might tell me that it's never been done and that he won't do it. That's completely different from what the Constitution says. It says whenever the Governor General has occasion to appoint a Prime Minister, he, the Governor General, acting in the Governor General discretion, shall appoint a member of the House of Representatives who, in his judgment, who is his, the Governor General, is best able to command the confidence of a majority of the members of that House. And then once he picks the Prime Minister, then he sits down with the Prime Minister and they pick the other ministers. And let me write this. It's been in there since the 1962. Right? Let's go to 78. All right, 78. Here it is. The Governor General is the one who appoints parliamentary secretaries. We don't need to go no further than that. That's what it says right here. 79. Attorney General, Governor General has the power to appoint a person to act in the office of Attorney General. Now, this one I'm going to show you, going to blow your mind. 80. 1. There shall be a leader of the opposition who shall be appointed by whom? Governor General. See it right there, sir? See it right there, sir? There shall be a leader of the... So, Mr. Mark Golin, if the Governor General don't want to appoint you, that's the end of it. There shall be... And look at what it says right here. Whenever the Governor General, number 2, has occasion to appoint a leader of the opposition, he shall, in whose discretion? His discretion, appoint the member of the House of Representatives who in his judgment is best able to command the support of a majority of those members who do not support the government. So let's say, for example, with the recent fiasco of the PNP, where you have different factions and they can't make up their mind, they can't do this and they can't do that, the Governor General can step in and say, listen, what's her name? What's the MP, the Miss Jamaica, Miss World, Miss Universe? What's her name? Lisa Hanna. Yeah, if the Governor General could have stepped in and said, listen, I think Lisa Hanna is the best person for this. I think she can command this, regardless of what you said to the Governor General. He has the power to do that. It's right there. He has the power to do it. Let's go to 82. Privy Council. How many people know that there's a privy? People mention Privy Council in England, but actually it's not the Privy Council. It's not. It has a different name. I can't remember the name right now. Actually, it's in the Constitution, but there's a Jamaican Privy Council. And guess who gets to put people on that Privy Council? You guessed right. The Governor General. See it right. There shall be in and for Jamaica a Privy Council which shall consist of 6 members appointed by the Governor General after consultation. And remember what I'm telling about the word consultation. It means seeking advice. It doesn't mean I have to follow anything you tell me. It just means I have to just come to you, right? That's what it says, right? So the Privy Council in Jamaica, Governor General. No, it gets sweet. We have got to 90. We'll skip a whole heap of things and got to 90. We'll skip 88. Look at this. Look at this, people. The only person in Jamaica who can grant a pardon is who? Take a guess. The Governor General.
GG.
The GG is the only person in Jamaica who can grant a pardon. And look at this. The Governor General may, in Her Majesty's name and on Her Majesty's behalf, grant to any person convicted of what? Any offense against the law of Jamaica, a pardon, either free or subject to lawful conditions. That's one. You can also grant to any person a respite, right? Either indefinite or for a specified period from the execution of any punishment imposed on that person. Or, here's another one, substitute a less severe form of punishment for that imposed on any person for such an offense. So even when the judge said, you have to go to court, you have to go to prison for 10 years at hard labor, the GG can step in and say, no, sir. No. It's right here. Right here. Right there. See there? Right here, so. 90, section 1, subsection C. Substitute a less severe of punishment for that imposed on any person. Right? It says right here, number 2, in the exercise of the powers conferred on him, the Governor General shall act on the recommendation. And again, people, remember what recommendation means. Suggestion. Suggestion. You notice, so far we haven't seen the word must. We haven't seen the word must. We see advice. We see recommendation. What else we see? We see may. We see consultation. None of them suggest must, which is obliged. When somebody say you're obliged to do it, means you have it. You're bound and compound, right? That not happen. Let's go to 92. We are wind down now. 91. Oh, capital punishment, the Governor General can commute the sentence to. And anybody want get a good reading of that, just go to section 91 where it says pardon in capital cases where any person has been sentenced to death. All right, the Governor General can do a whole bunch of things. And they need to friend him up. Oh, here's another one. Here's another one. It says that, I'm going to explain this one and then I read it to you. This one says that even though the Governor General, remember now, him select the Privy Council, right? And so when there's time for pardon, him do it in consultation with the Privy Council. But here is something else that he can do. He doesn't have to wait on the Privy Council. He can say, time is of the essence. I can't wait pound on a slow coach. I'm going to do my one thing and him just do what he need to do. Here it is right here, section 2. The powers conferred on the Governor General by this section shall be exercised by him on the recommendation of the Privy Council, or in any case in which his judgment, the matter is too urgent to admit of such recommendation being obtained by the time within which it may be necessary for him to act, he may do so in his discretion. Me now make this up, people. Me now make this up. It's there, right? Let's go to the DPP. People are talking about the Secretary to the Cabinet, all of these things, Governor General. DPP. Oh, we talk about the DPP and the 6 that are there and the possibility that she could decide that she's not going to prosecute. That is exactly right. And that's why some people believe that they gave her the extension. Because look at this. The Director of Public Prosecution shall have power in any case. What any means? Any. Any means any. Any means all. In which it should be she, considers it desirable so to do, to institute and undertake criminal proceedings against any person before any court, except court-martial, right? That's military justice. Number 2, this is important, to take over and continue any such criminal proceedings that may have been instituted by any other person or authority. So Integrity Commission, the corruption prosecutor, with her case, the DPP can take over that case. Here's number 3, to discontinue at any stage before judgment is delivered any such criminal proceeding instituted or undertaken by himself or any other person or authority. So right now, as of right now, the DPP can go over there and just say, no, I'm not, I discontinue it. I'm not going to, she can take it over right here and continue, or she just take it over and discontinue, right? Then it says right here, in the exercise of the powers conferred upon him by the section, the DPP shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. How that sound? No sound good at all. No sound good at all. No. There's an argument that people make, and they make an argument that, the DPP, because the matter is in court right now, anything that she does, and if it turns out that it's overturned, right, then it whatever she did was invalid.
Can I ask a question though, Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
What about section 96(2)?
That's what I'm going now. That's
because I want to know about that one. Because
that's why I said
up in the air.
Yeah, that's why I said
right.
Wrong. Because this is probably going to have to go before the Privy Council, or the so-called Privy Council in England, for an interpretation. Because what it says here is that if she goes past the age where she should have left, whatever she does cannot be invalid. Cannot be invalid. So she can come in now and say, I'm not going to prosecute the 6. And later on the court says, but you know what? You shouldn't have been there. You should have left at 63 when your tenure, when your extension ended. Guess what? That decision not to prosecute is not invalid. It's not invalid. So, so the the Privy Council would have to step in now and get an interpretation of that. But if the plain language of the Constitution is that it's not invalid. All right.
All right. Mr. Rattigan.
And then she can only be removed for inability to discharge the functions of her office. Now she can also be removed. It says from infirmity of body or mind. That's 4, or any other cause.
I was
Any
about
other
to,
cause, right here.
I was about to say that.
Or for
Ratty.
misbehavior.
Ratty.
But who's going to remove her?
Ratty.
Who's going to remove her?
Ratty, can
Go
you
to
hear
number
me?
5. The Director of Public Prosecutions shall be removed from office by whom? The GG. Right here. And what happens is that the Prime Minister, the way it's set up right here, the Prime Minister would have to come to the GG, or it's one way of removing her. He would have to come and say, hey, for whatever reason, you need to remove her. Then the Governor General will set up a tribunal, and then the tribunal will render judgment. Then they bring the judgment back to him, and then it's up to him, right? But that's only one way. It's not the only way. I suspect that based on this constitution, even it's silent, that the Governor General could step in and say, no, I want to remove you because you're bad. Right? No. Appointment of judges, 98. We talk about that. The Chief Justice shall be appointed by whom? The GG, the real big man, the Mr. Man, the Don of all Dons, the Brogad. Right? And then all of these other commissions, Judicial Services Commission, Auditor General, Public Services Commission, Police Services Commission, they're all appointed by whom? The Governor General. Right?
Gang.
Here's the thing. He has delegated some of that power to Public Services Commission, right? 127, 120. Oh, here it is. He has delegated some of that powers to some of them because he can't be everywhere all the time, but them still report to him, right? Appointment, right? Here it is. Subject to the provisions of this constitution, power to make appointments to public offices and to remove and to exercise disciplinary control over persons holding or acting in any such offices is hereby vested in who? The Governor General. Acting on the advice of the Public Service Commission, the commission that he appointed the members to. People open and say, Wagwan, you know. Open and say, Wagwan. Him pick the commission. Him have the right to appoint. Him have the right to discipline. Him have the right to remove on the advice. I remember what I said. Advice means guidance. Guidance. All right? So him do all of them things. I wouldn't even go see some more things. I wouldn't even not go bother go through that. 120 permanent secretaries, same thing. He in charge of permanent secretaries. Public Service Commission, he in charge of that. We'll talk about that. Now look at this. Apina. No, who appoints Apina?
Who is Apina?
Apina is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. If you're working overseas, if you're going to represent Jamaica overseas, it's right here. Appointment of principal representatives of Jamaica abroad. Here it is. Power to appoint persons to hold or act in the offices to which this section applies, including powers to make appointments on promotion and transfer and to confirm appointments and to remove persons so appointed from any such office shall vest in the Governor General, acting in accordance. So them use all different kind of words. Them use shall, may, consultation, advice, recommendation, concurrence, accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister. Right? And as we said before, advice just means guidance. Right? So he's in charge of that. Now, I am going to show you something now. And this is the last 2 sections I'll show you. That these 2 things, if you have forgotten everything that we've talked about, don't forget these 2 things. Please, I'm begging you, write these things, 2 things down. And if you don't have pen and paper, etch them in your memory. Just etch them in your memory. And I etch them in your memory with regards to the question, who is the real Brogad? Let's turn to 76. Go to 76. All right. Here we are. Here we are, people. Here we are. 76. Section 76 here in the Constitution. Here it is. The Prime Minister shall keep the Governor General fully informed concerning the general conduct of the government of Jamaica and shall furnish the Governor General with such information as he may request with respect to any particular matter relating to the government of Jamaica. If him another real Brogad, me don't know who is. Black and white, 76. The Prime Minister shall keep the Governor General fully informed concerning the general conduct of the government of Jamaica and shall furnish the Governor General with such information as he, the Governor General, may request with respect to any, not some, any particular matter relating to the government of Jamaica. 76. The Prime Minister is subordinate to the GG. And now, as they say, for the peace, the resistance, for the most important piece of this Constitution concerning the function, the role, the responsibility, the respect that should be afforded and accorded to the Governor General. Ladies and gentlemen, with the drum roll, turn to Chapter 5, Section 32 for me. We're there yet? Chapter 5, Section 32. Subsection 3. We don't want to give the whole thing. We could start right as of 3. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you had any doubts about the power of the Governor General, take a look at Chapter 5, Section 32, subsection 3. So what's that? Where the Governor General is directed to exercise any, not some, any function after consultation with any person or authority, he shall not be obliged. There's the word for must. Obliged. He shall not be obliged to exercise that function in accordance with the advice of that person or authority. So anybody bring advice to him or counsel or whatever, he can just say, move from here, sir. Oh, them can't hear me. They can't hear me, I start?
You're breaking up again.
You see, because you have to scroll, your voice is doing the scroll. So you know you have to wait a bit.
One more time. Because this is the last one. Hold on, I'll make Kevin do it one more time. Kevin, reboot it.
Isaac, you can hear me?
Yeah, man, I hear you clearly.
Will, you can hear me? I don't think Will can hear me.
All right.
Yeah, you're back. Will.
All right. Now, I hope you people, I hope you heard me with Section 76, Chapter 6, Section 76, which says that the Prime Minister shall keep the Governor General fully informed about government affairs, not government affairs, any government affairs. Any government affairs that the Prime Minister, that the Governor General wants to be informed about, the Prime Minister is subject to that. He must give it to him. Right? Now, we're in Chapter 4, Section 32, subsection 3. Second to last provision I'll discuss. Look at what it says. Where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function after consultation with any So, some people come and tell you that, well, there's a difference between advice and consent and consultation. Nonsense. Nonsense. Chase them away when they come and tell you that. Nonsense. where the governor general is directed to exercise any function after consult. By the way, anybody who tell you that, they haven't read the Constitution or they don't understand the Constitution. The governor general has the power to do what I'm telling you that he has the power to do. Maybe he doesn't exercise it. Doesn't mean that he doesn't have the right. A policeman have the right to stop every speeder, everybody speeding, and give them a ticket. But in his discretion, he doesn't have to. Doesn't have to. That's the discretion we're talking about. Where the governor general is directed to exercise any function after consultation with any person or authority, he shall not be obliged. The word oblige is must. Him no must have to do it. He shall not be obliged to exercise that function in accordance with the advice of that person or that authority. No, folks. Here is the one piece. I've told you that the two last ones, don't forget them. If you have to forget any one of the two, let's say you forget the entire program, everything that we've talked about, you've forgotten it. I'm asking you, try and remember chapter 4, section 32, subsection 3, and chapter 4, section 32, subsection 4. But of the two of them, if you have to remember one and only one, this is the one you should remember. Here we go. Where the governor general is directed to exercise any function in accordance with the recommendation or advice of, or with the concurrence of, or after consultation with, or on the representation of any person or authority, the question whether he has so exercised that function shall not be inquired into any court. Folks, let that sink in. Let those two sink in. Number 3 and number 4. Let them sink in. Let them sink in. The governor general can dissolve parliament, can suspend parliament, can appoint people, can do this, can do that. And guess what it says? And him don't have to listen to a jackman. One can consult with him, one can recommend, but here it is right here in plain black and white. Him don't have to listen to no. And when him don't listen to him, guess what happen? Uno can't carry him go to court. And that's why our family member, our brother, Isaac, when him sue under the state of emergency, he could not put the governor general's name in the title, even though the governor general is the one who proclaimed the state of emergency. Because of number 4, shall not be inquired into any court. Value, I'm going to read it again. Okay. Which one? 3 or 4? 4. All right. Where the governor general is directed to exercise any function in accordance with the recommendation or advice of, or with the concurrence of, or after consultation with, or on the representation of any person or authority, the question whether he has so exercised that function shall not be inquired into any court. So if he says, I'm not going to do it, and them say, oh, I know if him do it or not, it's easy. If he didn't do it, you know. But you cannot go to court and ask a judge to take jurisdiction over this matter. Cannot. And then number 3, where the governor general is directed to exercise any function after consultation with any person or authority, he shall not be obliged to exercise that function in accordance with the advice of that person or authority. So any advice you give him, it don't mean anything. Now keep in mind, this is the Constitution we were given in 1962, and this is a Constitution we've been functioning with. We've been living with it since 1962. And I hope that you go back and you rewatch this program and you go to the constitutional provisions I've mentioned and you look at them for yourselves. Don't take my word for it. Maybe some of you didn't see it clearly on the screen. Go get your own constitution. look at the provisions I've mentioned. And when you're done, when you're finished, right?
Test.
When you're finished, I want you to tell me this. The real Brogad? The real Brogad. Which one?
Well, we don't wear church shoes, Rodian. So Clarks pump foot, strictly.
Then you cannot be the Brogad. You might be a Brogad.
Little green Clarks at that. Maybe election.
You might be a Brogad if you wear this. But if you wear this, you are the Brogad.
Brogad.
The Brogad.
Right.
This is, and by the way, like I said, this shoe, them called Brogue. Brogue.
Yeah, I know.
So, folks,
Hey, Will.
that's the end of my presentation.
Listen, you clap him. Anywhere you are right now, you don't have to clap him. You just take us through the maze and have one comment.
Go ahead, sir.
Rubber stamp. And you
Yes,
see
sir.
over on TikTok, them have this gift called GG. It means gang. That's all it is, gang. Him just stamp like a robot. Stamp. No moral authority. He doesn't question it. He just does whatever the prime minister says.
And so,
So even though
Will, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Hearing me? Is Will hearing me?
I can't hear her.
You're not hearing him?
No, you can just convey to me what he's saying. I can't hear him.
Okay. All right. In the case of appointments to office, the cabinet, does the GG, in lieu of the fact that so many people have become corrupted, he would be well within his rights to ask for a background investigation on each person being recommended, and then he can read that investigation himself and determine if he's going to concur with the appointment?
You heard the question?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, so Herb is asking, and I hope I get this right, in relation to appointments. And I think he's saying that if you said fail to appoint, Herb?
No. If he
has the right to carry out an investigation before he makes the appointment.
Oh yes. He's the Governor General is power personified. He can do based on this like I said. People tend to think, oh, it's rubber stamp because he just does this and do that. But in the Constitution, he has basically unlimited power. If he would exercise it, nobody in Jamaica can tell him that, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. He can do whatever, just about whatever he wants to do.
You know, before you open up the phone lines, you just made the most profound argument as to why there needs to be constitutional amendment.
Maybe them should have put me on the committee.
Or maybe it should just be prime minister and done. But that's all.
There you go.
But you have, in fact, it begs the question, and I'm sure the viewers are actually saying this now. Did we ever have independence?
And the answer to that,
did we ever have sovereignty? And my last question, in light of the fact that the Governor General usually operates as a rubber stamp, he picks the members of the Jamaican Privy Council. Did they really need to extend the DPP? Because if the 6 gets convicted, he'll just pardon them. So they have multiple ways out, or is it the not facing the humiliation of going into the inhumane conditions of a prison system, if even for a day? That is. I
said, tell Herb. Kevin just asked me to tell Herb to refresh his connection.
Okay, Herb. Kevin is asking for you to refresh your connection. So I don't know if you want to rejoin or something. Yeah. So that's the extent of my questions. But very interesting in terms of how you set it out, and especially in light of everything, nothing done in this country can be done without the Governor General. And
And
so
somebody,
we were arguing, persons were arguing with the wrong persons. So even as they did a fly-by-night, even after you had mentioned about the amendment, which is to the relevant section with the age, and it wasn't done in accordance with the 3 to 6 months mature consideration. It is for the Governor General. He was the person to look to the Constitution and says, but it hasn't been 6 months.
there you go.
So we were actually arguing with the wrong person.
There
And
you go.
Madam DPP, it shouldn't be upon her, because the Governor General allows it, because nothing can be done unless he allows it.
There you go.
That's an interesting, based on what you have presented today, and I read it for myself. The interpretation seems to suggest that, but unfortunately, as you rightly said, we can't, or open, possibly, he is not a name defendant in matters such as these, but certainly his power has extended. Gang.
And that's why I'm saying to people, somebody asked, well, who, that basically, how does that name, the Governor General's name, how does it get to the king for the king to make the appointment? It's done by the government of Jamaica. They put up a name, and then it's up to the king to say yes or no. But here's what I'm going to ask you folks. Go to the website, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDTF.org. The letter that I wrote to the king is there. And what I want you to do, what I'm imploring you to do, what I'm advising you to do, what I'm begging you to do is this. We're not going to send one letter with 10,000 signatures. We should send 10,000 letters. One letter with 10,000 signatures can get thrown in the bin. It's harder to do it with 10,000 letters. And so I need every single person listening to my voice to go to the website, look at the way I crafted that letter, improve it if it needs improvement, or if you want to use it the way it is, then fine. Draft it up, sign your name, send it off to Buckingham Palace. Please, because this Governor General, we've been fighting with the Prime Minister and this and that, but nothing gets done without him. Nothing gets done without. He has the right, every time they come to him for something, he has the right to say no. In my opinion, it shouldn't be done that way, and I'm not going to sign off on it. And if he doesn't sign off on it, there is nothing they can do to him except do what I'm doing, which is to write the king and say, look, he's not performing, and so we need to get rid of him. What are the cases I'm currently working on? We have quite a few. That's why we need the funding, people. Send the money in so that we can then just start up the thing and get things going. Because Herb and I, we're only 2 people. And so when things come in, I mean, plus, look, I'm a practicing attorney, right? I have a family, I have social life, I have all kinds of things going on. Same thing with Herb. So, and we're doing this out of trying to give back to Jamaica. We're not looking to this for any position or power. The name of the website is OJLDTF. OJLDTF. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. OJLDF. No, me get confused. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.org. Yeah, you can do it on your phone. You can actually, no, don't do it on your phone. If you're gonna do Zelle, do it by email. Kevin, the information was up a while ago. So that's how you do it. Or you can the account number, the routing number and the account number, they're on the same. Yes. Here it is. Kevin is gonna put it up. There it is. OJLDF.org. And it's a Citibank, the account number, the routing number, the email. That's if you want to do it by Zelle. You Zelle it through the email. But of course, you can also do it by check. You just put the account number, the routing number, and send it off. You can do wire transfers, but we wouldn't suggest that because you have to pay for that. Sonia said me have a social life. You know what, Sonia, you're right. I do spend a lot of time thinking about Jamaica and how I can make a contribution, small or large, for the upliftment of my people. I really do. It's my passion. It's my purpose in life right now. So, but thank you for asking that, though. Like Isaac said, you know, a lot of times we're there and we're talking about the prime minister, the prime minister, that it doesn't matter who the prime minister is. The person that we should be pointing the finger at is the governor general, because nothing gets done without his assent.
Ratty, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Okay. Well, look, you know, people, I don't know if you have that email I sent you, the one that I advised certain British newspapers and media that covers specifically the king and members of the aldermen and women in the city of London. And that's where I advised the king that there are 16 governor generals in the Commonwealth. And if every governor general is operating in the dark and they are using a rubber stamp methodology, that it is inconceivable to the people that they're serving that they're going along with corrupt governments just to get along, and that he, the governor general, he, the king, is not being well served by those 16 governor generals that he has.
Right.
And maybe we ought to put that letter up on the website too, because it went off to the media, and an alderman that I had not heard from in 2 years was writing to me the other day, you know, just to say hi, hello, because I named her in email. And so I brought attention to the different people who I know have the power to get the king's attention.
Herb, I know that the alderman from London, I think you and I had a meeting with her one time a while back.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I know. For those of you who say that you can't, it says coming soon. I'm sorry about that. I thought it was up. It will be there by Monday or so. So, and then I'll also include the letter that Herb just mentioned. So both letters should be there, and then you can just look at it, you can copy it, you can improve it, you can do whatever you want to do with it. But at the end of the day, please send it to Buckingham Palace. And people say, no, we don't do PayPal because PayPal is a third party, and the bank suggested that we use Zelle, we go straight through to them, because if you use PayPal, they said sometimes the money will arrive at its destination, sometimes it won't. And so for now, we're just going to go along with checks, Zelle, bank card, credit card, and wire transfers. But I wouldn't suggest wire transfers, because then you have to, there's a fee for that, and it's exorbitant. So it doesn't make it doesn't make any sense to do that. Somebody says the king don't care about a rat's ass about no black stuff. Well, here's the thing, and for the people saying that, well, what is this gonna do? Well, the first thing is this. The people who are saying that, ask yourself the question: did I know all of this before today? Did I know all of this before today? And so that's what I'm saying to you. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And the first step here is knowledge. The first step is knowing what's going on. Because once you know, you can make an argument. And you can make an argument based on facts. And you can make an argument based on the document itself, not based on what I said. Because every single thing that I told you just now, I pointed you to chapter and verse so that you can look at it for yourself. Because now what happened now you have the wherewithal Now you have the ammunition that you can approach your member of parliament and say to him, listen, what's going on? We need you to do the following. Also, you write this letter to the king, and I'm telling you, people are saying, well, the king not care about that. It depends on how it's presented. If you presented that king, this man is violating the constitution in your name. The monarchy, the king, he cares about perceptions. He cares about his reputation. He cares about how he's seen. And the first thing is this. I can tell you that the king probably doesn't even know all of this is going on. So the first thing you have to do is inform him. And if you inform him in numbers, I firmly believe that things will happen. But I'm just one person. I can't do it alone. We have to do this as a community. And we have to do it not only for us, but for our children and our children's children and so on and so forth. Because these things I just pointed out to you, tell me, have you ever heard the Constitutional Reform Committee talk about any of these things? Any of them? Have you ever heard that? Yes, Citibank will take a money out on a check. Yes, Catherine. Is the GG above the law? The Constitution certainly puts him at a high level. I wouldn't say he's above the law, because if he commits murder, I think they'd have to, he'd be tried like anybody else. So, but that's where we are. We have to start someplace, and it starts with education. It starts with knowledge, and then we move from there. And as my friend Lion would say, then we go to, and Bongo Jerry, we go to critical mass after that. So, again, folks, I suggest to you, recommend today's program to your friends who are not here. Recommend it to them. Just tell them, go take a look. And you yourself, go back and take a look. And when you take a look at it, have your Constitution with you, whether it's online or a hard copy. Have your Constitution with you. Open the Constitution and go to every single provision that I've referred. And then we can talk later on if you think I've made a mistake, or maybe I read the thing incorrectly. Then we can have a discussion. So
I should add something else. Are you telling me, Mr. Rattigan, that under Section 76, where the PM must keep the GG fully informed, that when that minister beat up that woman, he didn't tell the GG?
Right. The GG had the right under, sorry to interrupt her, but under Section 76, because if it had to do with government business, a government official acting inappropriately, the governor general could have called him and said, listen, what's going on here? I need to find out what's going on. And he's obliged, must talk to the governor general. He can't blow him off. Cannot blow him off.
And even more remarkable, when the prime minister opened up his company down in St. Lucia and put all that money in there that was unexplained or affluence, when he bought all those properties in Beverly Hills, right? Are you telling me that this sudden enrichment that the prime minister had did not occur to the GG to give him a call and say, tell me something, Brogad, where's all this money coming from? I mean, it just seemed incredible that, let me put it this way. You and I know one thing. When I was in the military, I worked at a high command, and when you were in the FBI, you were special agent in charge. If we get into an accident, right, the blotter has to go to the headquarters. The police blotter report goes to the headquarters, and somebody's going to call you and ask you whether you're drinking or not. Somebody wants to know if this is a clean accident and you were or were not at fault. especially if you're serving at a high level. So you're going to get questioned. So all of these ministers now that came up on the Integrity Commission's blotter, so to speak. You're telling me the PM doesn't know who they are? I think you said that the other day. So he hasn't told the Governor General what to expect? Is the Governor General going to be blindsided?
You know, that's an interesting point you make, Herb, because here's what the GG can do. Given the fact that it's a significant number of politicians being investigated by or recommended for prosecution, and the prosecutor apparently has accepted this, he could actually dissolve Parliament. He could suspend Parliament. It's within his right. He could say, no, there's too much corruption going on here. I'm going to suspend it. And then when he suspends it, guess what? He gets to pick the prime minister.
Yeah, but wouldn't he then be acting outside of the will of the people? Currently, the will of the people is Brogad.
But here's the thing,
Brogad, not the one with the church shoes.
But here's the thing,
that's who the people want at this moment.
But here's the thing, Isaac, the Constitution was not written for the will of the people.
Well, yeah, but one of the things is this very Constitution in 2011 had put in the cute thing about your right to vote and recognizing your constitutional right. Even the Governor General is a creature of the Constitution.
But let me go back.
Before people think say I'm disrespecting gang GG, no, he's also a creature of the Constitution, and
yes,
and he is a servant to the people, and so the people, if he acts outside of the will of the people, then it's problematic. So maybe it is the people who should write to the Governor General and say, listen, we want to know who the six are. Tell your minions to disclose themselves so that they can do the right thing and put a wrinkle in the doll and disappear. And then we'll have more by-elections, and then we'll have elections, and then the PNP will win, and then Mark will become the Prime Minister. And then the Governor General will rubber stamp him.
All right, let me find something here.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll find 71.
I think you have a point there, Isaac.
No, I'm just putting that out there in terms of trying to ensure that power, even though the Constitution is written a certain way, when we even discretion and language is so important, because sometimes you dare not do things that would offend or disenfranchise the people that the Constitution is supposed to protect. That's just my take on it.
True. You know, the GG has all this power, but he's not exercising it. And, you know, people need to understand the Constitution. So now that they understand it a bit, they know enough to be dangerous. They know enough to call on the GG. Look, you have the power, so exercise that power. You know, point blank. Don't beat around the bush with it.
All right. Let me, under 72, right? We didn't discuss. I don't think we even discussed 72.
All right, we're at 72 now.
Yeah, but it says, whenever the Prime Minister is unable, by reason of his illness or absence from Jamaica, to perform the functions of his office, the Governor General may, by instrument under the Broad Seal, authorize any other minister who is a member of the House of Representatives to perform the functions conferred on the Prime Minister by this Constitution.
So he does not have to go to the Deputy Prime Minister.
There's no Deputy Prime Minister in the Constitution.
There's no deputy, right?
How
Correct.
did
No
they come up
deputy
with
in
that?
the Constitution.
But hear them do it. There's a Deputy Governor General. There's a provision for a Deputy Governor General, but there's no provision for a Deputy Prime Minister.
Well,
that's not
maybe,
the constitutional position.
So they need to be challenged on that then. Dr. Chang is of questionable background, and he needs to be redesignated not as deputy prime minister?
You know, when I started reading the Constitution and started taking an interest in the Governor General, right? But actually, I just started reading it and I noticed that, and who is it? A brethren of mine, actually, I'll find him. He actually sent me a cute little fact. Let me find it here where he said. He said because he actually went through the Constitution and okay. He said the Governor General. Here we go. The Governor General in the Constitution, ladies and gentlemen, the Governor General is mentioned by position 191 times. 191 times in the Constitution. The Prime Minister, in contrast, is mentioned 67 times. Right? The Crown is mentioned 4 times. Her Majesty is mentioned 26 times. Her Majesty's apostrophe S mentioned 9 times. So he said a total of 44 references directly the Crown, plus 124 indirectly as Governor General. And he said the Jamaican Constitution is a colonial scam. Colonialism by a proxy called the Governor General. Right? So when they sat down and they drafted this Constitution, and I'm not talking about Section 3, right? Because I know that's ISAT's baby. But I'm talking about the rest of it. When they sat down and they drafted this with the monarchy in mind. They drafted this with the monarchy having primacy over Jamaica. They didn't draft this and say, okay, we're gonna make it a constitutional democracy and the people of Jamaica will have a say so and their votes will this and they'll do this and universal adult suffrage and this and that and that. That wasn't in their mind. Their mind was, how do we control these people without letting them know that we are still in control? And it's worked.
It has, but that's why we're a part of the Commonwealth, where we remain subjects of now the king.
And that's why we have no wealth. That's why we have
no. Actually, we have no wealth because there are some people who keep you taking it when they're in power.
And that's where the Governor General should have stepped in. He could have stepped in. 76.
We have wealth, but it disappears commonly.
Okay, all right, I'll agree to that. It says the Prime Minister shall keep the Governor General fully informed concerning the general conduct of the government of Jamaica and shall furnish the Governor General with such information as he, the Governor General, may request with respect to any particular matter relating to the government of Jamaica. So this Integrity Commission 6, that's with respect to a particular matter relating to the government of Jamaica. The Governor General can step in and say, okay, tell me about this. We need to fix this. And in addition to that, he can say, you know what? Enough of this nonsense. I'm dissolving Parliament. And I'm going to pick my prime minister. I'm going to do something else. So the power is there. And I'm not. So some people make the argument that, well, it's rubber stamp and he hasn't done it. That's true. He hasn't done it, but it doesn't mean that he cannot do it.
Agreed.
There you go. So that's my soapboxing for today. Let me turn on the phone. I forgot. Because I'm sure people are going to call. So Isaac, what's your take on what happened with Miss Pimple? Is that it?
You heard my riddle on Saturday?
I heard it.
Yes.
And I'm sure I wasn't the only person who heard it.
Okay, well, so unpopular opinion, we have moved into a realm where a false moral compass is being used and improper public outcry will damage reputations of the wrong people, and we ought to be careful. While it is, I agree that she ought to have step aside in relation.
Hold on 1 second. Let me have to answer this. Angela said that I'm wasting time because she said Eli know all of this is why he paid them off. No, I don't think I'm wasting time, Angela, because people didn't know this. No, people know. No, we can tell them and we can instruct them and we can guide them as to what action to take. Before, no, they didn't know. They didn't know what to do, who to talk to, what to say. Now they're equipped with this knowledge, and so now we can move forward. Let me take this call. Caller, go ahead, please. Good evening. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Rattigan.
I beg your pardon?
Hello?
Yes.
Good evening, Rattigan.
Yes, good evening.
Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. This is Mr. Myron. Good evening to Isaac and the panel and the audience and watch and listen. Yeah. So basically, I tune into this thing every week, because my eye glue to it. And it highlight upon a lot of things. And so far, when we get to understand more, because I've been listening to Mr. Pattis.
Right, Mr. Rattigan is frozen.
He's frozen.
Yeah, so we're not hearing the caller.
Caller, you there?
So he would be coming through. Okay, they're back.
Control Jamaica same way.
Right.
So we don't really have a real party at Jamaica right now. Right. We don't really have somebody where I look out for the true being of Jamaican. We just have some old slave.
Right.
We just a pocket some money for feed themselves alone. And then the business about the vast majority of Jamaican people.
Right.
You understand?
Okay.
So the thing is this, I think we need to get rid of the JLP and the PNP right now. Look to something else. I mean, I look to UIC. I don't know if somebody I look to, but them people you know mean we're not good, my brother. Them not mean us not good, my brother.
Right.
And because them know we are illiterate to what is going on, them treat us this type of way. They are no good to us, man. All the man them are deal with us, sir. All the man them are enslave us, son, and make it look like say we are out of slavery. The man them still have around the bandits same way. And them are the them say them go to the university and them things. Them get the knowledge. Okay? Them get the knowledge. So help who not have the knowledge then, my brother. You understand? Because you have this panel you know, and you are teach us. A teacher literally a teach us, you know. What go on, you know. Because a lot of we not privy to them thing. You understand?
Yeah.
I'm love the panel, I'm love one of the right now, brother. Can I highlight a lot of Jamaican with what go on. Them always say you are a fool to what you don't know.
True.
And yes, we are a fool because we don't know these things. You understand? And the more people get privy to these things, it's like it just make them get more angry and now for no say these people, the whole of them in the parliament are wicked them. The Damian Crawford, the whole of them, Mark Golden, the whole of them, Andrew Holness, them know all of these things. The whole of them in our side with none of them. And them a treat us like we are idiots. And the one man me here I tell you the truth. You and Mr. Pattis, him don't wait name them don't him don't tell the truth as it is. And it look like a lie matter. Because the people that make him look like a liar. Because them don't know the truth. And the truth the man attack.
Hold on 1 second, Carl.
Yeah,
I said jumping at the bit. He wants to say something. Hold the line.
No. I mean, the man is entitled to his opinion, but you know, I'm gonna say that one thing we mustn't send out fanciful messages. The UIC does not have a shot at changing anything at this time. And I would reject respectfully. No, I'm just allow me to finish. I would reject respectfully that you paint every single person with a broad brush, and that's my problem. And the Constitution doesn't even it offends the Constitution when we group everybody. Yeah, in everywhere you have groupings, there's going to be disagreement, but certainly you give somebody else his chance and opportunity to do something different, and that is the reality. And it is not just beautiful speaking. It must be the agendas must not deter from what the truth is. And so when you rubbish Damian Crawford and you rubbish Matt Golden, and they have not been given the opportunity to make meaningful contribution to the country, then I have to reject that. Because the best option right now is the PNP. That's just the reality.
Yeah, and that is so true what you're saying. Because Mark Golden never been a prime minister before. But what is happening? They are the leader of the same organization. All right, for instance, I drive a Benz. You understand? I drive a Benz. Me come out and give my son the Benz. Are the same Benz him drive, you know. Me come out of the Benz, you know, and him drive the Benz. So basically,
but you see, that's the problem, because sometimes you have people who buy Benz and forget that them buy Benz. So you have to buy your own Benz. So Mark have to drive him own a Benz. He can't drive him father Benz or him sister Benz, because the concession don't go to other people. Your Benz get your own concession. But I'll just leave that right there, so.
Let me just say big up to Kezia Couture and Ian Crooks and Irene Brooks. Thank you very much. Big up on yourself. So caller, we have to run now and take another call. So thanks so much.
Yeah, man.
I want you to come back
respect,
next week, because listen,
panel,
I want to have a conversation with you concerning Mr. Patterson, because we actually interviewed him.
Talk to him wife for the I'm sorry for cut you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ratty. But what happened? Mr. Patterson already be on your panel.
Hello? Oops. Caller.
Me can't do that.
Okay. All right.
You hear me?
No, I didn't hear the last 10 seconds.
No, Mr. What Mr. Patterson is looking for you to come on his panel, because he already visit your panel already.
I will go. Look, brethren, I will go on any panel, anytime, any day, any year, any month. I'll go. Just tell him, send me the invitation. I'd be more than happy to go, because I would love to. I'd love to talk to him, because there are some things that there's some things that he says that I can identify with, and there's some things that he says I definitely cannot identify with. But there's nothing wrong with having the engagement. I look forward to it. So if you can line it up,
all right.
Up. All right. Let me take this call.
Bless up yourself, my brother. One love, yeah.
Likewise.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, caller. Good evening. Go ahead. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
So Ratty, my question though is, good evening. Sorry. Good evening, Sir Herb.
Yes, sir.
My question though is, based on how this Constitution is written and is interpreted, right? The people actually doesn't have a say in nothing that is going on here. So this Constitution is not a people. So for instance, the Governor General is in cahoot with the government, right? Of the day. The people don't have no say, no matter what you say. The Governor General have to listen to you. The Constitution would be open that the Governor General will be looking out for the interests of the people, which is not necessarily so. Sorry.
Well,
because
no, go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
because
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No. After you. I'm sorry.
Right. So if the Governor General is the demigod, right? Whatever anything else is being done in the hemisphere. It's not answerable to nobody.
Right.
Nobody can take him to court to say, all right, here is your misrepresentation of what you're supposed to do, or what we see as your line of duty. Right?
Mhm.
We see that you're working outside of the ambit of your job description here. Then if no court can say to nobody can say to the Governor General, this is in violation of your job description.
True.
And he feels that what you're saying is garbage. You're just blowing from hot air.
True. True.
Right? That is why I probably would agree with the gentleman, not about the UIC or whatever, that these people who are, we call quote unquote educated, right? Is not willing to teach the people as to what they have in front of them as rules of law that they are governed by.
Well,
Because we don't, it's not a constitution for the people. This is a constitution for those upper echelons that they are above reproach.
no, here's an interesting point. I want you to ponder this for a second, right? We have the Constitutional Reform Committee going around saying that one of the first things they want to do is remove that deeply entrenched provision in the Constitution, putting the king, in this case, even though it says queen in the Constitution, as the head of government, right? Head of and with with a vast amount of power which is exercised through the Governor General. And they say, okay, we want to put a president, want to replace the queen or with a president. The question is, would you want a president to have the same powers that this Governor General has in this Constitution?
So that is why I'm going to get to the part where we as the people, if we're talking about constitution reform, it cannot be reformed. It have to be rewritten because there's nothing that is reform.
Well, that point has been made by people, from all quarters that we should just get rid of this thing completely. By the way, big up Rosalie Jones and Angela Robinson. Thank you very much. People have made the argument that we should just take this constitution and just throw it in the garbage and just start with something that will reflect Jamaica, Jamaican people, Jamaican values, Jamaican mores, and not tinker with it and go around and I guess Isaac would agree that we keep Section 3, right? Because
but we want to keep Section 3. Section 3 is good. We want to keep that part. But the rest of it we can get to that. That's it.
All right. Let me
because also remember that the Section 3 is a reform of what was there before.
Yes, Section 3 reform.
Right. So we probably can just deal of that piece and then we get rid of the rest. But I'll listen to the panel.
All right. Take care of yourself. Thanks for the call. Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, I have a question, and this have to do with discrimination. I'm not straying from it's within the same category of the Constitution. If there are people that is being named on the being called dark and illiterate, does that and put into community by themselves, which is named that aspect, does that meet the level of discrimination?
Isaac, you want to take that question?
Honestly, didn't understand the question. If it can be repeated, because I tried to catch it.
Sir.
All right. Okay, let me repeat. If there's a group of people that is named as dark and illiterate, and they move them to a community which is named after that aspect, is that meet the level of discrimination?
In modern society it could, but what if you are dark and illiterate? It's kind of this is the answer to this is kind of like this whole public outcry about the dunce bags. don't wear dunce bag. But what if you are dunce? What if you are bright? Discrimination in the constitutional sense doesn't include the form of discrimination that you are talking about. What I will say though is I object segregation in any aspect. So if you're going to group people, class them, and separate them, it offends the spirit of the Constitution. It may block freedom of movement, and it may cause harm to a set of people. But I mean, we do have, what were the 2 words you used?
Dark and illiterate.
Yeah, but we have 2 political parties, and one may be dark and one may be illiterate, or vice versa, or they share the names. It's like JLP, PNP, and people are rejecting it and coming with UIC or whatever. So it's words. We are too sensitive, and
But,
we
yes,
need to be a little
but
bit more
can
strong.
they use it against a one? Name a community and put them within that group of people within that community.
No, but the thing I'm saying, if you're putting people in a particular community, you're doing it against their will, and that would be that would offend the Constitution. So I'm trying to answer based on what you're saying, but the government can't take you and put you somewhere unless you're serving a sentence or a conviction.
Mr. I said I would like you
Yes.
to look into the name Moko and read up
Yes.
the meaning of it and tell me what it says. And
Moko?
how that name, and how that name come about. And if you can
Um,
bring it down and let me know if that's not discrimination. And
Okay,
that name,
I'll do some homework on that. But I mean, if there is a community called Dark and Illiterate, and it has houses like
no,
Andrew Holness house, and Benz like what
no,
the minister, the
no,
former
but
minister and speaker of the house, sister driver, a Benz, put me there and make it tax free.
no.
I will go there. The name of it means nothing to me. No name you can call me can be a problem for me. So they should make a whole community and name it Dunce. As long as the amenities are good, I will go and live there.
Well, what I'm trying to say is put back to the history of how the name come about
Mm-hmm.
and the meaning of the name.
Okay, I take your point, but
You understand?
we are not far away from
If
that.
you read up on the history of it and read the meaning of it, you will see
All
what
right.
I'm saying.
Caller, look, I have to stop it there because I have another call coming in. But thank you so much for
All
your
right.
call, and I hope and wish that you will continue to support us. All right.
I am. Thank
All
you.
right. Take care, sir. Yes. So good afternoon. Good evening, caller. Welcome to
Good
Reasons
evening,
Festival.
everyone on the panel. Okay, I have 2 short questions here. Yes, first one is, do you believe that, well, a matter of fact, I've learned so much. I didn't even realize that the Governor General is the most powerful person right now in the country. Anyhow, do you believe that the GG has been one-sided with the ruling government? Why? Because he has so much power, yet he failed to act in his jurisdiction, having such power because so much is going on and he could have done more for the country, being as the power that he has right now, and he has done nothing. Question 2 is the former Speaker of the House. Was she one of them rather who has an increase of 300% because she was a member of she was a member of Parliament, right? And she was also a Speaker of the House. And why I asked the question, will she receive her full retirement salary for being in that corruption that she find herself in? Will she receive all of that when she retires? Please explain this to me, because there's a problem if she does.
Can
She shouldn't even get
Can I answer that one?
Yes.
Yeah, she
Okay.
will. Whatever increase that she got, she will receive it, and she deserves it. And we're conflating issues. And she had a memory lapse, and she gave her concession or not to somebody, and she has a right to due process. I think the approach that was taken for her to resign from the people's choice was a bit excessive. Stepping aside so you can do your investigation about a vehicle and making reference to her as corrupt is a little bit excessive. I'm not defending wrong. I'm just saying we need to compartmentalize what is going on. And she has done service to this country for many, many years, and she deserves her pension. And we could have never expect her to go retire all broke and hungry, respectfully. She deserves it and she should get it. Deal with it.
All right.
Let me play devil's advocate for a second on that question, because there's a lot of Jamaicans right now, old, broke, and hungry, who have been disenfranchised one way or another because of a crime they committed, a simple crime they committed, right? But here's the key, Isaac and Will. Those Jamaicans don't have a law degree. Those Jamaicans, maybe because of hunger or some other reason, went ahead and did things that they are ashamed of because they were jailed for it. And after they were jailed, they became known as a former prisoner, and they couldn't get the right jobs after that. They couldn't even get training, you see? So we have to look at it this way. And you look at what's happening in the U.S. right now. We have a senator who was accepting gold and hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Egyptians. And this is the second time he's gotten caught. First time it was over 300,000. This time it's a lot more than that. And he has to be suspended pending some type of hearing and expulsion from the Senate. Right? I don't have any sympathy for people who are like him. They're given these positions on a pedestal. They are revered, and they need to follow the law. And when they fail to follow the law, then no matter how simple it is, they need to resign.
Man, there's not a problem. She has stepped us there, so we're conflating issues. We are conflating issues, and there is process. She should step away because she cannot be a judge in her own cause. She has done so. She has taken it one step further from also ending her political career before due process. What will we say if at the end of the day they cannot find her in a court of law guilty, notwithstanding of how things are? We need to be careful because you're making reference to persons who are convicted versus somebody who is accused of something. Until she's afforded her Section 16 right of due process, the question was, should she not get her pension? And my response to that is she deserves it.
Okay. All right. Hold on for a second. I have a caller from Jamaica that's been holding for a while. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening.
Hold on, caller. Before and Isaac, we have to get back to that question about your opinion regarding the action taken by the former Speaker of the House. That was one of the questions you started answering, and then I was interrupted you. And the people are asking for you to finish that.
No,
that,
so I said
But hold on a second. Let me just finish this caller from Jamaica. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Ratty, and to your panel.
Good evening, ma'am.
I enjoy your program and I'm learning a lot. What I have to say, I think the Prime Minister buy out the Governor General. And how I look at it is pure dictatorship. In buy out the Governor General, and that's why so many things is happening in this country. It's just a one-sided thing. And that's my opinion. In buy him out. This Prime Minister buy out anybody. Okay? Take care. Bye.
All right. Thanks so much. Isaac, go ahead, please.
Oh, in finishing my comment?
Yes.
No, I'm saying, so remember now, we speak about the constitutional right to vote. When persons vote, they voted learned council or the former speaker or the MP. She is the people's choice and she is there representing the people. Now I'm saying until due process had finished, which is it's all right to do when she step away, but she has ended her political career and we're now being possibly be put into a compulsory by election that's going to waste taxpayers' money when election is on the cusp coming next year. We need to be careful when the 6 people, when they come, by elections may come and it's going to cost taxpayers money. There are things you step away from the duty because she's been put in, as I said, a man that cannot be a judge in his own cause. It's a little bit inappropriate for you to refer the matter, whatever, even though she had to do it by virtue of how the act is, but she should have stepped away. She has done so now, and now we're having conversation about her pension when she hasn't had due process. And people are going to be upset, but when it comes to a court of law, and you know, Mr. Rattigan, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It may be found that as an elderly woman, she does have a little bit of memory loss, and it's much ado about nothing, and then they say she's not guilty, and then everybody's going to say, why did Gigi never step in? Why never do something? It's true, she's this and she's that. That's not how the law works. And so I don't have a bias bone in my body. She's afforded due process, notwithstanding. Now we need to be careful. I see the nonsense in terms of even in the local space about Greg Christie, that's the IC man. He said the question was put to him and he said, go ask the government. Many inferences come from that. The government being the commissioner of police, the national security, a crime was committed. The best person to ask in terms of a high crime society is why the government failed to protect people from the crimes that are being committed. When you ask that and people say he should resign because he's inciting, because your English language low and you don't know to interpret and draw inferences. Inferences must be inescapable. And so we have to be careful. You're calling for a man to lose his job because you interpret language a particular way. We need to be very careful on how we punish people for freedom of speech. That's my comment.
Herb?
I hear you loud and clear, but there are 2 courts. You have your general court system in which you are a participant because of your position as a lawyer, and then there's the court of public opinion. Unfortunately, in the court of public opinion, you can get convicted quite easily because they see you in a position that you should know better. And if you should know better, they expect you to act accordingly. And it's amazing. We are anxious to see the write-up for the various positions for MPs, to include the MP who is also the Speaker of the House. And when we get this write-up, let's see what standard they're setting for that particular position, right? When you reach the pinnacle inside Parliament to be Speaker, or you're the leader in the Senate, you're at the pinnacle. You were chosen because you should be setting examples that's beyond reproach. So when you let the people down, that's the people who voted in the majority the last time. When you let those people down, then they want to see some blood on the ground. And this is what she's facing right now. They have no sympathy. They just want to see blood. And they want to see her bleed. Because she was given that opportunity, opportunities that's not normally given to women. And she let all women down, if you want to look at it that way.
All right. Let me just say, big up to Mommy Victoria Stewart and Sherry, all the way in Manhattan. I don't forget to know. I'm going to touch base with them next week. And somebody mentioned in the chat that the GG cannot be taken to court. No, that's not quite true. if the GG commits murder, if he commits a crime, yes, he can be taken to court, but he cannot be taken to court for any of the official acts that are mentioned in the Constitution if he doesn't do them. Like if he doesn't appoint somebody, if he doesn't do this, if he doesn't do that, they cannot take him to court like they would take the government to court and say, like a mandamus writ, for example, a writ of mandamus where you ask the court to compel the government to do certain things. Like, for example, if I ask for some information under the access to information, and they keep telling me that it's privileged information and they can't give it to me, and I think that it's not privileged, I can actually go to court and ask the court, go to court using a writ of mandamus, asking the court to compel the government to give me that information because that's what they were supposed to do and they didn't do. Now, the court may or may not agree, but when you do that with the governor general, it's instant dismissal because you're going to say the court has no jurisdiction over that based on the constitutional provision. So the governor general cannot be taken to court for non-performance of the official acts mentioned in the Constitution. But if he commits a crime under the penal code or maybe under the civil code of Jamaica, then he certainly can face justice. And then the caller from my good friend Dawn from out of Philly, one of the questions she asked two questions, and I think Isaac answered the first one. The second one was about the one-sided GG. Look, the Governor General is a Jamaican, and that's why this is so unique. He's a Jamaican representing a foreign power, right? Yet, when somebody in the diaspora like me said, look, I want to...
Yeah, he's stuck. Maybe they should select somebody from the diaspora next time to be GG.
In respectfully, whoever they choose will be a rubber stamp.
Yeah.
Even the question about the one-sidedness is that you have to give deference to the will of the people and the government. But Mr. Rattigan is not. Yeah.
Yeah, what I was saying is that
we lost the last 30 seconds. Will.
Yeah. What I was saying was that, isn't it interesting that we have a Jamaican living in Jamaica who, by virtue of the Constitution, represents a foreign entity, a foreign power. In fact, he represents a foreign power who has jurisdiction over Jamaica's executive branch and who plays a central role in the legislative branch because no bill can become a law without the Governor General signing off on it. And also he plays a role in the judiciary because he's the one who will appoint the Chief Justice and all these other folks. So you have a Jamaican who's representing a foreign power. But yet, somebody like me, for example, Herb, somebody in the diaspora who says, we were born in Jamaica, we want to come back and we want to serve. And they said, no. You have played, you have made your allegiance to a foreign power and therefore under the Constitution, you cannot serve. And if you notice how they do it in the Constitution, if you're a member of the Commonwealth, you can come back. You will not come back. You can go to Jamaica because you're considered, Jamaicans are considered Commonwealth citizens, and that's mentioned in the Constitution. And what happens is that somebody from Sri Lanka can move to Jamaica tomorrow, claim residency for 1 year, and then run for parliament without giving up their Sri Lankan citizenship. They still maintain their Sri Lankan citizenship. All they have to do is establish residency in Jamaica, right? So therein lies the problem. Now, the point I was making regarding the first question is that the Governor General is a Jamaican citizen, and he's a person, right? And it sounds obvious. People say, well, what do you mean he's a person? Of course he's a person. Well, when I say he's a person, meaning that he has his political preferences. He has many of the things that we've talked about. He has his views on those things, including what goes on in Parliament. So therefore, and as Isa said, he's a creature of the Constitution and he's a creature of God, meaning that he's a person and he's susceptible to making mistakes. He's susceptible to doing good as well. But he has a political perspective. I believe that this Governor General, like all the other Governor Generals, they vote. I really can't, I can't fathom that Governor General Allen did not register to vote and did not vote. Of course he's going to vote. Of course he's going to vote for a party. But that is between his God and himself. And maybe his party, the party he voted for. Right? So the idea that we're going to get a governor general that is completely objective, maybe that should have been written in the Constitution, saying the governor general cannot vote in Jamaica since he's representing a foreign entity. Maybe that should have been it. But otherwise, he's going to vote. So, and some people are saying, well, he's a JLP, because of what he's done. But the thing, if that's the case, you could make the same argument for Florizel Glasspool during the PNP time. I say, well, he was a PNP member of PNP. You can't say that. Yeah, you can say a lot of. So what we ask is that, what we ask and we hope of the Governor General is that, yes, you have your political party, you have your political affiliation, but be objective, be independent, right? And render true justice. When they come to you and say they want a state of emergency and they want to use it as a police tactic or a police strategy, please run them away and tell them that you can only get a state of emergency in 3 instances: insurrection, war, and natural disaster. You cannot get it for police tactics or strategies. That's what we expect and we hope that that he would do. The nonsense going on in Parliament, we expect that he would step in. Parliament cannot start without the governor. I didn't even talk about this one. Parliament cannot start without the Governor General presenting what is called a throne speech. He must give his throne speech. He must be the first speaker, and then everybody else. Right? So, and his throne speech is a reflection of what the government intends to do for that fiscal year. But he has a say. He can say, listen, I don't like what's going on here. And he can call the Prime Minister to the King's house. He can call the Prime Minister there, and he can call the opposition and say, listen, you guys need to start exercise some decorum. And I see where we have some people who are wayward. We have some people who are violating laws. We have some people being investigated and so on and so forth. And so we need to make a change. And if you guys don't straighten up, I'm going to do it. But Angela, you're right. In the sense that save your breath. But I respectfully disagree with you, because the thing is, Angela, we have to talk about these things, and we have to get people spooled up. We have to get people educated, informed about these things. Because I already see people saying, hey, we need to write, let us know, we need to do this, we need to do that. Before today, I didn't see any of that. But now I'm seeing people are getting all riled up saying, we didn't know that he had all of this power. We didn't know that he could have done this and he didn't do it. And we're going to write, we're going to ask questions. And that's where the critical mass comes in. When you start getting the information out and people start wrapping their brains around it. And then they start asking the pertinent questions. I know what you're saying. But here is the thing. Let's try, because here's what I forgot who said it. Here's what I'm sure of. If you're playing football, soccer, and you never take a shot at goal, you are 100% sure not to score. If you don't try and take a shot at goal, you won't score. No, you may take 100 shots and you may only score 5 times. But that's 5 times more than if you didn't. Oh, I say the people are rotten to the core. Well, we have to try. We have to try, Angela. And I'm hoping that you jump on board with us and help and try and don't give up. Make we just try and see if things will work out. Because I've seen other countries around the world where a movement like this started and things changed. So we have to keep. We can't give up on our people. And part of it is because they're not knowledgeable. And so they exercise a certain amount of apathy. As my father, don't care. Them not care. Because them figures say, nothing not happen for we. The big man them run the country, and don't care what we do, them are gonna do what they want to do. No, it doesn't have to be like that. And that's why I'm saying to you that the PSOJ, look at how they operate. The PSOJ operates with money, power, influence. What we need to do, because we don't have no money and the power, we need to operate around our votes. that will send a clear signal. That will send a clear message about where power resides. It resides with the people. It resides with the people. But you know what? This is a new day, because here we are having a conversation and we're going back and forth and we're exchanging ideas. Whereas years before, during my father's time, my mother's time, this didn't happen, and they just accepted whatever the government did. Now we have some people who are saying, no, we're not going. Oh, the number. No, we have some people. Kevin, can you throw up the number for me, please? We have some people who are saying no, we're not going to take this. We're not going to take this. You know, so we need to get energized and get people involved and do what is necessary to let the politicians know that a new day has arrived. For those of you who are trying to call, the phone is now on. You can call. If you, ISAT, if you want to talk about, are you finished with the former Speaker of the House, Dalrymple, Philbert?
Me? No, man. That was, I think I responded to the question. Just to speak about due process. That's
Okay.
what we're going to speak about next week. So it's quite ironic because the Constitution is for everybody.
Okay.
And the court of public opinion, regardless of how they feel, it has become it has become. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
All right, caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Share your views with us. Caller. Not there. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Hello.
Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Herb.
Share your views with us, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Herb and Mr. Isaac. Mr. Isaac, I think you and Herb went a little back and forth on something. I think Herb was trying to bring up, I think, Robert Menendez in New Jersey. Yes. That was indicted for taking money. But here's the thing. As far as Dan, I don't think she's deserving of a pension. I'm going to tell you why. Her case is a slam dunk. If you notice, Mr. Isaac, she has not denied the charges against her. What she's saying, it's an oversight, which I don't believe. She's had this stuff for 7 years, and she ditched it when she came under pressure. She sold the car when she came under pressure. She got training for it. She must have known that an asset like that, especially a car, such an expensive car, should have been reported in her financial disclosure. She had 7 years to do that. No, she could get away, right? She's entitled to her due process, like you said, and could get away. But getting away, we have seen a lot of people have gotten away with crimes. I mean, people would probably say O.J. Simpson, for example, right? But we've seen a lot of people gotten away with crimes where they actually committed the crime, but they got away on some type of technicality or something. So Herb is right when he said, in the opinion of the public, or the public's opinion, she is guilty, and she has not denied it. She's just saying it's an oversight. I'd forgotten. I didn't realize all that type of stuff. So she has committed this act, right? The due process she may end up getting away, but she has committed the act, and she should not be given a pension.
All
Now,
right.
you say she has done a lot of things for Jamaica.
Hold on 1 second. I don't want you to leave me. Are you looking at us on the screen?
No, I'm not.
You're not. All right. I'm going to put something up on the screen. And I just want you to understand, why is it she wrote that letter, and why is it she's been saying that it's an oversight? I'll read it to you, because you can't answer the screen. Now, let me read it to you. So I'll put it up right there, right?
Thank you.
And it says right here that a person who knowingly makes a false statement in a statutory declaration, or knowingly gives false information at an inquiry being conducted by the director of investigation, commits an offense, and is let me enlarge it so people can see what I'm talking about. Hold on. All right, there's a section I'm talking about. It's section 43 of the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. It says here, a person who and this is the part that she's trying to drive home. A person who knowingly makes a false statement in a statutory declaration. Her defense, like what Isaac is saying, her defense is going to be, I didn't knowingly do it. Now, we have to prove that she knowingly did it, because she's saying, oh, it's an oversight. So if it's an oversight, then it can't be knowing. But you see where she's going with this. Even though she collected, based on what we're hearing now, she collected the monthly stipend for using that vehicle for a certain period of time. Somebody was making the monthly payments on the car. Her sister said she was the one using the car. And she is the one who sold the car. Nobody else could have sold the car because the title was in her name. Right? So that's why she's saying that she's making the argument that I didn't knowingly make a false statement. So you understand where Isaac is coming from?
But
He's saying,
no, I got it.
okay,
I got it.
all right.
No, I got it. But what? Yeah, but the thing is that they were trained. These are supposedly very bright, educated people, right? They were trained recently, right, on the ins and out of that type of stuff. There's no way she could have reported all the other assets and liabilities that she had, and she missed the car. There's no way. See, and yeah, she may actually end up in
I don't mean to cut your caller, but that we're trying the case in public, and we probably shouldn't be doing that.
Well, I'm not trying the case.
Yeah,
I'm
because
just,
you're saying there is no way, but that's something to be ventilated in a court, whether there is some way. But I will say this: my satire hat is on. Certainly, if I had bigger things to do, the small stuff can literally be an oversight. And possibly, since the small stuff has caused trouble, I might want to run away because there's bigger things looming over my head. So people with bigger things probably can have an oversight with smaller things. It's just
not for some years.
So I really genuinely believe that some things can be an oversight, especially the minor stuff when you're dealing with major, bigger stuff. And she had a big role.
So many years, Mr. Isaac. For so many years, you have
well, that's politics.
Paperwork, and
when you're busy doing the bigger stuff, the small stuff can elude you.
Now, caller, I should add to this. There's another person who is saying that she never received a gift. In black and white, everywhere. It's she received the gift. Now,
don't you dare talk bad about the ministry.
You forget that.
We're talking about Apina.
She was receiving an allowance as well. So how could she have been getting the allowance and totally forgot about the car? Who she think's gonna believe her? She's guilty of this. She has admitted that she's guilty of this. And even if she gets away, and Isaac, you're right, she's due her due process. But even if she's guilty, even if she's found not guilty of this, okay, she knew what she was doing. And her excuse is just to say that she's trying to find some type of credible defense, so when she goes to court, she can present that. And again, it will be up to the jury.
You know what? Somebody said that that a woman got a donkey and she remembered the government, and a woman got a car and she forget that she got a car.
Listen. I like how even when I say satire, the whole comment section cursing me right now. But let me tell you, let me break something down for you, especially all of the older people, for them wrap me up and salt me up like a peanut. I plead the blood of Jesus on that, because I will go to St. Thomas for Huno. But all I'm saying is this: there's levels to it. If I have a big Benz, I will forget the little one. That's a simple thing. It can be an oversight. If I'm driving a big car, I will forget the little car because I'm in the big money business.
I am sure that
big seven.
Wasn't
had that secretary.
Wasn't that they get training?
Say that again.
Wasn't it Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister, who had requested that the parliamentarians get training?
True.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, and they did get the training.
And they did receive the training. And again, that's her defense, right? That's her defense.
To be fair,
she should not keep the pension. But I want to say,
let me tell you something about training. It is unfair to get training via video conference when you're an elderly person. There was a lady called Dorothy Lightborn, respectfully, who could not send an email, and she couldn't deal with technology. when you're having training and you're using technology, no disrespect to Miss Dalrymple, but it may be difficult for her to access the training accordingly. Give her some leeway.
But she has a secretary, I'm certain. And that secretary plays a variety of roles. And I'm sure it's not all government business roles that secretary plays.
And when the chips come out, it may be our secretary who filed all those papers for Miss Dalrymple was duped into signing documents that was an oversight on her part. When court come up,
that is a viable defense.
What a
bangarang. The jury will listen.
Put me upon the jury.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. She drafted a statement, and I looked at that statement and I said, you know what? I advise my clients, all of them, you don't speak to anybody. If you retain, you don't speak to anybody. Or at least if somebody comes to you and you know of me, and the government especially, they come to you and they want to talk. You said, no, let me call Rattigan first and see what he has to say. And my advice to them is you never speak to government until you talk to me. Because I would have advised her that you don't put out a statement like that. You let the 9-day wonder flow for a little bit, and then we kind of sit down and analyze and strategize how we're going to handle this. Because in that statement, she said, she admitted to the fact that she was supposed to do all of these things, that she owned the car, she was supposed to make the statutory declaration, but her excuse is that it's an honest mistake. I forgot. So now the question is the issue to me now is, did you forget? That's the only issue now, because she's admitted everything else.
And she has competent counsel who has advised her accordingly.
Wait, Mr. Isaac, give me a second. An honest mistake, right, does not make you not culpable. Honest mistake. It doesn't. I don't see anything here where it says if you honestly make a mistake, then probably you should be free from this.
No. But here's what the statute says. It says a person who knowingly makes a false statement, and she's saying, I didn't know. I honestly didn't know. So now, when it says knowingly, you have to prove intent. You have to prove that she intentionally did this. She knew, and she acted accordingly. Now, some people, say, hey, how do you prove that?
Yeah, that's hard to prove. But there are other things surrounding it where it's really difficult for her not to have known that she needed to report.
No, I understand.
She got training, and she's not one of those poor people, uneducated people who probably wouldn't even know anything. She got training for it, and she got training through Andrew Holness' request. And she went for 7 years. She must have remembered that during one of the 7 years.
Well, you see, that's the argument the corruption prosecutor is going to make. But let me just alert you to something. I don't know if you're maybe you have, and maybe you are, and if that's the case, then forgive me for saying this. But the person that I'm actually watching in all of this, I'm not watching Miss Dalrymple Philibert. I'm not watching the corruption prosecutor. I'm watching the DPP. Because the DPP has the power to make this go away. That's who I'm watching. And that's who we all should be watching, to make sure that she doesn't step in. Because, look, she didn't step in when the corruption prosecutor said, look, I have evidence to bring charges against the people associated with the prime minister in regards to the incident that took place in 2010, I believe, when he was accused of writing or giving a recommendation and in effect swaying contracts to a friend of his, right? That was the allegation. And she said, there's not enough evidence here to prosecute the prime minister, because the investigators made a classic mistake. They interviewed him twice. They should have interviewed him only once. They interviewed him twice. And so the second statement, the prosecutor said, hey, I'm looking at the second statement, and there it is. He's explaining, he's denying. So there's no evidence there. But with the other people, she said, I have enough evidence that I can bring charges against them, but because of the abuse of process defense, I won't do so. We didn't see the DPP jump in and say, no, I'm going to take this over, because abuse of process is immaterial, because there is no statute of limitations against corruption in Jamaica. And as long as we can find the witnesses and the documents, we are going to. She didn't jump in and say any of that. So the question now is she going to jump in now and rescue this lady? I don't know, but she's the one I'm watching.
So let me finish my point of this great program of yours, right? Let me finish my point. So Dalrymple also has a history. She has a pattern of being involved in some shady stuff. She was the one with respect to the garbage, and there are some, I think, properties down in Montego Bay that I don't even want to discuss that. She has had a pattern of involved into stuff, some of the stuff you can call criminal acts. So I think the prosecutor, if this case is prosecuted, should bring up all those things. Why this lady keeps getting involved with all these things, time after time after time. But I want to say something else, like a couple other things, just a couple other things. I'll do it quickly. I am not a proponent of getting rid of the jail penalty, because even if you do get rid of them, you're going to replace them with probably 2 more corrupt parties. I am a proponent of getting rid of corrupt politicians. But when I hear people talk about UIC or whatever, that's not realistic, okay? Mr. Patterson, that is not realistic. The other thing is when you guys talked about earlier, gave this great class on it, right? If the governor general has so much power, so much sway, how can we truly call our country or system a democracy?
True.
I don't get it. Thank you.
Good point.
Rhetorical, beautiful question.
Right.
All right. Thank you, sir. Caller? Okay. Okay, all right. People are sending me all kinds of messages. But, Jamaica is, as a very dear friend of mine, the high-ranking member of society, he said to me, Jamaica is content rich. You don't have to look for anything, it will just come to you. Hold on 1 second, please. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reason with Ratty.
Okay, let me just touch upon this quickly. I took that response when I asked about her retirement pension. No, it's not a mistake what she has done. It's not a mistake, and she knows that. We all know that. But the statement to say she might have forgotten, to me, it's a protective statement. And if we are not careful, her lawyer will use this as a defense in the court to set her free, and she's not found guilty. Then, what if it's her secretary? Then she's supposed to know what goes on. She's supposed to get that paperwork, overlook them, and to see what's going on. It's about her. It's about a part of her life, right? So she's supposed to know what's going on. Take time to know. Mr. Isaac, I understand you as a lawyer, sir. I give you all that credit, Mr. Brightman. But let me say this, Mr. Isaac. You have to, as a lawyer, do your job. You're in the public's eye right now, so you have to be on that type of defensive. But for us, the layman, we know otherwise. You're coding and all of that. Yes, I understand. But Mr. Isaac, what if this woman is taken to court and she's found guilty? What do you think must happen? Let us know, sir.
I would like to respond to that. If I had a pimple in the wrinkle, I would retire, get my pension, and tell her to do what I want to do with my old self. And I would go and roast a big cow and 2 pork, and me and my friend them yam it. You can't beat me after that. You can't do Miss Rimple anything. She's retired.
All right, let me ask you a question, Isaac.
Sure.
Following up on Don's question, do you think that she should face the $2 million fine or the 2 years in prison?
Prison?
Yes.
Why would you want to send a little old lady to prison? Why want to stay so? You must have some compassion. It must be the fine. Prison must be a last resort. Our prison system is disgusting. No human being should be subjected to that.
But here's the thing, Isaac.
Yes.
No human being should be subjected to it, but there are human beings subjected to it, and those human beings are not of Miss Dalrymple's ilk.
No,
it's time we send a message. It's time we send a clear signal and a clear message about. Hold on 1 second, caller. Don't leave me open. It's time we send a clear message and a signal about corruption in Jamaica, and we cannot afford to have people flaunt, violate, sidestep the rules and say, oh, I didn't remember, and this and that and that. Because you know why I said people are looking at this, and there are people who they cannot avail themselves of that excuse. They are in prison right now. And so the question is, why is it that, and I think you said it, that we have two Jamaicas? Why is it that we would send somebody, right, not of her hill, to prison for something like this, and you wouldn't even hear about it until maybe 30 years later you find the person there and they never get due process, as you said, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, right. But she must get all of this.
She must get due process. And I'm gonna say this. Doesn't matter which whether you're from uptown or downtown. I'm not for no.
So she shouldn't go to. We shouldn't send any. Well, we should just fine her then. If she's from,
of course, she should pay the fine. That type of crime is it should be a fine.
I said,
listen, you can't beat me, you know. I gotta tell her this, you know, respectfully, you know. You can't beat me. And if I was her lawyer, she's not going to no prison.
Well, I tell you what, if I was her judge, she's going to prison. If I was her judge and the governor general, she's going to prison.
No, to do what?
Gentlemen,
to send a strong message to bad mind public.
Yes, no. All right, go ahead, Herb. I'm sorry.
No. Absolutely not. We have murderers that need to go to prison. We have rapists. We have child molesters. We have all of those people. Prison is not a place for this. And I'm doubling down on that, you know.
Boy, I think Dalrymple jam up your screen a while ago.
Hold on 1 second, Herb. Hold on, let me take this.
Let me come off of it because I don't want to hear that I'm speaking ill of
Go ahead, please.
Senior counsel.
No worries. Yes, hello. Yes, I'm just gonna switch gears again. Okay,
Yes.
this was regarding the alleged robbery in the Integrity Commission parking lot.
Okay.
So the point I was thinking about, right? Would you not agree that the public takes its cue from its leaders, right? When we think about terrorism, the first thing that comes to mind is certain type of people. So the point is that we cannot absolve the Holiness Administration from being complicit towards animosity towards the Joint Commission. Remember when the six came out, all the attacks that were, on them verbally, just for them doing their job, the gag order,
Yes.
and and the fact that they didn't sign the code of conduct. So in actuality, what the Holiness Administration has done is create an era of hostility. And even the leader had said that they have been receiving threats. So while it may just be, just a robbery, a seeming robbery, and they came out against the leader from, saying certain things, that it's the government's responsibility. The government is partly responsible for some of the reasons why people actually think that is that is what is actually going on. So I think that what is good for the goose should also be good for the gander, and the minister should also be careful about what they say. People look to them, and the fact that they attacked the Integrity Commission, they have also contributed to the hostility that the Integrity Commission is facing. So that is my 2 cents. And what do you think? Thank you.
All right, thanks. Isat or Herb, jump onto that question there.
Listen, let me say this to you. I work in the intelligence community here in the United States. And one of the things that I hit out against was the fact that once you've challenged the system, any shortcomings in the system, then you are subject to demonization. And after you've been demonized, then they were trying to push you out of the system. So we know that that same technique has been applied to countries, to leaders of countries, where these leaders are demonized, and then the people themselves will turn around and burn them or murder them in some other heinous fashion, chop up the bodies and feed it to pigs or what have you. So when you have this demonization process that is being utilized by the most powerful country in the world against its own citizens, what do you think is possible? Because our people in Jamaica are learning the techniques used by traffickers, human weapons, drug traffickers, right? And they learn that you leave no evidence behind. that means you're gonna kill people that you rape or that you traffic and taking their organs out of their bodies, right? All of these things come with a terrible toll on the population. So you're right, right? There should be no situation like that exists.
All right. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening, sir. So I have a legal problem and I would like to contact you personally. How can I do that?
You can call me the number on the screen at the end of the program. You can call me.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, bye-bye. Let me just say, just switching gears just a little bit. Oh, hold on. Let me take this caller. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm calling about the ISAT comment and about Mr. Dalrymple.
Take him on. He's here. Take him on, man.
Yeah.
But please don't call it the ISAT comment. I don't want them to splice the video and then send it to a particular place. I have enough legal troubles. Please. What was the comment?
You was mentioning about due process and all that. And I understand that, but this lawyer had a long criminal career before she even was in elected office.
No, nobody talk about nothing before I was born. Please, I wasn't around for it.
No, I'm talking about in the 80s. You wasn't born in the 80s.
I still had a nipple buckle.
All right, and she had she used to practice law up there in South Trelawney. And if you look on the record between 86 and 90, look on her track record how much case she won. When she was allegedly having affair with a known judge in the parish of Trelawney. Check the records and that.
Can I respectfully shut this down, please? I cannot participate in the public slandering. Because the issue is about a high-end vehicle, and we're gone into conduct that she's not charged for. And this is exactly why we have judges who shut down some of these things, because it doesn't work. It's kind of like every time I open my mouth, they say, yes, about my history, he's a two-time convict, he shouldn't be a lawyer. It's nonsensical. Stick to the issues, please. Just stick to the issues and I will address that aspect.
Well, you understand what Isat's saying. The fact that, well, not the fact, but the allegation that she had a relationship with a judge back in the 80s, it doesn't impinge on the issue now as to whether or not she should have reported the car on her statutory declaration. You understand that, though?
I understand what you're saying, but in the last buying quotes and all too. So she be continuing all this thing for a long time.
Caller is going to the question of character.
Yeah, but then but like Isaac said, it's an allegation that she was never charged.
I know, but when in the public, you don't have to be charged. You're a public servant.
Right, that's true.
So you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself.
I propose, I propose that since the Prime Minister choose not to live at Vale Royal, we turn Vale Royal into a modern jail.
A prison.
That's right. And the first two occupants, I nominate this good lady that I said has a lot of sympathy for. And the other one that we need to nominate to go there, Tamina Smith, without a doubt, Apina. That's right.
But so this is where I'm going to come in. I object to that. I object to that because if him transform that to a prison, I'm making applications from my important clients to go there.
And that's good.
Before that, so we're going to have a problem there.
Hold on 1 second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good one, her.
caller, go ahead, please. Hello?
Mr. Rattigan,
Yes, sir.
can you get
speak
in
up a
touch with
little bit
Mr. Wayne
louder? Can I hardly
Lonesome?
hear you?
Can you get in touch with Mr. Wayne?
With who?
Lonesome.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah. What's going on?
Can you get in touch with Mr. Wayne Lonesome
Yes.
and talk to him about Mr. Clark?
Yes. All
Can
right.
you get in touch with Mr. Wayne Lonesome?
Yes, sir. Your wish is
Mr.
my
Wayne
command. I'll take care of
Lonesome.
it.
Can you talk to him about Mr. Clark?
I will, sir. All right? I will. All right. Take care now. Yes, caller. Go ahead, please. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Am I on here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to point out something to you. Read the Governor General.
Yes, sir.
I think his term is only 5 years.
The governor? No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
It runs with it. He's appointed by the government, each government, or reappointed.
No, sir.
Check it out.
No,
Check it
sir.
out. I remember when the Governor General in Jamaica, that was Sir Clifford Campbell, was reappointed by the PNP.
All right.
I remember that.
Well,
And
I'm gonna.
Yeah, so
I'm
check
gonna-
that out.
Yeah,
Check
well,
it out.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give you chapter and verse. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
And I also remember that I did civics, and I think that was one of the questions in the
Well-
JSC civics exam.
Well, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Everything I do in it has to be based on a document.
I know, but
so
I'm
tell me
putting it to
where
you.
can I find that document then?
I think it's in the civics book that we used to use in Jamaica.
All right.
Civics for Young Jamaica. I think it's in there.
Well, let me ask you this then. This if it's 5 years, are you saying that Governor General, this Governor General was reappointed? And if he
Yes.
and who
You have
reappointed him and when?
No, listen. Whenever there is a change of government, the government has the prerogative to change the Governor General. That's my understanding.
That's your understanding.
Yes. And so
Okay.
you could check it out. I'm not going to swear on it, but I think I'll give you that. And that is the reason why the Governor General does not go against the government, because they will just kick him out and he wants to get his pay.
Okay.
I think that's the reason. Mhm.
No, don't leave me. Don't leave me
Yeah.
yet. I'm gonna show you something. And then
Yeah.
I want you to tell me, because you're telling me that you believe that was the case.
Yes.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you something now. Chapter
Mhm.
4, section 27 of the Constitution says, right? 27. Let me get to it and I'll read it to you because it's important. And then when you find your information, I'm giving you my information. When you find yours, then you bring it to my attention and then you correct me if I'm wrong, right? It says here, there shall be chapter 4. Chapter 4.
Yeah.
Section 27. The title is Establishment of Office of Governor General. And it says, there shall be a Governor General of Jamaica who shall be appointed by whom? By Her Majesty, and shall hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure, and who shall be Her Majesty's representative in Jamaica. It isn't said that he will serve at the pleasure of the Parliament or of a particular party or of the Prime Minister. It says, and shall hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure, and who shall be Her Majesty's representative.
Well, sir, I vividly recall that they reappointed Sir Clifford Campbell as the Governor General in Jamaica. I remember that the PNP did that.
Well, show me what.
I think Isaac is the person probably could find that out for me.
Well, here's the thing. What I'm asking you to do is to give me chapter and verse in the Constitution, because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And so I'm asking you to show me the Constitution where it says that the Governor General will serve a term based on who is in the government. So but even though you are telling me that, what you read there did not
say how long his term of office is supposed to be.
No.
You did not touch that.
No, it says he serves at Her Majesty's pleasure.
Yeah, but he is not appointed by her directly by Her Majesty. He's appointed through recommendation of the sitting government.
No. There are two things you're mixing up. You're mixing up a recommendation with an appointment. The government of Jamaica will recommend. And remember, the word recommend is not you must, It's just an advice.
Yeah,
it's just a
they will. That's what they have never turned down one.
Yeah, but here's the thing. But that doesn't mean that they cannot turn down one. And that's my argument. My argument is not what they're doing.
I know everything is on that premise.
Yeah.
Right.
My argument is not what they're doing, is what they can do. That's my argument. Right?
Yeah.
And so it says here that the Governor General shall be appointed by Her Majesty. So the government of Jamaica will make a recommendation. The Her Majesty or His Majesty does not have to follow that recommendation. No, the fact that they have.
I'm going to research that part, because I think I recall something like that.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what to do. When you do your research, just look at.
I'll let you know.
All right.
I'll let you know that. But there's something else I want to say to you.
Okay.
Not regarding that, and has to do with. I'm sorry, John is not there. Concerning the electricity, and the same way I see you set up the fund for the legal fund.
Yes, sir.
I think we could set up a company similar to that, giving people solar panels, letting them pay for it, and detaching themselves from the JPSCO.
There are, you need to talk to John about that, because he's done extensive research. Like you said, you want to talk to him because I think there's a law that says that.
Yeah, I know, but the law can't stop you from doing that.
No,
I'm showing you. If you have panels, right? You are not selling electricity to anybody. Mm-hmm. You are generating current for yourself. Mm-hmm. Therefore, the law has nothing to do with that, because it's about transmitting or selling that current and passing over borders. So you're not passing over anybody's borders. Mm-hmm. You're making it for yourself. Mm-hmm. Right? And I think that's the first thing need to be done to break that thing. After JPSCO find out that they are now losing, they will go to the government and ask them to open it up and buy current from people. I think that would happen.
Well, that's an interesting point, and one that I would have to be get some education on. So I'll talk to John about that, because I remember that John was saying that you cannot.
Yes, I know of that. Right. I know of that. You can't. No private person can come and sell
and give it to your neighbor or something like that. Right.
So, and give it to your neighbor. But I'm saying you're not giving anything to your neighbor.
I know what you're saying. You're doing it for yourself.
So you're empowering each individual to detach themselves from the service. Right. So therefore they're going to feel it.
Right.
And that's the way of breaking them. You know.
Right. Well, one of the things that these monopolies do is that there is a restriction on commerce, in the sense that they find ways and means of making sure that you don't bring in those panels, for example. And you don't bring in those panels, or if you bring in the panels, you're going to pay a huge tax on it. So,
yeah, but look at it. No, I don't agree with that, Mr. Rattigan. Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you why. It's the government that does it. This government.
That does what?
That does all of that.
No.
This is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. At one time, solar panels and all the things that surrounding that were being brought into the country. You were not being taxed for it. It was encouraged.
Right. So that's
why they changed it.
Yeah. So that's why when I said to you these monopolies, I'm referring to government agencies.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That they can set tariffs and make it not worth your while to bring these things in, because of the just like. But people will find ways to get things in, and not only that, some people might find a way to develop maybe an industry in Jamaica building solar panels.
Yeah, no, I may be biased, but I don't think that the JLP government or anybody concerned in the JLP, based on history, because a lot of people tend to talk. I'm not there now, but I used to get a lot of flack when I tell the younger people that these people don't really mean them no good. And now I'm laughing, because all them were telling me that they're going to have a better life. Mm-hmm. And instead the life is worse. Because the history has shown us that the same thing that is going on here, from 1962 until 1972, they did the same thing. They robbed the people blind. The thing that happened was that the PNP administration under Michael Manny made them got away. I think one person they were holding account about, you know how many schools disappear? All the junior I know of 3 junior secondary schools that disappeared in Jamaica.
When you say disappear, what do you mean?
Under their administration. I think Jamaicans memory are so short.
No, when you say disappear, what do you mean? I don't understand it.
The schools, the money, everything disappeared.
Yeah, but I'm asking, when you say disappeared, what happened? They shut
It was embezzled.
Eh?
It was embezzled. I recall Arthur Williams. That's the name of the man that was the permanent secretary or something that was in the Ministry of Education. Was involved with it. So what I'm saying to you is that all of these things that this JLP government is doing is nothing new. They have always been involved in such things.
All right. Well, look.
Yeah.
Your points are well taken, and do the research and
yeah, I will.
So what we'll do is we'll make a pledge that if I'm wrong, I'll come out and
yes, I definitely will. If I'm wrong, I'll tell you that I'm wrong. Yeah, okay.
All right. Yes, caller. Thanks for holding. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. You're on the line.
Hi. Yes. Always enjoy watching you guys, Mr. Rattigan, Mr. Nelson, Isaac. Big up yourself. Oh, quick question. Did you do this song, Lovers Rock? Is that you did sing that song?
Yes, man. Go on iTunes and buy it. Lovers Rock by the artist Isaac. Not the lawyer, but the artist. Yes. It was me.
A very good song. And that was one of the reasons why I would listen to Sirius at that. So when I saw that you became a lawyer and everything, I wondered if that was you. So anyway, my quick question is this. In regards to the foundation, and Mr. Rattigan, you made a very, very good point. I do have a question that, but let me just real quickly. People have been complaining a lot. Now they really need to put their money where their mouth is.
All right.
Because people want to see certain.
Let me ask you a quick question before we go any further. I saw somebody made a $5,000 pledge. Was that you?
No, Mr. Rattigan. No. I wish I could. And I mean, I'm sure as an FBI agent or whatever not, I'm sure you can tell if a person through the inflection of their voice, whatever not, if they're telling a lie or just trying to stroke a man's ego.
The point I'm trying to get at is that you did make you made your donation already, right?
I have made a donation and I do kind of make it more, but I personally could go up to the 100 US.
That's fine.
But I just gave it.
No man, we're grateful and we're thankful because at the end of the day, it's about the people of Jamaica, and also to some extent, to a large extent, also it's for people living here because most of us want to go back home. Most of the people I know, they'd love to go back home to Jamaica. So it's for everybody. It's for a worthy cause, and we need to do it. It's about time we do this. But go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so in regards to with what you've been doing, exposing all these nefarious things that happen in the background. Going forward now, and we hope to get a prosecution forward, but with what I'm seeing taking place in the with the courts and Royal Reed and all of that stuff, couldn't they just, how things are right now, just stall everything and just keep putting off? Like, what would be the recourse in trying to get the trials, like a trial date set and whatever not? Like, I mean, sometimes if they want to throw things, get things done very quickly, I see, okay, within 6 months some prosecution, and then depending on the last thing you may have and whatnot, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Like, I know of one case wherein it's been 10 years and nothing. It keeps getting put off.
Okay.
So then it's like, what so then now, if they try to do these style tactics, like, what would then be the recourse in that moment?
All right.
Before I answer, I'm going to come off. Before I answer, I wanted to say this. The particular speaker who just resigned, I'm from Trelawney. And let me just say, allegedly some of the things that people might just be hearing now. I've been hearing these things since I was a child, before she even entered into that sphere. And, so sometimes when I see these news reporters or these news reports that come out trying to paint her in a particular light, look, Jamaica is a small enough place, open secret.
All right.
So sometimes when I hear certain things or whatever not, and I'm just like, yeah. And luckily enough, I'm close enough up to that level of society wherein there's a family member who ran in that circle. So I heard, and
So if it's not
yeah,
going to
that's all I'll say.
All right.
Yeah, I'll leave that right there.
All right. Look,
Yeah, I'll leave it for you. Response.
Thanks for the support.
Thank
All
you.
right. Yeah, Isaac will respond to that. Let me take this call.
Yes, go on by my album. Thank you. By my song. iTunes. Lovers.
Caller, go ahead, please. Hello?
Hi, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I just wanted was to reach out to you and to just let you know that I'm Ezra Walters, and I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm a native Jamaican.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate what you have, the path on which you have set out
Thank
to
you.
ensure that the people of Jamaica gets a just reward. And I like what you're doing. And I'm going to support what your endeavor, and I'd like to know where that money should come.
All right. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Are you looking at us now?
Yes, I'm watching you now. And
All right. Take a look at this. There it is, right there.
Okay.
Yeah. You can go to the website, and the website has the information regarding a contribution using a bank card or a credit card, and also that information you can use Zelle as well. And then of course you can just send it. You can do it by check. Go to your bank, write the check out to ojldf.org, and then you put the account number and the routing number.
Great.
All right.
Right. I'm the great grandson of Mr. Gordon.
Oh.
William George Gordon. My grandmother was Emily Gale.
Oh, wow.
Emily Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also one of, I don't know if you know Bradshaw Singh.
I've heard the name.
Yes. He's also, we both went to Upper Grove High School together. And his daughter, Tony, and she calls me Uncle Ezra because she lived there with us in Jacksonville, Florida, in Port Charlotte, Florida.
Okay.
But I just wanted to reach out and talk with you and just say congratulations. I like what you're doing. I'm going to support you, but I'll be calling you on other program, other issues on the days that you're online.
It will be my pleasure. Thank you so much, sir, for your contribution.
It was good talking with you.
Likewise.
And I'll
take care now. Be well.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We have somebody calling. They've called several times from Phoenix, and another person from Jamaica. Oh, here's Phoenix. Yes, Carla. Good evening. Thanks for being patient. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Ratty. Good evening, and good evening to your other panelists there. Isaac, my brother, and the gentleman there. This is Gentleman Isaac. Hey, Ratty.
Yeah.
Look, what you are doing is a noble thing, but really the white people are control Jamaica same way, It's really white people still in charge, even though them have the Governor General there. Them have a black face in a high place, but really behind the scene, you see you see the puppet, but you see the puppet master. You see, and the white people them still around Jamaica. So I want to ask you, where does the army stand in the Constitution? Because I heard that in a lot of countries, if the government is corrupt, the Constitution give the army the right to kick them out and install somebody else. Don't they have
You know what?
that a part of the constitution in Jamaica?
No, I have to go back. That's a good question. I have to go back and look. My recollection is that in 1962, when this constitution was given to us, the JDF was not in effect. They were not an institution at the time. I can check with Herb. Herb should know, but that's my thinking. That in August 6, 1962, the JDF was not an institution. It's an institution that came into being later on, and so it's excluded from the Constitution. Now the JCF, they've been around since the 1870s. They're accounted for in the Constitution through the Police Services Commission, but there's nothing in there about military. So although it says that the Governor General has the right to declare a state of emergency if there's a war between Jamaica and a neighboring country. So the question then was, who would be fighting that war? Would it be the JCF? Not sure, but that's a good question. Herb, you want to jump in and see if you can help us out here?
What usually happens when countries are extremely corrupt and the army has to come in, either by gunpoint or other means, they would have the Governor General to suspend the Constitution.
Okay.
Right? And then they would then take over. Now, what usually happens, I think I mentioned in another program, is the US or the UK or governments would then step in and say to the military junta that, look, you should take a year or so, and then you should then reorganize to hold elections and go back to civilian rule. But the job of the junta who takes over would be to eliminate all the corruption. And they're going to do that either by putting people on trial that they have been monitoring all this time. Like a unit like the Military Intelligence Unit can monitor people. They can listen on phone calls. They can put people under surveillance. And they can examine a lot of the money laundering and other things that the police refuse to touch, because the police are more under control of individuals.
Okay.
But just a quick anecdote. The person in charge of the army in terms of Minister of Defense is our Prime Minister. There will be no coup coming from the JDF. So there would have to be another strategy. And this
Well, keep this in mind, that sometimes it's a low-ranking captain who is popular in the ranks, who has sown the seeds of dissension, can rise up, right?
Yeah.
And build off, right? And that captain, if they seize all the armory and the armored vehicles and everything else, they can pull it off. You know,
all right. Hold on one second.
In a way, they simply eliminate them.
All right, Carl, I hope that answers your question. I have to run and take another call, but thanks for calling.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, caller, go ahead, please. And thanks for holding. Hello.
Hello, good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, ma'am. Good night.
And good night to the panel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, good night. Go ahead, please. Reconnecting.
I have a question from Mr. Isaac.
Isaac. Go ahead, please. He's listening.
Yes. Mr. Isaac, I'm in a little difficulty and I'm asking a question related to law.
Hello? It's reconnecting.
You're reconnecting, yeah.
Hello?
Hearing me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Yes, if I hire, I'm asking a question on if I hire a lawyer to do a job and they fail to provide me to perform the job.
She's reconnecting. Let's try this one more.
She's talking about a lawyer who failed.
If a lawyer don't do the job, man, let me tell upon the whole of them. General Legal Counsel, Harbour Street. Go down there and complain. The chairman of the GLC
Oh,
is
stick a pin, stick.
Hold on, I tell you what to do. Go
Stick
down
a
and
pin.
report.
I went there.
And what they said to you? What happened?
I'm wondering where is the next step to go now. I went there from 21 to 2023 July.
Oh, so they had a trial, had a hearing.
We have several hearings, but no trial.
Oh,
so we went in a couple of times, and then they asked me to pull the case to give her a chance to see if she can complete the job. But to my surprise, she come back to me this week and said, I give her all my documents to provide my job. And she lose the main document where she get the job.
Go back down there and report. Tell them say she's negligent and they must disbar her. Give them some work to do.
And then on top of that, tell them ISAT sent you.
Yes. Yes.
I really want to find Mr. Isaac office Monday morning. Isaac, I'm running out of research.
Ask him. I will help you with the documents. We need to get these attorneys who's not doing their work to right.
All right, lady. We'll fix this. All right.
Thank you very much.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Isaac, I will looking forward to come into Kingston. I'm on the countryside, but I'm looking forward to come into Kingston to be at your office.
All right.
I will give you all the assistance you need.
All right, then. Take care now.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good night, everyone, Mr. Rattigan, Mr. Isaac, and Mr. Nelson.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I want to go back to your last YouTube that you did on the fertilizers.
Yes, ma'am.
And what I'm thinking, is that going to be the end of it? Because, it is so disgusting and unfair, and all these politicians who are in charge of all these things. Because I saw the schedule, like you showed it on YouTube, where different what you call it, the different, like Manchester, Trelawney,
the parishes where they distributed
it was distributed. And when I look at the amount at one of these in the grid for Trelawney, 170, and Trelawney is next door to Manchester, 800 and something. And why this big gap that Manchester got so much and Trelawney has so many farmers also, and they didn't get any? I have 3 brothers over there, and there was not one free bags of those fertilizer that they received. It was just last week I had a cousin call me to ask me for money to buy a fertilizer in Christiana. Where did all these fertilizers go to these farmers? And these are not just little petty farmers. They plant a lot of yellow yam, everything that you can think of between Trelawney and Manchester. So I really would appreciate if you continue on this, because people need to be jailed for all these things that they are doing.
Okay. I was going to make an announcement at the beginning of the program, but I decided not to state that that the fertilizer issue is not over, because there's some things that I plan to do. But now that you've mentioned it, I can make the statement that yes, the issue is not closed, and there's some things that I plan to do. But stay tuned, all right? And thanks for the call.
I appreciate it. And another thing about the contribution that you put on file for Citibank.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that really entail if we contribute to it? What is that for?
It is for, well, you know what, I'll tell you now, but what I would suggest you do for a fulsome explanation is to go back to some of the programs, like the last 2 or 3 programs. It is to hold government officials accountable to the people of Jamaica. So the corrupt politicians, we're gonna deal with them, because we talk, but then we really don't do much. So we're gonna So we're gonna start with lawsuits, and we're gonna do a public relations campaign, and we're gonna do background investigation, and we're gonna expose them.
Because I didn't know you had a YouTube channel until about 2 hours ago. I saw the last one you did 6 days ago about the fertilizer. So I subscribed, and then this one I received it just a few minutes ago.
Well, I tell you what, share this program and share it freely. Tell all your friends and your relatives and neighbors, all right?
I will. Thank you so much.
Take care. All right. Let me turn this off. We don't have much time left, but there's a couple of things I want to say. Hold on one second. This thing I don't want to go out. Okay. Let me. Somebody put inside there that the governor general's term is 5 years and then it can be re-upped. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but I'm not saying that that's not the case. What I'm saying is that that's not the case in the Constitution. So if you have a document that says the governor general shall only serve for 5 years and then be reappointed, then send it to me so I can share it with everybody, because each one teach one, and we need to be well informed about these issues. But the Constitution itself, it doesn't provide a time. It says he will serve at the pleasure of Her Majesty. There's no time period in there. Now, if there's a document that's supplementary to the Constitution that says that pleasure, service of pleasure, that's 5 years with each government and or each party, and if there's a change in government, then it's another 5 years, then fine, bring it to our attention. All right. Now, there's another thing I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. Two more things. A very dear listener of ours, she said, she sent me something that says the monarch, on the advice of the prime minister, appoints a governor general as his or her representative in Jamaica. So the prime minister will make a recommendation to or advise the monarch, the king. And then the king will then say, okay, fine. And he will appoint the governor general. Goes on to say that both the monarch and the governor general hold much power. And that's what we're talking about today, the power in the Constitution. It says, but they rarely exercise it, usually only in emergencies and in some cases war. So that is consistent with my point that the power is there. The utilization of the power, now that's something else. We don't see it being utilized, but it doesn't mean that a governor general couldn't just get up one day and say, listen, based on section blah, 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 I'm going to do this. And there's nothing they can do in Jamaica about that. And the last point I'm going to make is that we have to keep supporting our brother, Chairman Rowan James. He will go to the Supreme Court this Thursday, September 28th, for a hearing of his application to quash the interdiction and the departmental charges brought against him. So I need all of you to keep him in your thoughts and your prayers. And if you can support him in court on the 28th of this month, next week, Thursday, then please, by all means, do that. Another point regarding the Federation and the police. My friend, the overtime payments, the policemen and women, they're still not getting their overtime payments as they should. Some of them are not getting anything. Some of them are getting it piecemeal, but that's not the way the system was supposed to work. More than a year ago, they met with a judge, and the judge ordered the JCF to put in place a system on or before March 31st to start paying overtime. Why? Because they were using a manual system before that, and it was inefficient. And that's one of the reasons why the Federation took them to court. And the judge issued an order saying, okay, JCF, you will implement the system a year from now. Because I think the court met in convened in February of last year. And they gave him until March of this year to get it done. In addition, the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, he made allowances for the system to be put in place by providing the funding to the JCF. So we have a court order saying, okay, you must put the system in place. We have the Ministry of Finance saying, okay, here's the money to put the system in place. And it should have taken place on or before March 31st of this year. Today is September 23rd, and the system is still not fully in place. The poor men and women who are putting their lives on the line to serve and protect and reassure Jamaica and Jamaicans, they're not getting their just due. And this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. You have the money. You say you have the consultants and you have the people who can do it. Then do it. And again, as a reminder, people, let's show this, the support for our brother, Chairman Rowan James, the real police commissioner. You have the police commissioner, and then you have the Brogad, and then you have the real Brogad. Well, you have the commissioner, and then you have the real police commissioner. And it is my considered judgment and opinion that that person is none other than Chairman Rowan James. So support him and support him widely. All right. Let me see if there's anything else.
While you're looking for it, people, one of the key things for growing viewership is the likes. The program, if you did like the program, it costs you nothing to just click the like button. It's important. So we rely on you heavily to use the tools. Your comments and your likes are just as important as when you send the money to the account. So
right.
Thank you.
Right. And I've been beating the police commissioner. When I said beating him, I've been criticizing him for a job poorly done. And I just saw today where they had a triple murder. And there had some other murders. And so you have to say to yourself, people, what is going on with this man and his lack of leadership skills? What is going on with the prime minister to keep him there?
Yeah. It's frozen. All right.
And your thoughts are in the meantime.
Well, the arrogance that's showing up with regards to these ministers who break the law is the same arrogance and leadership showing up in the JCF.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say arrogance, I mean they're not people-oriented. And they take full advantage of their people. They work them like dogs, like slaves, and they don't think it's within their realm to go to the ends of the earth to ensure this system in place and get their people paid. I mean, this is the heights of nonsense. And this is a commissioner now who wants to persecute the one man that they look up to, that wants this done, and are pushing them to get off the lazy behinds and get it done. It's that simple. You should not have assistant commissioner of police in charge of or deputy in charge of the administration that can do the job. Bring in an outside source if you have to, right? You're spending money to do outside investigations with SSL. Yeah, probably ask the same people to help you set it up. They're that skilled, right? Kill two birds with one stone.
Let me just say this. Yeah, let me just say that Chris John just mentioned in the chat that people in the UK and Europe, they're feeling left out because of the timing. There's no way we can do it that would be convenient for everyone. So the good thing, the beauty about the platform we're using is that you can always go back and listen to it. In terms of asking a question, it might be a little bit of a challenge, but it's kind of difficult. There's no sweet spot that we can put this program in that we can say, okay, everybody will be at home at a certain time and they can listen to it. So that's one. Isaac, they have to start sing a song now because I have to sing a song. Everybody know, crazy.
The song.
Superstar.
Yeah, so,
artists would know, the law not good at hear me, yes.
It's always good to have a second career. You know what I mean? It's something you can fall back on. So that's that. And then the third thing is regarding Chairman Rowan James and the unfair treatment that the Federation and its members are receiving from the JCF and the High Command and the Ministry of National Security and the Prime Minister. Somebody put in the chat a quote attributed to Malcolm X, and it's so apropos that they should send it back again. It says, early in life, I learned that if you want something, you better make some noise. If you want something, you better make some noise.
The revolution will not be televised.
Televised. There you go. Gil Scott Heron, right. So people remember that. If you want something in life, you have to make some noise. And so I'm asking you to make some noise for the hardworking, honest people who work tireless, who giving up themselves for the protection of Jamaica. I'm talking about the men and women of the JCF. Make some noise for them and inspire them so that they can even make an even louder noise to get what they deserve. And we know it's not the Ministry of Finance that's holding up the project. It's squarely within the JCF. They're having meetings after meetings after meeting after meeting, and the people, the poor people, the overtime is not there. No wonder people, they're having a hard time recruiting people and keeping people. The attrition rate is and they would tell you something else. And no, people not leaving in droves, but people are leaving in droves. Oh, it's just like to tell you about the homicide rate. I just learned this week that there's something called murder investigation, where the JCF, they investigate incidents involving homicides, but it's not resolved. Those people are those those numbers, they're not part of part of the homicide rate. So what I'm gonna do next week, because we love the ATI.
Here comes the
ATI. We love the ATI. So next week I'm gonna ask the police commissioner, if you're listening, be prepared for this. And the Minister of National Security, if you're listening, be prepared for this. I'm gonna send an ATI request asking how many death investigations have been conducted from 2016 to now, and how many of them have been resolved, and how many of them are still pending. Because I didn't even know this. I just heard that those numbers are not factored into the homicide rate. So if they really want to keep it low, they just have a whole bunch of murder investigations and say, oh, we're investigating this, we're investigating that. And then those numbers, they don't get transferred into the homicide number that we're looking at. And that number, keeping in mind, people, that it's one of the highest in the world. It's about 52 per 100,000. Not even war zones have that kind of numbers, right? And just think, if they have this number sitting over here that they didn't include, that's being disingenuous. No, that's corruption to me. When they try to hide those numbers from the people, And then also, I was told one quick second. I was also told that the people who are missing, and we're not talking about children, we're talking about people who are missing, that those numbers, they don't get factored into this. So the question I have to ask you, Isaac, is how long does it take before a court can adjudge someone dead after a report has been made and the person hasn't been found?
7 years.
7 years. Okay.
Is it automatic?
Huh?
Is it automatic?
Well, after 7 years, presumption of death is 7 years. If they don't find you. So if a woman was married to a man, he would have to wait until the 7 years pass.
So let me ask you this. Let's say the police, they get a report saying that somebody is missing.
Mm-hmm.
And then 7 years go by. On the police side, what do they do with that complaint? Or with that
you would have to, like you say, you go to the court and somebody would have to make the application for the court for the person to be presumed dead.
So a court must be involved then?
Yes.
Okay. Well, all of you people who have friends, relatives, whatever, missing for more than 7 years, it's time for you now to go to the court and ask the court to make the judgment or to issue the proclamation. Well, not proclamation, because only Governor General can issue proclamation.
Declaration.
Not proclamation, declaration. That the person has been missing for 7 years, and the person should be asking the court to declare the person dead, and so that those numbers can then go into the police the numbers, because a lot of people missing for more than 7 years and we haven't heard anything. So go ahead and do that. Herb.
So you said murder investigation. There's a distinction between murder investigation and missing, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So they need to count both numbers, because I'd asked for the missing information, and they told me, well, there's different kinds of missing, right? So what constitutes a person to go from missing to where they ever declared dead, versus a person who there's evidence that they were murdered, but they never found a body? Is there a distinction? I said
Evidence that they were murdered and they never found a body. You know, the criminal law actually says no body, no case. It's a little perversion that they use circumstantial evidence without more, and those cases are generally weak. But that's a whole nother topic. But the thing about it is, in terms of the investigation, as Mr. Rattigan would have set out, is that they are satisfied that this person is dead, but hasn't put them on the homicide list, as in the murder list. And so
is that person missing? Are they missing?
No. These are the category that Mr. Matt Rattigan referred to is we have gone to a crime scene, see the person dead, not breathing, and say, listen, can we put this in the murder, or are we investigating it to see if it's a murder to make the count? And I mean, to be fair, and I like to defend Jamaica, people die more from stress, heart attack, motor vehicle accidents than the murder rate. So we are alarmed at the murder rate, because Jamaica is a high crime society. A high crime society defined as 10 per 100,000. Now we are at 52 and scaling high. But just remember that as the year start, the nice big roads that we have, the motor vehicular death is significantly higher. Not to mention hypertension, cardiac arrest, and stuff like that, communicable disease. So I have to factor that in. But it's concerning that Mr. Rattigan is saying that the numbers are we're behaving like Baltimore and Chicago and New York in terms of how we tweak numbers to keep down the homicide rate.
It's political. It's all political. It's shenanigans but it's corrupt.
I would put it there.
Yeah. And we're gonna find out next week, because we're gonna send out this. We're gonna send out the ATI. Yeah. And by the way, Ministry of the Office of the Prime Minister. Just so you know, I'm still waiting on the response regarding the people who traveled to Kigali, the names of the government officials who traveled on the taxpayers' dime to Kigali, to the tune, the whole campaign and travel to the tune of 42 million Jamaican dollars. We're still waiting on that list, and we're also waiting on the list of Jamaican officials who traveled to Hungary for the athletics. Because we're hearing that some people went who shouldn't have been there. The taxpayers paid for them, so we're not gonna let those things go. So please send me the information to my request. If you can send it to me this week, so I can just wrap things up, that would be great. But I've been waiting now for a little bit, and I don't plan on waiting much longer. So I'm not threatening anyone, but I'm just saying, just take a look at my request, because it was sent to the office of the cabinet, and I believe it was the cabinet who authorized the spending, but they said no, go over to the office of the prime minister. That's where you'll find the names. So, and then by the way, we have the permanent secretary, Ambassador Monteith, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. She has been, I don't know if she's ignorant or she's just recalcitrant, or she's just plain, I don't want to insult her, but she's playing games. I ask her for information, and then she's telling me, go over here, go over there, and that's not the way it's supposed to be done. It's supposed to be done the way the Office of the Cabinet did when I asked them for information. They said, Mr. Rattigan, the information you seek is not housed here. It's over at the Office of the Prime Minister. What we will do, we will forward your request to them, and they will have to respond to you within 30 days of receipt. That is exactly what the statute requires. Not what Ambassador Monteith did and continues to do, which is send it back to me and tell me I must go get it myself from over there. That's not what the statute says, Ambassador Monteith. And I wish you would read the statute and act in accordance, because what you're doing is a clear violation of the statute. All right, we have 15 minutes to go. So, I'm going to have to do a song because, I mean, everybody.
Look at the artist shirt. Look at the artist shirt.
Everybody forget about the conversation we're having on. Everybody I thought great.
No, I was just going
nice
to you're changing the subject. I wanted to plug in here why you must click the hearts. You see the confidence that Mr. Rattigan have, because he knows they're listening to him. He knows if they don't listen, somebody is going to cut the voice, cut the clip, and send it to the relevant person. So they're going to know that Mr. Rattigan said, listen, go do your job and answer my ATI. So come next week, Saturday, we will be reading the ATI because they don't want no trouble. that's my song, that's my verse in this song. Arrogance from Mr. Rattigan.
Let me turn on the phone and take like 2 more calls, and then we'll go from there. Anyone wanting to call, the line is open now, and I'm prepared to take about 2 calls or so, because we've been at this for a while, and it's 8:45. And oh, by the way, don't forget to join me at midnight when we're going to play some studio first selections, right? If you love real reggae music like what Isaac sing, then you have to join us tonight. Although I don't have him in the playlist, but maybe next week I'll have him. All right. Caller. Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I've been trying with Isaac Buchanan concerning a piece of land in Jamaica. I've been trying with land in Jamaica.
Repeating. Check a recording. Somebody's saying a recording, you know.
Yes,
All right. Hello, caller. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. Boy, I tell you something, right? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be on this so long waiting to talk to you and your panel, especially Mr. Buchanan. Wow. Mr. Buchanan, I just want to know, you are with Jamaica for Justice or what have you. I know you've been talking about incarceration and so on, and I know that you represent a very
And that is our chief of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention.
Yes, they're preventing the internal investigation of my very short stint of Jamaicans for Justice.
Yeah.
Yes, can have one of the highest crime rates in the world, Mr. Buchanan, and you are happy about that. Come on.
If I'm happy about what? So all right, so let's not conflate issues. Let's start here. Since we need to fact check. I spent 3 months at Jamaicans for Justice. I need to make that clear. I have no affiliation with Jamaicans for Justice. So let's make that clear. In the 3 months that I was there, I would have done stellar work, including the complaint on the states of emergency, which is what I call my brainchild. 2, I'm telling you, a high crime society goes on decades. I'm not even 10 years as an attorney. I am a human rights attorney, and we know that Jamaica has a crime problem, and that is why the diaspora and everybody complains about the persons who are in positions to do it, i.e. your commissioner of police, your minister of national security, and that's why we complain. If you are saying I'm happy, clearly you miss satire, and I will not be attacked by anyone to think that I am condoning crime, because I am not. I am a human rights attorney, and I would have made that clear. So to marry me with Jamaicans for Justice, I wholly reject that. I need to make that clear.
All right, fine.
In fact, you can go and look at their press release in relation to me.
No, Mr. Buchanan, please. I'm not attacking you in any shape or form. I happen to like you and I like your energy and all that sort of thing. And I would never attack her, but I'm just talking about what I've heard and I've been hearing. And I'm saying to you, whether or not you intend for it to come over or not, I mean, those guys who are listening, they know who they're talking to. And I know basically the background, and I'm talking about, I'm just asking you this question.
Yes.
As a human being and as a Jamaican, can you be happy knowing that our ratio is higher than many countries in the world, and the fact, and I know you're not happy, I know you're not happy. You're just a very happy person. But the point I'm trying to make, I would like you to understand that this thing, as a member of the diaspora, it hurts to the core because we love Jamaica more than anything else in the world, and we want to see better, and it cannot continue in this mode. You see what I'm saying?
And
it cannot continue in this mode.
I adopt your passion, and I take this opportunity to say this. That's why when we have statistics that is running away, and the only answer to dropping the murder rate, which is the central issue here, is the state of emergency. The state of emergency is not the answer. And I can say this, and anybody can fact check it. When the People's National Party is in power, the murder rate is significantly less. That can become unchallenged. So if you love your life, it would mean that you would not have the Jamaica Labour Party in power. As we continue, we as a people and we as a society, we as a diaspora have to understand that to fight crime, it starts with education. I'm completely unhappy. I woke up this morning to a triple murder, and you heard Mr. Rattigan say while they're investigating a triple murder, there's another double murder, and there are murders that's not being put into the news. And if you get information faster on TikTok about, and the pictures, you had this week alone, you had at least three gentlemen, if I can call them that, with their heads cut off. And these are no longer gun crimes. Wow. And we had a stringent amendment to the gun legislation and the 15 years mandatory minimum. And now people are showing up with their heads cut off and stab wounds. So no, I'm not happy about the murder rate. I'm saying
okay, I understand the goriness of all of this. But I want to ask you another question, Mr. Buchanan. Sure. I know you only have a short time left. The death penalty, why is that not on the table? Do you agree with it or do you not?
One, I object to the death penalty. Equally like how I object to any thought of the well erudite Miss Dalrymple going to prison. I object to it. And in any event, this conversation is moot because as Mr. Rattigan has set out in terms of sovereignty, may not ask Christ, nobody in a Jamaica no bad can kill nobody. The United Nations is against the death penalty, and we're a small sovereign nation with no veto power. And so while America and other nations, America and Russia and all those other Chinese nations can use the death penalty, and Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, Jamaica dare not try it. 1988 was...
Hold on, my friend, hold on. Don't say dare not try it, because this is only maybe about 10 or 15 years now they haven't done it. Because
No, 1988, sir. Long past.
All right, okay, whatever it is, it was not a very long time ago. And it's this way. Mr. Buchanan, please. I've studied crime longer than you have been living. And I am saying to you, sir, that the fact of the matter is, I know one thing that these Jamaicans are afraid of, the death penalty. Them young people that are going out there. I guarantee you, not because I'm a man who want to, but if you have the audacity to take somebody else's life, why should yours be spared? Why, Mr. Buchanan? You explain that to me.
Well, you see, I can't take over Mr. Rattigan's show by
No, you
can't. Take it over.
I will say this. I am totally against the death penalty, especially in the Jamaican context, where even as a defense attorney, there are persons who are that this year alone, I have freed a young man who was put in prison for life and could have gotten death and could have gotten the death penalty, and he did not commit the crime. He was locked up because he was...
I understand, Mr.
If one person is wrongfully convicted, I would
Hold on.
never, sorry is not enough to take a life when we know.
So, Mr. Buchanan, the fact of the matter is that the man who kills you have a right, and you have no right. You yourself, your life has been taken, and you have no right, and you think you are good. That's a good argument, Mr. Buchanan.
That is a good argument because people are wrongfully condemned.
It is not a good argument, Mr. Buchanan. I can tell you that it is wrong. It's not reasonable for you as an attorney or anyone else to tell me that a man can wantonly go and chop off somebody's head and then don't expect to lose their life too.
No,
you can tell me that.
I'm going to tell you that as a humanitarian, and I know.
So I'm not a humanitarian then. I'm what? I'm what?
No, you're entitled to your position. No, man, you're entitled to your position, and I respect it. And this is the conversation about the death penalty, whether you're for it or against it. And it's the same heated passion we will have when it comes to abortion. And I'm saying I have a right, and the Constitution allows it, for me to exercise what my thoughts, beliefs, and ideas are in relation to the death penalty. And believe me, as a man that has gone to prison, and as a man that they would like to put in prison again, woe be unto them if they would want to give me the death penalty and then tell me sorry. I am just at a place in my life where I will never accept the death penalty as a sanction, especially when it is.
Well, Mr. Buchanan, I know that I'm taking up a lot of time, but let me tell you something. Mr. Buchanan, I respect you. I like your energy. I like everything about you, to be quite honest with you. But this is one thing you and I have to argue about, because as far as I am concerned, you need to get down to the root and the reason as to why, the psychological reason. Everything is a psychosocial event, you know. And the psych alone, the idea. I remember when they hung this guy called Thaddeus Hyatt.
Mm-hmm. The silence. What's the name? What's the name you used a while ago? Ampina.
Oh, Apina.
No.
It's the name Apina.
Apina. Yeah. Anytime conversation get nice, you know, them zap you. Yes.
All right. Yeah. All right.
It's okay, Mr. Buchanan. We'll catch up again.
Thank you for the verbal.
Listen, to be continued, let me just grab this phone call. Hello. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Hold on. Hello. Go ahead. Reason with Rattigan. Go ahead, please.
Listen, Mr. Isaac, you hear my voice more and more because this program gets heated, you know. But it's all in a good spirit. Mr. Isaac, what if it was a member of your family that you dearly love and was killed and you know that person is the killer? How would you feel? How would you fit in there now? Answer that, Mr. Isaac. If that person you know committed that crime and has taken your loved one's life, how would you speak the same way? That's how you're saying now? That you're against the death penalty? Come on, man. I know you're on the bench. And you have to protect your legal, all of that and that and that. You know what I'm talking about? No, it's got to be real. There is an exception to the rule, Mr. Isaac. There is an exception to the rule. Answer me.
Let him answer the question.
Here's what I like.
Question, all right? All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan, Mr. Nelson, and Buchanan. I'll make this real quick. I signed on a little bit later, so I'm not sure if you guys already covered this. However, one quick question or point I want to bring up to you guys, which is this: the matter in which the matter about Mr. Fitzbailey saying that the JCF does not have the capacity to basically protect the what is it there? The commission, the
Integrity Commission
members. I'm sorry?
The Integrity Commission?
Yes, I don't. So again, forgive me if I missed this. Forgive me if you guys already covered this. But as I said, if so, when I go ahead and rewatch later on or tomorrow, then I will. If you have already covered.
No, what's the question? Because we haven't really covered it. What's the question?
The question is, or I don't know if it's well, question or statement. Basically, I think that is crap. How is it that he is stating that the JCF does not have the capacity to offer protection to these members? What is your take on that? I will hang up.
I can answer that. And to be
All
fair,
right.
the
All right.
JCF,
I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah.
Listen to them.
and the JCF does not have the capacity to protect each and every single member. They simply don't. And we have been complaining about boots on the ground, and notwithstanding, as fast as them, there's a big word that I hear Mr. Rattigan use all the time, attrition rate or something like that. But as fast as you train them, they are migrating, they are leaving the force, and we simply seem to always be stuck at any given time. I don't think even 1,500 members of the JCF is operating at once. And that is a big problem, and we need to change that. And we can't offer private security to every single person like that at a time like this. And the common man needs protection as well.
Let me just say a couple of things and then we're going to wrap up. I've turned off the line. So, folks, if you're thinking of calling tomorrow at 4 o'clock, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock Jamaica time, 8 o'clock New York time, I'll be on IRI FM for an hour-long discussion concerning corruption in Jamaica with Kabul. That's on IRI FM from 7 to 8 Jamaica time or 8 to 9 New York time. Then at 4 o'clock, I'll be on Waterhouse Vibes with Michael Nita, the host, and Herb will be there as well. That goes from 4 to 6, and it's very topical, pretty much like this program. A whole bunch of issues and a whole bunch of solutions, and that ends at 6, from 4 to 6 New York time, which is 3 to 5 Jamaica time. And then at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock Jamaica time, we have Wayne Lonesom's regularly scheduled town hall meeting. And that's a very, very lively engagement. You can't miss it. You shouldn't miss the Waterhouse one as well. But we have this Wayne Lonesome program from 7 to 10, which is 6 to 9 Jamaica time. So tune into those. For those of you who would like to listen to my selection tonight and listen to me, you have a nice voice, you know. No, I sat alone, you know. Well, me not sing, but you know. But anyway, you can tune in tonight on reggaeglobalradio.com. That's one word, reggaeglobalradio.com. And you just log on to that and you're there. Next item. I saw something in the chat where people are making comparisons of between Jamaica's homicide rate and Chicago and somewhere. Listen, here is my take on that. The international standard is you compare countries to countries. You don't compare countries to cities, to counties. No, right? Jamaica's homicide rate, without the inclusion of the murder investigation victims, without that, it's about 52 per 100,000. So, out of every 100,000 people, 52 of them will be victims of homicide. That's high, right? The homicide rate, the same rate when you apply it to America, is 9 per 100,000. Jamaica, 52 per 100,000. The US, 9 per 100,000. I cannot entertain a discussion where somebody's going to take a city in America and then compare it to the country of Jamaica, saying that, well, it's the same population size. It doesn't work like that. Because if you're going to compare a city to Jamaica, Jamaica is going to compare to a city in the US or anywhere else. I can take a city in Jamaica and the rate would be even higher than 52 per 100,000. So that's not how it works. You know, you have a right to your opinion, but you don't have a right to the facts. The facts are the facts. And this is how they do it internationally. And you can't come along now and just change it to suit the Jamaican experience. It is what it is. Let's deal with it. It's 52. Let's try and get it down to 42. And then 32. And then 22. Yeah, that's what we should be focused on. Not focus on, hey, it's high over there, Soto. How does that help what's going on where you are? It doesn't. What we need to do is we need to say, okay, let's get rid of this police commissioner because, and with much respect, I'll say it, he's useless. Is useless. And look at this. With all the problems going on in Haiti, it's 11 per 100,000. 11 per 100,000. And Jamaica, who's supposed to be a beacon of democracy and peace and tranquility in the Caribbean, is 52 per 100,000. Haiti has been declared a failed state with 11 per 100,000. Then why shouldn't Jamaica be declared a failed state with 52 per 100,000? I'm not calling for that. But I'm saying if you're going to start making comparisons, you're going to run into all kinds of problems. So let's just focus on Jamaica and how we can get the crime rate down, how we can get rid of the High Commission, and we can get rid of the police commissioner and get people inside here like Chairman Rowan James who knows what he's doing. Let's get people like that because we have qualified people. We have energetic people in the JCA, people who really want to make a difference. So let's get those people in charge and let's move forward. And the diaspora is always here to help. And as I've said before, I'm not looking for position or power. I'll provide advice when requested, but I'm perfectly happy being in this seat. You don't have to have me as no consultant. You don't have to have me as that. And by the way, even if you do, I don't want any money. Not from my Jamaica. I don't want any money from my Jamaica. No. I want any money they would have planned to give me as compensation. I would want them to establish a scholarship for some inner city, community or some school or something like that to develop it and inspire and enlighten wayward children or children who don't have the resources and they're on their way to being wayward. That's what I would like. So don't make that comparison. That's not going to get much traction around here. And then somebody had asked about our opinion on the crime in the parking lot. Well, I heard a report from Nationwide Radio saying that it was a security guard who got shot, and they doubled down on it. Chris Hughes doubled down on it because he heard it from someone from his radio station who was on scene. That could have been a mistake, or it could have been otherwise. I don't know. The investigation is ongoing. I just find it strange that they would, they mentioned this man's name in Parliament. Politicians mentioned his name. And then next thing you know, he has a briefcase and, he's accosted and they want the briefcase and he says, no, he's not going to get, and then he's shot.
Right.
I don't know what to say about that. It's an ongoing thing and we'll see. As far as providing security for the directors of the Integrity Commission, it's a sad day. And that's why when my friend Jeffrey Tavares says Jamaica is knocking on the back door of Haiti, I can't disagree with him because it's a sad day when the Integrity Commission directors, they have to get private security for them simply because they're doing their job. It's a sad day. And, we just cannot agree with that. It's just shocking. And that's why I'm saying that we need new blood. We need new people in the JCF to handle this matter. Because what was that? Vote for, come join with Mr. Patterson. Let's make a change. Mr. Brown. Okay. Well, I'm not. The only way I go is if Herb join me and Isaac join me over there. So if they join
All
me,
the words of somebody's wife, that will never happen.
Never happen.
Oh, Lord.
Herb agrees. Look, Herb agrees.
I agree
Apina.
with you there, Isaac.
Apina.
Hey, listen, gentlemen, my hero came to the UN this week. El Salvador President Nayib Bukele trumpeted the success of his gang crackdown. Now, this man, his country led Jamaica in murders. And he simply rounded up 50,000 of his worst criminals and stick them in jail. Indefinite detention. Suspend that part of the Constitution. Now, my thing is this. I'd love to see the Governor General suspend that part of the Constitution, round up the worst of the worst from all sides. But you know something else? I want to see him applied evenly to politicians as well. The ones that Integrity Commission has fingered, put them in there with the 50,000. And I bet you would see people straighten up and fly right. You would see accountability and transparency like you've never seen before. But the bottom line is you cannot keep having gangs out there killing each other and killing innocent people, causing people's deaths. You have to
Listen,
change. You need change.
somebody's asking about whether or not the police commissioner or anyone from the JCF met with the General Godfrey Labia from DPCI, otherwise known as the Hawks, the functional equivalent of the FBI in South Africa. Let me say it clearly as I can. No meeting took place. I spoke with General Labia today. I spoke with him when he was in Jamaica. I called him on Tuesday when he arrived, and I called him on Thursday, and he said no one has reached out to him. And I called him today. He's back in South Africa, and that was a missed opportunity for them to at least sit down with somebody who's experiencing some of the same problems they're having and say, how are you handling your issues? Because this is how we're handling ours. Can we examine each other's policies and protocols and see how we can work together? Can we send somebody to look at how you conduct your operation so that we can learn something and bring it here? Both ways. Send South Africans to Jamaica to see how things are done. Send Jamaicans to South Africa. We have diplomatic relations with South Africa, right? Close diplomatic relations too. And that wasn't done. So what that tells me is that there is no intent on dealing with crime in Jamaica by this administration. They talk a good game and they make promises, but the promises are unfulfilled. And the hopes and dreams and the aspirations of Jamaicans wishing for peace, those are dashed. And as long as we continue in this vein, it will never happen. It will always be a wash in bloodshed. Always. Because we have people who don't care. They don't care. And you know why they don't care? Because for them people now suffer. For them people now get touched by crime. Ask ISAT, how many of them people there? How many of them for them people get touched by crime? How many? How many of them are convicted of crime? How many of them are victims of crime? Most of what we're talking about happens below Halfway Tree Crossroad. Most of it. And other parts of Jamaica. Most of it. So they don't care. They don't care. And notice what happens. Any death is a stain. I mean, homicide is a stain on Jamaica and the JCF. Especially the ones that could be prevented. And they're homicides that could be prevented. But look at how we prioritize crime. I think it's more than 5,000 children have been missing in Jamaica since the beginning of the year. We don't hear anything about a high investigation being conducted to recover or to locate these missing children. We don't hear nothing about that. But Philip Paulwell's daughter and her mother, they've been missing. And the moment it got to the JCF, what did we hear? They're going to launch a high investigation into this matter. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. In fact, they should. But what about the other 5,000? And what about the other people who are missing? We don't hear nothing about them. Is it because they're not connected? Is it because they're not politicians, related to politicians? What is it that we should turn a blind eye to the people from those parts I just mentioned? We should turn a blind eye to them. But when something happens to somebody of influence in the community, we said, okay, we're going to launch a high investigation. By the way, if you're launching a high investigation, what about the people who brought the cocaine into the Ian Fleming Airport in Boscobel, St. Mary? How come you haven't arrested any of those? How come? See, if you're going to police the country, you have to do it in an objective and fair and just manner. You cannot give people blind, because when you give people blind, it impacts how people see you as a force for good. It impacts your ability it impacts how people feel, if people feel confident about you, about the job you're doing. And we know that the police commissioners are 91 or receive a 91% disapproval rating. So there is no love lost there. People don't have any faith, no trust, no confidence in him. And that's why I'm saying the prime minister, I hold him responsible, because he's the one who moved that man from out of the JDF into the position of being a national security advisor to the prime minister, and then moved him to he's going to say that it's the Police Services Commission. But we know that that could not have happened without his consent. That couldn't have happened. That could not have happened. Because if you're doing it just based on a CV, that man CV was a failure as a national security advisor. Because while he was there, crime went up. And remember now, he was there as the czar for crime fighting. He was at the 50,000 foot level. He was overlooking everything that was going on. He was looking at stuff going on with the border, some stuff going on at customs, some stuff going on with immigration, stuff going here, police, soldier, everything. And he didn't make a difference. Useless. There's a comic strip, Useless Eustace. This is Useless Eustace personified.
Wow.
It's time for him to go. Time for him to go. Gentlemen, we have to go now. So what I'd like to do at this point, I see we still have 1,500 people listening. And as I said, people, don't try and listen to this work, because it's several hours now. Don't try and listen to it all at once, because then you'll lose sleep. It's gonna be you once you start listening to it, you won't be able to pull yourself away, except for the time that we have the technical difficulty, but you won't be able. So, but try and do it 1 hour at a time, small pieces, small bites, and that way you let it digest. You get to focus on it, and so that next week when we meet, you can ask me some, not just me, but you can ask the panel as well, some interesting questions. And we're not afraid of questions. We take any and every. We're not like some people who are in charge of information for the country of Jamaica, but they won't talk to people. We talk to any and everyone. Doesn't matter your political stripe, your social standing, doesn't matter. We talk to everyone. So having said that, Herb, give me your closing remarks, please.
Well, I'd like to thank all the people who gave me medical advice today in taking care of my stomach. Yeah, the baking soda worked along with the sucking on ginger. Those two really worked. And I'm keeping a record of all who sent me stuff, because I'll try the other stuff the next time I get a stomach ache. So I appreciate it, folks, and blessings to everybody. Have a good weekend. Thank you.
All right. I said, and I can't let you go without singing, because everybody's putting inside their.
Rattigan, you see, that's why I have to talk, because I'm telling them, say, when Rattigan keep the stage show, close the show. But
this is it. This is it.
It has to be a fundraising drive. So if you don't see the super charge and the donations coming in, I'm not singing.
Okay.
I'm a big artist. Check me out on Sting and these things. I just give it, big time.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. Anybody who gives $1,000 US.
Hey, that's it. That's an idea.
Yeah, right now. Big tune. Big tune. But I must say this. I was listening earlier when the doctor was on. She made something very profound. So I just want to raise it here so that people can go back, because sometimes people watch at the end and try to find it. If you go to the beginning, the doctor was speaking about blackness, black identity, and mental health. And that there are persons who are functioning but are triggered. And the one time you are triggered, you're considered to be the mad person. And then everybody say, we don't know, we didn't know them to conduct themselves like that within the frustration. I just thought of putting what she's saying in the Jamaican space and having a child or a loved one and carrying yourself into the healthcare system. and the stress that comes from it. And mental health is serious. I take this opportunity to say our friend and brother Andre Stevens and his partner Draw, he will find his way back. So I know people in the chat was constantly talking. That's my closing remark. And your the chat is just lit. They're the reason why we're 6 hours and counting and cannot leave. You are a beautiful audience. I love the energy. And it is spaces like these that contribute to positive mental health. A caller who was cursing me would say, I'm a happy person. I am very happy and pleased to be here. And the artists and the lively. I thank you guys so much, and appreciate you, Herb. Appreciate you, Will, and even John, who is not here with us. It's a blessing.
All right. Let me just say in closing that thanks again to all of you for listening and tuning in, watching. And we had the piece on mental health was outstanding, and we're going to have them back. I had a conversation with them, and this is just a primer, so I'll let you guys know when they're coming back. Andre, our prayers and thoughts are with you, and we're going to try and get you some assistance and get you back on the road to recovery, because we need you. We need you. We all look up to you. People may disagree with you, but at the end of the day, they can't ignore you. You're a force to be reckoned with, and you've inspired a lot of us. And let me just say that also tonight at midnight, Reggae Global Radio, Studio One selection. Tomorrow, in the morning, it will be IRI FM, 7 to 8 New York time, 7 to 8 Jamaica time, 8 to 9 New York time. Waterhouse Vibes. And somebody was asking Isat if you want to join us on Waterhouse Vibes. I don't know what what you have planned for tomorrow, but I know you're a busy man. You probably will be in the studio anyway, vicing out.
My new song, that them hype me up. I could go right a new song.
Yeah. No.
Hope the show with my new song next week. Brand new.
There you go. So
and then we have go play. Tomorrow, send me the link if I
all right.
Space,
all right, no problem. So we have Waterhouse Vibes tomorrow from 4 to 6 Jamaica, New York time, 3 to 5 Jamaica time, and then Wayne Lonesome from 7 to 10, 6 to 9 Jamaica time. So tune into that. You're gonna hear more of some of the stuff that we discussed today, and the things that we talked about today. I'm asking you, please go back, look at this program, go back and look at the provisions in the Constitution, and if anything that we said needs clarification or that we were way off base, come back next week and let us know, because that is the only way we're going to grow. We're going to grow when we start taking an interest in the issue, and then we start doing the research and we start correcting each other, because I don't want to go out and start spreading wrong information. Neither do I want you to do that. But go ahead and take a look at it. And I still maintain that the Brogad in Jamaica is the Governor General, despite everything that you might find outside of the Constitution. As far as the Constitution is concerned, he is the man. So having said that, folks, look, big up on yourself. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then next week, Saturday. Take care. Be well. Brethren, big up on yourself.
Hey. Have a good night.
All right.
All right.